5 billionaires simultaneously arrived in a residential area. Surprisingly, they came to visit a 20-year-old poor young man. It's because this young man was their master 50 years ago. Back then, the billionaires only learned a little from Su Chen, but they had already become leaders in various fields. When they saw Su Chen again, they were startled by his unchanged youthful appearance. Little did they know that Su Chen had been alive for 100,000 years. He not only founded Taoism and Buddhism, but even Qin Shi Huang had been defeated under his guidance. After dispersing the billionaires 50 years ago, he went into a deep sleep. Now that Su Chen has awakened, he no longer wants to change the world, he just wants to live as an ordinary person and experience life. Dressed in a black robe, walking in Shijian Mountain, he attracted the attention of countless tourists. Is there a film crew on Shijian Mountain? Is he an actor? I don't know, but he looks handsome. I wonder what movie he's in, the crowd whispered while looking at Su Chen. Su Chen used to live on Shijian Mountain and had instructed those around him to disperse before he fell asleep. Only the butler in his house, if he is still alive, is likely still guarding the mansion. As Su Chen continued on his way, he heard many rumors. He learned that there was an immortal living on the mountain, proficient in fortune-telling and divination. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone who followed him had gained something. Zhang Changfeng, the former butler, learned some fortune-telling tricks from him. Now he is revered as an immortal. Zhang Changfeng's name is well known these days. Anything he advises leads to success. Most importantly, he is close friends with several domestic tycoons. During festivals, luxurious cars line up at the foot of the mountain. Those who come to visit are true elites and celebrities. Even the richest person in the country dares not disrespect him. When Su Chen reached the mountaintop, he saw the house he used to live in from a distance. After 50 years, the house remains unchanged, likely renovated. There are hardly any tourists here. Security guards stand 100 meters outside the house, preventing unauthorized entry. They protect the entire mansion diligently. Many people who want to see Zhang Changfeng can only wait from a distance. As Su Chen approached the old mansion, security guards immediately greeted him. Who are you? What do you want? Our duty as security guards is to stop irrelevant people. After all, Zhang Changfeng doesn't see just anyone. Su Chen remains silent. Two wealthy young men sitting nearby burst into laughter. Oh, this guy's outfit is so extravagant. Does he think he can meet Mr. Zhang like this? Even if the richest person in the Lin family wants to enter, they send an invitation a week in advance. Where did this guy come from? Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the two young men indifferently. As their eyes met, the two young men involuntarily closed their eyes. Fear filled their hearts. Just one glance made these fearless wealthy heirs tremble. The security guards seemed to sense something unusual and looked at Su Chen warily, warning him, "This is not the place for you to be. Leave now before I take action." Su Chen ignored him because at that moment, Zhang Changfeng already knew he had returned. The doors of the old mansion slowly opened, and an elderly man with silver hair named Ballua walked out. Those who were waiting on the side immediately stood up. Is Mr. Zhang coming out to see me? Don't disturb Mr. Zhang. It would be a grave offense. Everyone on the mountaintop nervously looked at Zhang Changfeng. The security guards who blocked Su Chen respectfully stood in place. Only Su Chen stood still, gazing at Zhang Changfeng from a distance. Wrinkles covered Zhang Changfeng's face, marks of time deeply etched on his skin. At that moment, tears welled up in Zhang Changfeng's eyes. He walked unsteadily towards Su Chen. Su Chen also walked forward confidently. The security guards tried to stop him, but Su Chen was already in front of Zhang Changfeng. Everyone's minds went blank, as if time had distorted. They couldn't remember how Su Chen had crossed over. What's happening? Did my eyes deceive me? Zhang Changfeng seemed so respectful towards that young man. The security guards went crazy. They were hired by major wealthy businessmen to protect Zhang Changfeng. Now, an unknown young man walked right in front of them to Zhang Changfeng. If anything happened to Zhang Changfeng, they would pay the price. As the security guards rushed forward, Zhang Changfeng immediately extended his hand and shouted, "Stand down. Everyone must leave in 1 minute." Zhang Changfeng trembled. These people almost offended Su Chen. The security guards dared not defy Zhang Changfeng's words. They quickly prepared to retreat and drive away everyone on the mountaintop. Zhang Changfeng looked up at Su Chen. He was about to kneel down. Su Chen grabbed his hand and whispered, "Let's talk inside. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes?" Zhang Changfeng seemed so respectful towards that young man. No one could believe what they were seeing. Zhang Changfeng followed behind that young man like a servant, bowing his head. Who is this young man? The people assigned to protect Zhang Changfeng turned around. They immediately reported everything they saw to their bosses. The peculiar young man looks quite young. Grandpa has returned. He is actually alive and still so young. Upon receiving the news from their subordinates, those who once followed Su Chen were shocked. Each person had different thoughts: shock, excitement, fear. Some even had special thoughts. Longfeng, tell me about the current state of the world, Su Chen said to Jiang Changfeng as they entered the old mansion. Jiang Changfeng bent down, standing in front of Su Chen. His eyes were still red. Master, the world has become better now, and technology has developed rapidly. I haven't left the mountain in these years. I don't know very well. Why don't I call Xiao Zhao and the others, and let them tell you about it? Su Chen shook his head and laughed. No need, they are no longer my servants after I left back then. They are all old people. Do you still want them to nod and bow in front of me? Su Chen has lived for so many years that is the most understanding of the human heart. When the servants have received some of his benefits, those in his view insignificant things, but it was enough for them to make a storm in the world. 50 years ago, the servants, and now they have to come over to serve themselves. When Jiang Changfeng heard this, he was so scared that he quickly knelt in front of Su Chen. Master, as long as the old slave lives for one day, he will always be your servant. Get up, Su Chen said. You do not need to be so nervous. These years you have also taken the trouble. As for Xiao Zhao, they have fate to see you again. Karma never forces itself on Su Chen. Then master, where do you want to go next? The old slave wants to continue to follow you around. Jiang Changfeng slowly stood up, eyes full of strange. He waited for most of his life, finally waited for Su Chen to come back, naturally want to continue to follow him. Outsiders call Jiang Changfeng as the immortals. Jiang Changfeng knows that the only person in the world who can really be an immortal is his master. Forget about it, you have few days left to do well for yourself. Su Chen shook his head. Right in this world now, what should I do at this age? At your age, you should still be studying, right? Reading Su Chen nodded his head and said, Can Su Chen's current appearance is very young, the appearance looks only in his early 20s. Then you should still be studying at the university. Jiang Changfeng has understood Su Chen's meaning, said, the old slave will let people arrange a new identity for you. Su Chen nodded, then looked at the door. Jiang Changfeng did not dare to disturb him, so he stood quietly beside him, just like 50 years ago. And just then, the door of the old mansion was suddenly kicked open. A young man full of hostility walked in, and behind him was a group of men in suits. Tang Jingshan. Jiang Changfeng recognized this young man. This is not someone else, is Su Chen's former cook's grandson. Old man, this young master today do not want to waste more with you, their own death or I let people do it. Tang Jingshan arrogantly looked at Jiang Changfeng. You are tired of living? Jiang Changfeng face pale. He is afraid of not Tang Jingshan but afraid of disturbing Su Chen. Jiang, old man, my grandfather to give you face, but last night he went. He is also old and confused. Our Tang family, 3 generations of people to fight down the foundation of the industry, but said what one day who came back, the industry all to you to take care of. You are almost into the ground of the people, those industries to take care of you to eat. Tang Jingshan disdainful of said. Looking at the arrogant Tang Jingshan in front of him, Su Chen faintly asked, he is the grandson of Tang Wenyao. Master, Jiang Changfeng trembled and knelt directly at Su Chen's feet. Tang Wenyao's grandson made such a treacherous thing. If Su Chen anger other people's consequences are unimaginable, others do not know the strength of Su Chen, Jiang Changfeng, or have seen the tip of his iceberg. But even if Su Chen inadvertently revealed, things have not been able to face them. Tang Jingshan also noticed Su Chen, see Jiang Changfeng kneeling in front of Su Chen, and called it a master, cannot help but laugh. Surname Zhang's, you less here pretending to be a god. Are you trying to tell me that this kid is the one my grandfather said? Ha ha, ridiculous. If he is really 50 years ago, he is now also the body buried in the ground. Su Chen ignored Tang Jingshan and asked if the Tang family had any other heirs. Jiang Changfeng said with trepidation, Tang Jiuling's son left 10 years ago. The Tang family, in addition to Tang Jingshan, has a daughter. Su Chen slowly stood up and said, as long as there are still descendants on the line. Jiang Changfeng instantly realized the meaning of Su Chen. This sentence is afraid. Tang Jingshan death penalty. God chattering about what to say. First break the legs of that kid, so that he understands what kind of attitude should be used to talk to this young master. Tang Jingshan has been impatiently raised eyebrows knife. The people under Tang Jingshan's command are all outlaws, and all of them are very skillful, so it's easy for them to kill an old man who's half in the ground and a hairy man. It's easy to kill a half-broken old man and a hairy kid. A stout man smiled and grabbed at Su Chen's neck. Su Chen put his hands behind his back and didn't even mean to do anything. The hand was about to touch Su Chen, but it stopped, as if it was petrified and did not move. Su Chen took a step forward. The person who had just spoken suddenly turned into a black smoke and drifted away, not even a hair left in a flash. Seeing this scene, Tang Jingshan pupils suddenly locked, eyes horrified, scared, and fell back 2 steps. His group of men is also a burst of clamor. They did not see Suchen hands, but took the lead towards Suchen hands. Even a body is not left. The barricades must be barricades or killed by me. He Tang Jingshan, panicked, but hard to give the order. The group of black-clothed people roared towards Suchen, pounced on the. Suchen's expression was calm, but he just glanced at the group of people. A dozen experts all turned into black smoke and dissipated in the air. Who the hell are you? Tang Jingshan pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Suchen. Suchen looked at him expressionlessly. For the sake of your grandfather's face, I'll give you a full sentence. Hearing this, Tang Jingshan excitedly head over the trigger. But the bullet strangely passed through Tang Jingshan's brow. A cloud of blood splattered out from the back of his head. Outside the old house, dozens of pairs of eyes staring at the old house. Tang Jingshan with people to break into the lock of the Changphone. The news spread out as like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Tang Jingchen, he took action against Mr. Jian, too arrogant. What is this going to do? Quickly report to the head of the family. Tang Jingchen shot. Tang Jingchen shot. Tang Jingchen shot will be the news of Changphone. Quickly spread throughout the entire land of God. Countless bigwigs were shocked, but all of them were thinking the same thing. The Tang family is trying to rebel. From today onwards, the Lin family and the Tang family will be at loggerheads. The business leader of a certain city was furious when he heard the news. He has ordered his men to target the Tang family. Jiang Changphone was really killed by Tang Jingshan, then the pattern of the world may have to change a bit. The one who said this is also the big brother of the underground world. He sipped red wine with an odd smile on his face. In the mountain villa, 5 old men over half 100 years old gathered together. These 5 people almost own 30% of the wealth of China. They all used to be Suchen's servants, and now they are all a party of bigwigs. Said the grandpa came back? I do not know Tang Jingshan. He shot this time, an old man in a Tang suit with a complex expression, but the words behind it did not dare to say it. What do you mean by that? Back then, we all said that if grandpa really came back, we'd still be his servants. We'll still be his servants. Oh, a body for the servant for generations for, servant? I do not have many years to live, but my son, my grandson, Yi Suchen wants back. I have to give all the everything. Wait a little longer. The news I got was that Tang Jingshan shot him, and I didn't see Jiang Changphone or his body. Suchen out of the mansion, looking out the door, looking at the people behind them, and did not let them stop Tang Jingshan, which does not explain what bucket of rice grace raw rice hatred. This truth Suchen still understand. Xiao Jiang told them that tomorrow I will wait for them in Wutong Street. Suchen finished, the silhouette gradually blurred. The next second has disappeared in the doorway. How did he get away? He's really a god. Quickly report to the head of the family to block the news. All the bigwigs sent by the people have been scared silly. Wutong, this is Suchen's former residence. At this time he changed a modern dress here. Looking at the courtyard of a sycamore tree, fell into a deep thought. This sycamore tree in front of him was planted 500 years ago with his then wife. Throughout the dynasties, even the emperors and generals didn't dare to touch the sycamore tree. Just when he wanted to touch the tree, he was stopped by a drunkard. Which one are you looking for? Suchen didn't think there was anyone here, so he asked him if Chen Shifeng was still here. The Chen Shifeng Suchen spoke of was the one who guarded the yard for him 50 years ago. Dead, nothing to do elsewhere. The drunken man raised his eyelids and looked at Suchen, also waved his hand. I want to buy you this place, open a price. Suchen smiled. The drunkard slowly sat up, staring at Suchen, looked up and down a bit. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh and said, little baby, do you know how much this place costs? At least 50 million, steady little baby? Suchen ignored him and sat down on the stone bench under the sycamore tree. He didn't have any money on him, but he believed that someone would come to take the money soon. You fucking give you face, the drunkard cursed and stood up. But probably is a hangover, is not awake. People, get up after a footstand, step right will fall under the pile of old bottles, a mess. Suchen did not even look at him. Outside the yard came a car roar. The yard door only parked a car. 5 old men came down from the car. As for their bodyguards, they all stood guard at the intersections of the streets, not allowing anyone to approach the courtyard. If those who live in the upper class of the society and see these 5 people appearing in front of such an old courtyard at the same time, it is estimated that they will be too scared to speak. The first out of the old man named Zhu Goen, now the world's new energy development projects. He has accounted for the big, even foreign heads of state to see him have to be treated with respect. But when he looked at the courtyard of the sycamore tree, but subconsciously hit, yesterday Tang Jingshan fussed about the old mansion of Mount Heijian, so that they did not have any action, and now come to see Suchen, how they cannot be panicked, if Suchen think they have second thoughts, and how they should be disposed of. The remaining 4 people get off the car is the same, face-to-face, apprehensive, according to reason with their current status, should not be afraid of anyone, but Suchen is not the same. They had followed Suchen's side, each but only learned a few things, have today's achievements. Su Chen disappeared all these years. They also went around checking things about Su Chen, and finally they made a shocking discovery through some wild history. They found that Su Chen seemed to have lived for thousands of years, and traces of Su Chen could be found in many dynasties. A generation of medical Saint Hua Tua had left a letter to honor his teacher. In the ancient collection of Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy, he also wrote that when he was young, he was taught by a young man, and when he was dying, the young man was still in full bloom and hadn't changed a bit. Even in the ancient oracle bone inscriptions, one can find a trace of the ageless young man. Everything reminds Yu Goen of Su Chen. Let's go. Yu Goen's eyes flashed with a hint of haze, and he led the way towards the courtyard. The other four old men also no longer stayed, followed Yu Goen and walked in. In the courtyard, besides the drunken man who fell to the ground cursing and swearing, they only saw a teenager, and when Su Chen slowly turned around to look at them, Yu Goen's heart jumped into their throats. Although Su Chen had changed his clothes and hairstyle, his unique temperament and eyes hadn't changed at all. "What are you old guys doing running to my house at this time?" The drunkard climbed up and copied a bottle to point at Yu Goen. Yu Goen's face changed greatly. No one dared to talk to him like this for many years. At this moment, he had the will to kill. At that moment, he was stopped by Su Chen, who was sitting on the side. "He is now the owner of this house. I am going to buy his house, $50 million, which one of you will pay?" "Who the hell are you bluffing? With these old men they can come up with 50 million. The drunken man doesn't believe that anyone can come up with that much money in this slum area. "I'll give it to you." Yu Goen took a step forward. He took out a check for $50 million from his pocket. The drunken man took the check and laughed coldly, crumpled it into a ball and threw it in Yu Goen's face. To cash it this time, Yu Goen has almost exploded. Life, or the first time someone dared to throw things in his face. Su Chen, however, said without expression, "Give him the cash." "Yes, sir." Yu Goen didn't dare to disobey Su Chen's order, and hung his hand toward him and said, "Damn it. You are here to shoot a movie. Shoot the master." Drunkard only feel ridiculous, a 70-year-old man, but called a young man as a master. In addition to shooting a movie, he cannot think of other explanations. 10 minutes later, Yu Goen's men were carrying $50 million in cash to the courtyard. "You go get the money." Su Chen was quite kind to the drunkard. The drunken man walked over half-heartedly, and when he saw the box full of red banknotes, it almost made him doubt his life. "You're really buying? All this money is mine, it's yours." Yu Goen was convinced today. Originally come to see Su Chen, his heart is very nervous, and now even have to deal with this crime. Yu Goen finished all this, then staggered to Su Chen in front of the master. "Where have you been all these years?" "Yesterday, the old slave heard that the Tang family, that boy on the master you disrespect, will immediately go to the mountain. Is to the time when the master you have left. The old slave also thought that the master you do not want to see us." Su Chen looked at Yu Goen with a smile on his face. "Yesterday, there were Yu Goen's men on the mountain, but they didn't do anything." Yu Goen was Su Chen. Look at the bottom of the heart, a little bit of number, as if all his thoughts have not been hidden from Su Chen. "Okay, today to call you also have no other clothes." The main service, "You are now already not the same as in the past. Just now you for me to buy this residence. We will be two-face signed. You now have things are my, will not want you do not have to worry about it." Hearing Yu Goen and other people's faces changed greatly, have all kneeled in front of Su Chen. "Master, what we have now is all you give. As long as you say a word we can give you a bang. Master, I will always be your servant." Wearing a tang suit of the old man excitedly set up. He is also well known in China as the medical god Yi. Many people call him the living Huatua. But he knows very well, he was only in the year. Su Chen learned some for it. Nowadays, there are dozens of medical companies under the name of Yi Lin, and his assets have long exceeded 100. Yi Lin said so the remaining 4 people can only follow the compound. They are now not see through Su Chen, and even the more understanding is the feeling of Su Chen unfathomable. Otherwise, they have now let people destroy Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head and said, "The world does not have an unbroken feast. Give me what I want. From the future do not come to me. I also do not want to see you again." Yu Goen held back his inner excitement and asked, "You want something?" Just he is now rich. If Su Chen really want a word to take back everything he has, then he cannot help but fight with Su Chen, a fish death net. But Su Chen said so he was relieved. "ID card, and I want to read to understand this new era." Su Chen will be the face of the crowd of subtle table. Feelings are all in the bottom of the eye. What they are thinking about, in fact, he can guess, other than you don't have to worry about. "I don't want to be disturbed. Meet me outside in the future. Pretend not to recognize, or else the words behind him did not say but also don't need to say. Just by virtue of the fact that they are a party big brother, in front of Su Chen. In front of Su Chen, they are still just servants kneeling at their feet. Suddenly Yu Goen and the others all in anger. Since this is Su Chen's own meaning, then there is no betrayal by them. At this time, Yi Lin tentatively asked, "Master, are you familiar with this era?" Su Chen just laughed. He had been sleeping for 50 years, how could he be familiar with it? Since that's the case, you still need someone to wait on you, why don't I have my children accompany you to school? Just as a companion. Other people may be afraid of Su Chen, and even want to get rid of him, but Jilin has thought of it, and other people can't think of any benefits of following Su Chen around. They can't be ignorant of these old things. The sight of the Yugoan immediately came back to God, said Master. Yilin said, right, you may not know now this era of change, how fast a lot of things just in the school is to learn. Cannot come, I have a granddaughter, is also 18 years old. No need, turn around and let people give me the ID card on the line. Now all scattered, Su Chen face a cold, do not want to talk to them more, directly turned into the house. The 5 old men looked at each other and finally shook his head, then Yugoan shouted, Master, that the old slaves left. Finished. The 5 people also kneeled down towards the door and kowed out 3 times to show the end of the Lord without love and justice. After Su Chen entered the house, he began to slowly clean up the house, ready to start his new life. Starting from nothing again, he had experienced this too many times already. Thinking about how every era used to be more or less the same, but now it's become so varied that it makes him feel interesting. Having lived too long, he was most annoyed by the static of life. When the evening Su Chen went out to look for a job, because he still knew at least a little bit, the time for studying was during the day. If he wanted to find another job while studying, then he definitely had to find one that was open at night. So he found a bar. Boss, you here to recruit waiters? The front desk girl measured Su Chen 2 eyes, asked you apply for a job, and so on. I called the manager. Soon a man in a suit came over, adult. Wanin. Su Chen nodded, 20 looks very mature, apply for a waiter, right, base salary 1,800 bet, half a month's salary, to do if you make a copy of your ID card to me. The manager is also thinks Su Chen's temperament is very good, perhaps the factory inside those rich women will like. Su Chen heard froze, thought that I come over tomorrow. He realized that copying what he is really do not understand, if no one to teach him, as if he is an idiot. The next day early in the morning Su Chen is on the chair to close his eyes and rest, but was suddenly awakened by a voice, you are Su Chen? Only to see a young girl is standing in front of Su Chen, so he looked at Su Chen's eyes with a few scrutinizing flavor. You are Su Chen, slowly made up. Hello, my name is Yu Qi, this is my grandfather, let me give you. The young girl from the satchel carried with her, took out a yellow envelope. Su Chen took the envelope and nodded with the granddaughter of the national security, yes. Yu Qi heard Su Chen to his grandfather's name after the eyebrows gently upward. Su Chen looks not too old, even called his grandfather big, which is also disrespectful to the old man. However, his good upbringing made him not retaliate on the spot. After all, on his way out, his grandfather had urged him to tell him not to make this one called Su Chen angry, and asked him to go alone with his things to meet Su Chen, and no matter what Su Chen asked for, he must protect him unconditionally. Su Chen opened the envelope in front of Yu Qi, weighing. Inside there was an ID card, a black bank card, and a letter as well as an admission to Qingzhou University. Afterwards, Su Chen handed the bank card and ID card to Yu Qi and said, please return the bank card to your grandfather. In addition to help me copy my ID card, I don't have any money on me, and the money for copying will be paid back by next month's paycheck. Yu Qi received the bank card and ID card, hand are a little stiff. Money Su Chen handed over this bank card is his grandfather's name of the black gold card. How much money inside he is not clear, but he is very clear is that his grandfather can give this bank card to the Su. That means what? Yu Qi gritted his teeth and asked, do you know how much money is in this card? This is not important. In addition, please tell your grandfather that I do not need monetary support. Su Chen said with a slight smile. Yu Qi was almost angry and laughed. Didn't you just say you don't have any money? Su Chen provoked. No money doesn't mean I'm short of money. You can go and photocopy my ID card for me. I'm going to have trouble using it today. Good no money does not mean lack of money, but you do not even have the money to copy the ID card. This is really how poor. You waited for him to turn around at that moment. Could not help but roll a big white eyes. This is exactly what met a person. 10 minutes later, Yu Qi took a bunch of copies, back to Su Chen's front. May you suppress to helpless. What else do you need me to do? If you have time, can you take me to the school? I do not recognize the road and do not know how to enter the election. Su Chen again handed over the acceptance letter of Qingzhou University. Yu Qi do not know how to describe their mood now. He stared at Su Chen, looked at half a day. This person is afraid not just come out of the mountains, but can only hold back the emotions of the heavy point. There is a time Qingzhou University is still a little far from you here, is to live in the dormitory or live here. Both can it, dormitory as I live alone, or there are other people. Su Chen asked rhetorically. How can you be alone? Qingzhou University dormitory are 4 people a room. You want to live in the dormitory, then I will give you arrangements. Yu Qi took a deep breath. This person may be from an alien planet. How is it possible to be alone in a university dormitory? Suchin did not hesitate. Live in the dormitory, I sometimes come back just a little bit, since it is to better integrate into this new society. Suchin naturally also wants to get in touch with others, otherwise he would not have chosen to go to school. Soon the two of them drove to the school, but the car of the marriage just arrived at the parking lot and parked. Immediately, a group of people surrounded them. Walking in front is a pale-colored son, only to see him stride forward, holding a diamond ring directly on one knee in front of Yuchi-ji. "Do my girlfriend." As soon as he spoke, a group of people behind him followed. Zhao told people to disperse. "Do not come to bother me." The surrounding noise makes Yuchi impatient up. If it was an ordinary girl, she would probably be touched by Zhao Yin's wave of romance. But all Yuchi had was revulsion. Then he realized that Suchen hadn't even gotten out of the car yet, so he turned around and opened the door for Suchen. "Why are you still sitting inside?" Suchen got out of the car and said calmly, "I wasn't paying attention just now. How did you open the door?" Yuchi-yin was really pissed off. What kind of people are these? It's the first time I've ever opened a door for someone. At this time, Zhao Yin's eyes also stared at Suchen. "Kid, who are you?" In front of so many people kneeling on one knee, and then rejected miserably, finished from the Yuchi car down a kid. Zhao Yin is able to endure. Suchen took a look at Zhao Yin, and the battle behind him, and now there are still balloons flying all over the sky. It's pretty fresh. Zhao Yin was infuriated by Suchen's bland expression. He felt like he was being ignored. But Suchen still didn't pay any attention to him. He slightly raised his head. The balloons in the sky all blew up. What's going on here? Zhao Yin is blinded. Tens of thousands of balloons are blowing up at the same time. "Yuchi, we're leaving." Suchen completely ignored Zhao Yin. Suchen has seen too many rich kids, not to mention the sons of high-ranking officials. Those who have offended Suchen's princelings, every one of them had a good ending. Yuchi didn't want to take care of Zhao Yin anymore. When he walked to Zhao Yin's side, he also warned him about Zhao Yin. "You don't invite him, got it?" Zhao Yin wanted to go up and hit Suchen hard at this time, or even make Suchen disappear in this world, but even he didn't dare to say anything to Yin. After Suchen and Yuchi walked away, the group of people around Zhao Yin immediately crowded up. "Zhao Visua, dare to steal the night with you brother if you directly abolished. I just heard, that kid even the car door will not open on this poor bastard also. Dare to hook up with Miss Yu, I can guarantee that he will not stay in school for 3 days. Zhao Ying's eyes flashed a trace of cold smile. 3 days, do you think he and Yuchi in the school so after a walk around, tomorrow can still come to school? Joke. Zhao Ying's failed pursuit of Yuchi was certainly a bit humiliating, but it was also within Zhao Lin's acceptance. But suddenly, a wild boy appeared out of nowhere. He came in Yuchi's car, and Yuchi even opened the door for him herself. If word of this gets out, that kid is dead. Suchen didn't realize that he was just a companion of Yuchi. He would be met with such a big enemy. Yuchi also didn't know that because of him. Because of him, there was a new alliance in the school. Suchen was led to the boys' dormitory by Yuchi. "Do you remember the way now? If you want to go back to your place, you can take the subway back to the place where you just turned left." Yuchi seriously suspected that Suchen was a street idiot. "This you do not have to worry about. I usually choose to walk." Suchen's memory is very good. Thousands of tens of thousands of years ago things are remembered, not to mention these small things. As Yuchi was choked, from the school to Wutong Street is more than 20 kilometers. How long would it take to walk back? Yuchi also some small collapse, heavy breath said, "You go to the dormitory to see it. I will not accompany you in your dormitory in 306. Do you need to buy some daily necessities? I don't have anything right now, so help me buy it first. How much did you spend? Write it down and I'll pay you back next month." Suchen smiled at Ji and walked into the boys' dormitory. Yuchi-ji stood in place completely stupid. This guy means, let him go to buy him living supplies. After that, he has to send it to him. Yuchi since childhood has always been living the life of a big lady, never is he arranged for others to do things. Today is really a 180-degree reversal. Although his grandfather said to fulfill any of Suchen's requirements, Suchen is planning to use him as a maid? The Yuchi family's eldest young lady even encountered this kind of thing. His mind gradually began to blow up, but finally pulled out his cell phone and called his own brother. "The phone, Yushinha, where are you?" "Sister Do, I'm in class." Yushinha hangover last night is still buried in sleep. The moment the phone rang he almost cursed, but when he saw the name on the caller ID, 10 seconds to goat. Yuchi cold snorted, "Less nonsense. Today Sunday you have class. I am in front of the boys' dormitory, you give me down." "Not sister, you to the dormitory to do what?" "I'll come down." Yushinha is also a kind of heaven and earth are not afraid of. But he was afraid that his sister would hear what Yuchi said, and hurriedly washed his face and rushed downstairs to the boys' dormitory. I don't know how many people are up there watching the marriage, the girls bullying the boys' dormitory. Even if they can't get it, they can still get a kick out of it, right? What to look at all give me. The old man hit his head over. Yuxingha in the school is also deserved a hand. See those stinky losers. In the look at his sister, he directly scolded. Anyone who was scolded by him did not even dare to put a fart, but only silently hit his head. After cursing those people in the corridor, Yuxingha hurried down. As long as the boys saw him along the way, have to let him. No one dares to mess with the young master of yoga. When he rushed to the second floor stairs, just met me. Suchin sees someone rush down to the side of the station, but he is this point to give way, and others can be a little bit more difference. Yuxingha had never seen such an ungrateful person who didn't give way to him, and when he rushed down, he skimmed over Suchen. When the two are about to pass by, he suddenly stretched out, Manhwa to push Suchen. Unexpectedly was Suchen subconsciously avoided. Yuxingha, a catch empty, almost did not directly fall down the stairs. Fortunately he was practiced, his feet played two appearances, finally stood. He turned back to look deeply at Su, a glance, outstretched his hand pointing at him twice, and then also do not care about him to continue to go down the stairs, but it is clear that this person he wrote down. Stairway, a boy equal to the heart of the river downstairs, said to Su, a brother, your luck can be really bad. By the heart of the river, stared at hurry to transfer to the school. Suchen a little confused, he just did nothing. Just now that young man this on the memory of hate on him, the boys don't mouth, shook his head and said this is not you have not done anything, but people want to do nothing to you. Suchen paused, asked you said just now that person called Yuxingha. No way, you do not even recognize Yuxingha, just came to the boy's eyes, stared at the boss. A face of regret said I can only say that you're finished, why not take advantage of the fact that he has not yet returned to escape first. This book also don't read. He looked at Suchen's eyes full of sympathy, but also wondered how unlucky this guy is. Just came to offend the Yuxingha, completely did not have to mix. Suchen smiled after hearing, this Yuxingha and Yuchi is what relationship? Boys on this silly heart people a little unfavorable, Yuchi is his sister, you will not tell me that you and Yuchi know it. Suchen nodded to recognize, just now I also invited Yuchi to buy things for me. Wanin boys froze for a full 3 seconds, and then looked at Su a moment in the eyes as if in caring. Miss Yuchi to buy things for you, brother you a few peanuts to drink like this, I do not talk to you, you seek your own happiness. The boy finished and went up to the bar by himself, he did not want to have with Suchen such a psychopath have. But when he walked to the door of dormitory 306, he realized that Suchen was following him. If Yuxingha misunderstood that he had a relationship with this kid, he would have bad luck with him. This is dormitory 306. Suchen looked up and saw the door number. Are you blind? You hurry up and go, blind, stupid and unlucky, 1 more minute in the school will be 1 more threat to you, the boy said and went into the dormitory ready to close the door. Who knew that Suchen even put his foot against the door? I live here. Suchen showed a kind smile towards the boy. Every time he woke up, he would quickly adapt to his new identity. Now he is a student, and the boy in front of him is his roommate. The boy's eyes were almost glazed over. It's not such a coincidence. Brother, don't forget about me, please. I'm begging you to change your dormitory. Don't drag us down. Don't worry, it's okay, Suchen comforted. Maybe Yuxingha went to buy something for me. Damn, you really sick. Boys cannot help but shout inside the dormitory. At this time, Yuxingha has come to the downstairs. When he heard his sister said, people are less, sister, what you say, let me give people to buy supplies and also send up, when he has done this kind of thing. Weekdays to buy a pack of cigarettes, are to let the dormitory other people to buy, and now his sister even want to let him to buy things for others. Let you go where so many questions, do you want me to buy and send up? Yuchi frowned and said, relief you said that Suchen exactly what kind of person, how I have not heard of before, you will not like him right. Yuxingha has never heard, there is who can let his sister do such a thing. Never only those licking dogs buy things, sent to his sister in front of, Yuchi when to other men have bought things, sister this time even want him to buy things, personally send up to people. I also just met his grandfather today, let me what all, listen to as Yuchi said more than a little angry, pinched Uxan and asked you in the end not to go. I go of course to go, in the heart and cold snorted, said I also want to see, this kid is not really 3 heads and 6 arms. Hurry up and buy all the best, anyway, you boys can use the daily necessities, all for him to buy the past, he does not want you then give him to move down. I'll wait for you here. Yuchi just recalled the tone of his grandfather's voice when he spoke to him, plus the personal bank card. It was clear that he valued Suchen very highly. Yuxingha nodded, hesitated for a moment and asked sis you don't like him, do you? I said I just met him today, but don't mess up, if grandpa gets angry I can't save you. Yuchi is really afraid that his younger brother will mess up. If he makes grandpa angry, Yuxingha will be in bad luck. Don't worry, I won't mess with him. Won't mess with him is strange. In Shinha's opinion, this must be the fiancé arranged by the family for his sister. His mother where the boy wants to marry his sister, not to mention messing with him. Even if he buries him tonight, his grandpa will also scold him for a couple of words at most. The Star River walked to the door of the small supermarket. This burst of effort has played 7 or 8 phone calls, up to the small masterwork, mom's small supermarket to move things and so on will be to 306 to me the whole work. In the heart of the phone call out of their own but 10 minutes. 24 stout students have been in the mini-mart waiting to find out. I want to give 306 a kid called Su Chen, buy some supplies, all give me to the expensive pick a person to take the same. Uxin and himself on the phone, riding a horse called the school hundreds of people, more than 24 people to him to move things. There are people began to 306 dormitory hilarious. There is also a live broadcast to rub the heat. The school inside those rich second generation is also, and before the failure of confession Zhaoing see this, cannot help but laugh at the side of the people, see it simply do not need us to do it. The first one is not to do it. Next to the people and that is certainly Yu Xinghan know a poor student afraid of him tight he can endure. This kid is a bit of a tragedy. I began to say that he could not stay in school for 3 days, now it seems that half a day cannot stay, it is expected to be played half dead. Zhaoing snorted coldly, this kind of small matter we just watch, after all, is not a level of people. On the other hand, Su Chen had already entered the dormitory, and he greeted his 3 roommates with a smile on his face. However, the other 2, after learning that he had just been stared at by Yu Xinghan, simply do not want to have any interactions with him. I say brother you better hurry up and go don't wreak havoc on us. Su Chen asked in confusion, you are so afraid of Yu Xinghan. It is not afraid, anyway, it is not good to be stared at by him, let you go is also for your own good. Su Chen is calm, don't worry, it's okay. One of the boys finally could not help it, the luggage does not go team, small fat Junlin we first move the computer next door to go, and then go out to stay for a day when things are finished and then. They quickly reached a consensus, originally they wanted to blow Su Chen out, but the 3 of them combined their strength, but they could not lift Su Chen, they also gave up. Yu Xinghan's revenge never lasts overnight, I believe he will be back soon, at this time they can only protect themselves, they move things inside the dormitory. This time, the corridor is already full of students. The 3 of them wanted to leave with their computers, but they were stopped by a student at the door. Where are you going? Mister, you said no one from 306 is allowed to go out. The one who spoke was the president of the school's taekwondo club. He was 5 feet 82 inches tall and stood in front of the door like a mountain. 5th brother Yu Qishao to find should be inside that, we can from, to not have offended Yu Qishao, a little chubby boys coyly say. We are just moving things next door to avoid breaking. The night tiger crossed his drink. Back to the broken Yu Chi Young will pay you, but Yu Chi Young said 306 people are not allowed to go, so a pair of it, we were you harmed, and now they do not even let us out of the door. Fatty sat on the bed as if his parents had died and said, when Yu Chi Shao finds you in trouble, don't take me with you, we don't know each other well. Su Chen didn't panic at all, if you really want to go out, I'll take you out. That is, you know how many people outside now, Taekwondo Club President Business personally hide, you take us out what you take with you. Wang Junlin really feel that he is also unlucky enough. Su Chen was Yu Xinghan stared at that as he messed with the others, but he is inviting who messed with who. The president of the Taekwondo Club is very powerful, and Su Chen knows it. Over the years of Taekwondo, Su Chen has always tried his best to keep his power at the average level of the world. He tries to be as strong as his opponents can be, and now he feels that he's really no match for them. In the past, when gods and demons were rampant, it was okay to fight, it was still a bit hypocritical. Later on, there were some martial arts masters who simply changed their physical moves, so he was barely able to reduce his power. In the age of weapons, it's not so bad. But now in the age of peace, the so-called Taekwondo is too small for him. Not too little you ask me if I'm good. Wang Junlin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Last time there was a basketball team captain and he fought, half a month passed, that person is still lying in the hospital on your small body you can withstand the beatings? Su Chen smiled, should be able to withstand, but I do not want to talk to him too much bullying. Wang Junlin pointed at Su Chen and said, okay, you continue to blow, if you can leave the dormitory alive. If you can leave the dormitory alive, I will eat the computer screen on the spot. Su Chen didn't argue too much, they waited in the dormitory for about 10 minutes. Soon Yu Xinghan led a group of people back to the boys' dormitory. And Yu Qi, who saw this scene, also realized that the situation was not quite right. The corridor on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory is crowded, obviously something big is happening. Yu Xinghan, what are you doing? I let you buy a thing you make much noise out. Yu Qi almost let this brother angry dead. This is clearly to target Su Chen. He cannot see it? Yushin had just now also a big brother look, the face of Yuchi's questioning, he can only raise a smile and said which have to do I'm not for him to buy things, so many things I cannot kick a person. Yuchi pulled Yushinha to the side and said seriously, I told you not to mess with him, don't you understand? Yushinha hem and ha a smile said sister, that kid, most likely the family arranged for your blind date, anyway, you do not like me to let him know difficult to retreat, this is not good, even if grandpa knows it cannot beat me to death. He does not know if his grandfather really know what he is doing now, even if he does not kill him at least a half dead. Suwon is even in the national security to see our kneeling, he is now so clearly engaged in looking for death, but also the whole family to the fire pit inside the belt. Yuchi said leisurely, I think if grandpa knows, he may really kill him. But I don't believe it, that kid is which family, Suchin Jinmensu family, Uxin and cold snorting, even if it is the Jinmensu family that is nothing. I don't know anyway, you don't mess with him is it? Yuchi frowned tightly, said if you don't send me to go up by myself, finished even really want to go to the boys' dormitory. Uxin and quickly shouted up, led his sister into the boys' dormitory, to other men to send living supplies, even he did not have this treatment well. How could he allow this to happen? Then you don't sound I'm watching from below, Yuchi, although he doesn't know Suchen's bottom line, his grandpa didn't speak carefully, he can feel his grandpa's importance to Suchen's degree of importance, if Yushinha really put Suchen how to do it, then the last bad luck is definitely Yushinha. Sister, you can put 100 heart, Yushinha finished to the group behind the group of people waved, all with me to go up to send things. Yushinha behind the group of people, in fact, there is no lack of Yuchi's suitors, they look at this situation, it is clear that Yuchi lets send things, then they are also very interested in meeting this person in fact, what is too much, a group of people on the boys' dormitory in great numbers. A lot of people gathered downstairs to watch the fun. At this time, Suchini was sitting in the dormitory and waiting. Yushinha just reached the door and kicked it open. Behind him, a group of boys immediately rushed in and locked the door behind them. Yushinha went in and saw Suchen, but also just tuned in, his eyes swept over the individuals inside the dormitory, asked him which one called Suchen. Wen Yen, the three people in the dormitory immediately brushed together and pointed at Suchen. It is really you, Uxan and gas laugh, it seems to be really narrow, just you called Suchen ah. Suchen nodded and smiled, thank you for sending me something. Sending your grandfather, Yushinha face fierce stared at Suchen, you are the Jingmensu family, I warn you to stay away from my sister, don't think that the family designated things are set, Yushinha does not agree, who said it does not count? Jinmensu family, Suchen said with some confusion. I'm not from Jingmen. Yushinha froze, your father is not Su Changqiu. Suchen shook his head, I think you are mistaken, I live in Sycamore Street, no background, and is not the son of a rich family and your sister is not familiar with the. Not a rich kid, then you still fucking arrogant with me what strength, Yushinka sneered, living in the old city of the poor team. I bought you something, give money, 100,000 yuan to give out today this matter is not finished. Suchen laughed and said, I don't have any money, if I had money, I wouldn't have asked Yuchi to buy it for me. Inside the dormitory, a large number of people heard this sentence, are listening to the silly, this logic can be called impeccable but you do not even buy the money of living supplies, why are you still so dragged, this is to be soft rice hard to eat the rhythm. Yushinha gritted his teeth and asked, do you think you are very humorous, or are you so handsome that my sister is crazy about you? Both Suchen said sullenly. Fuck him. Yushinha felt his chest a little stuffy with this kid and then say two more sentences, he will probably be angry dead, is the fist to solve the problem is the most direct. Simple and clear 2 words, finished he turned away, not bothering to see Suchen was beaten up miserable look. Uxin and behind the Taekwondo club president Night Tiger, condensed and smiled, now is the time for his performance. Night Tiger pinched his fist click 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 sit down, slowly walked to Suchen in front of the kid you are not handsome, I will beat you into a pig's head today, to see you still handsome not handsome. The Night Tiger is half a head higher than Suchen, the momentum seems to have overwhelmed everything. The 3 people in the dormitory turned their heads to the side in fear, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Suchen stood face to face with Yihu. When Yihu raised his fist as big as a casserole dish, Suchen punched him directly on the bridge of his nose. This punch down Yihu's nose directly broken, blood flow, the nose is extremely sensitive and fragile parts, intense pain so that he screamed to the eye, tears brushed downstream. Night Tiger don't start too heavy pick face hit on the line, Yushinha also thought just issued a scream is Suchen, lightly said a sentence. But at this time, Night Tiger's hands covered his nose in pain, he now has no heart to fight with Suchen. Yuxing had turned back to look at the frozen again, what the hell is the situation, the Night Tiger this height and physique, he turned a time, let a person dry blood flow long. Yuxingha face sank shouted shit to me together, as long as the breath on the line out of the matter I'm responsible for. The boys' dormitory is not spacious and both sides are beds, said together that it is not possible to greet all of them. A student jumped at Su Chen. Su punched him in the nose, and another one rushed up, in the nose. But 2 minutes inside the dormitory screamed repeatedly, one by one, covering the nose blood flow on the ground. Do not know thought it was a murder scene. Su Chen turned around and walked to the back of the dormitory where the bath, with the basin inside the water to wash his hands. Only then slowly walked to the front of Yuxingha. Yuxingha feel a little stupid, just now Su Chen turned around when he should slip out, but also stupid standing in the dormitory for what? Seeing Su Chen walked over he quickly covered his nose. Su Chen smiled amiably at Yuxingha. I'm going out for a while, you'd better take care of the blood on the ground, or I'll be looking for you to get into trouble. Yuxingha only felt a numbness in his scalp. Could it be that this guy is the legendary master down the mountain? Su Chen did not care what he thought, opened the door to the dormitory. The corridor of the 3rd floor is still surrounded by Su Chen, walked out when all the people looked at him. If no one knows that he is Yuxingha to find, since Yuxingha they went in. This person came out, that is certainly after the consent of Yuxingha. Su Chen closed the door backhandedly, then walked down the door under the watchful eyes of all the people. Yuqi was relieved to see Su Chen come out unharmed, so he went up to Su Chen and said, "It's not convenient for me to go into the boys' dormitory, so I asked my brother to buy something for you. Do you think it's satisfactory?" Still satisfied, Su Chen nodded his head and said, "Your brother is helping me clean up the dormitory. You can accompany me to stroll around. I have some questions I want to ask for advice." Yuxingha actually helped him clean up the dormitory. Yuqi heard this feel a little unbelievable, that brat when so understanding. "Kuda, what you want to ask me you ask, is it?" Yuqi does not know what Su Chen is, but since it is his grandfather's account, he can only do his best. The questions you want to ask may be a little bit unbelievable to you. Don't feel strange, I just came out from the mountain, many things are not seen before. Su Chen started off with this statement. Then he asked seriously, "I just saw a lot of people on the road, holding a glowing object in their hands. Their fingers kept pressing on it. What is that?" Yuqi couldn't help but stop walking, turned his head and stared at Su Chen. "It's called coming out of the mountains. You say you are from Mars should also be believed, right? That is called a cell phone used to transmit information and call," said Yuqi. Will take out their own cell phones, which can also play games on it to watch videos and listen to songs. Su Chen listened very carefully. After all, in the era before he fell asleep, there is no cell phone, and this small cell phone function is really a little bit more. It is as if he opened a new world of big. Yuqi at first really thought that Su Chen was full of what came out of the mountains are just claptrap. She wanted to arouse his interest. But the two of them walked all the way. Su Chen asked out the question is really too not stubborn, such as, if Su Chen really want to pick him up, then this performance is not to lose points. Associated with the grandfather to his new ID card, which makes him some half-believed half-doubt. Yuqi and Su Chen wandered into the university city of cell phone stores. People Zhu asked, "Do you want to buy a cell phone?" Su Chen has returned the cell phone to him. When Yuqi asked him this question, he said leisurely, "I have no money. This should be very expensive, right?" "It's not too expensive," Yuqi joked. "Big deal. I'll lend it to you first, then return it to me when you have money." "That's right, you can write down all the money you spent for me today, and I'll return it to you when I have money," Su Chen said seriously. "Well, will you quickly go in and choose a cell phone? I also have an appointment to go to the museum at." Yuqi today also can be regarded as his grandfather accounted for the completion of the task. Su Chen, although many problems, but at least not too annoying. Yuqi also intends to do their own things. After going to the museum, Su Chen's eyes clearly revealed a series of question marks. Yuqi couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This guy even cell phones are only just learned. That is certainly do not know what the museum is where. Museum is the exhibition of cultural relics, the so-called cultural relics. Yuqi patiently explained that. After listening to some explanation, Su Chen continued to ask, "I also want to go to the museum to see. Should not bother you, right?" "Of course not." Yuqi's face smiled. "Do not mention how embarrassing." Soon they came to the cell phone store. The guide to see the two immediately won. Reward the two want to buy a cell phone or charge the phone bill. "Trouble you give him to choose a cell phone," Yuqi said on the pause said, "Never mind, give him a latest version of Huawei it." The guide heard immediately came to the spirit of this can be considered to meet the tycoon. Please ask what color you need." The guide's eyes are full of excitement. Yuqi turned his head and asked Su Chen, "What you want?" Color. Su Chen also asked a lot of questions along the way. Probably also understand the purchasing power of money now. He hesitated and said, "Wait, how much do you say that phone?" The guide quickly said, "Handsome, if you buy it today, you only need 18,000. So expensive. Suchin did not even think about it, said, give me a choice of 500 or less. Hearing this, the guide face excited smile instantly frozen. This gap is not too big a bit. C is going to sell $1 million machine. This person even said he wants to be 500 following the. Yuchi is also embarrassed to stand in place, staring at Suchin. Said, this cell phone is my gift. Do not want you to pay back the money. Always okay. No, Suchin. He shook his head and said, we don't seem to be very familiar with each other. Can't accept such a gift from you. Yuchi only feel a chest a burst of tightness. You still know that we do not know each other well. Then whatever you. Yuchi is also depressed. To the guide can only say that since this beautiful woman said that the phone is to give you, you will accept it. Suchin shook his head. To help me get a 500 or less. At this time he is like a curmudgeonly old man. The guide is now in an incredibly complex mood, but can only be hard and ask. The cheapest is this one, 699 red rice. Do you want it on him? Suchin looked at the cheap and affordable red rice, nodded with satisfaction. This trip to the cell phone store was also seen by many students inside the school. After all, a girl like Yuchi is the brightest star wherever she goes. Yuchi wanted to buy the latest Huawei cell phone for someone, but in the end, the man even said that he was not familiar with him, and then chose a 699 red. This reversal is really too big. Such a poor loser, but also dare to stand in the side of Yuchi, and also looks so tough. Look, could it really be a rich girl fell in love with a poor boy? Between Suchin and Yuchi, this matter spread throughout the school in less than 10 minutes. The school's forum was simply horrible. The two parties involved are still unaware of it. After going down the mountain, Suchin finally got his own cell phone with Yin's help. And Yuchi vaguely realized one thing: Suchin learns things really fast. He seemed to be able to remember everything he was told once. So he simply taught Suchin to use the cell phone to type words and cell phone search questions. What do not understand? Ask Dunyang. Above there are more professional and more standard answers. Sure enough, Suchin lived up to his expectations. He learned the pinyin that others had been learning for years in 10 minutes, and he also played very well with the smartphones that had deterred many older people. Suchin searched for all sorts of strange and weird questions while complaining. You said earlier that cell phones can look up so many things. I wouldn't have to ask you so many questions. Yuchi almost didn't explode. This is his fault. How did he know that Suchin was in a state of complete isolation? How could he have known that this fool could learn so quickly? But he finally put up with it. At least now, Suchin wouldn't be bothering him with some boring and idiotic questions anymore. After Suchin sat in the car again, did he ever talk to Yuchi-in? His fingers clicked quickly. If you don't know, you'd think he's a geek who plays with his cell phone all the time. From the school to the museum is only 10 kilometers away. There was a 20-minute traffic jam in the middle of the journey, but Suchin didn't feel anxious at all, silently tapping his cell phone, gradually solving all kinds of doubts in his mind. This era is much better than before. No matter what information, basically rely on a cell phone, can be queried. Arrived, Yuchi parked the car to the parking lot near the museum, shouted Suchin a sound. Suchin took a shallow breath and put away his cell phone and smiled at In, saying thank you. Yuchi froze for a moment. Isn't this person's reflex arc a bit long? Saying thank you to him at this time. He got out of the car, but Suchin was still sitting in the car and didn't move. Yuchi suddenly realized the meaning of Suchin's thank you just now. Instantly her face was black. This thank you, is he going to let him help open the door again? Yuchi, because of the pink spring clenched, gritted his teeth and walked to the passenger side of the car door before opened the car door for Suchin. Suchin got out of the car with a big grin and didn't even look at Yuchi-in. His eyes were already on the museum not far away. The museum is a collection of collections, display and research, on behalf of the natural and human cultural heritage, food place, that is to say, here you can see many years ago things. Suchin's eyes narrowed slightly. He is actually very nostalgic. Every time he woke up in the past, he could not help but travel around, look at the things left behind in the past, look at the descendants of the deceased, and recall those more interesting things that were once there. They had just walked to Qingzhou City, and at the bottom of the steps of the museum, a girl wearing a JK costume with a double ponytail was there. A girl in a JK costume with a double ponytail greeted them, and behind her was a young man with an upright figure. When Yuchi saw that young man, her face was obviously not very good. Yuchi sister, you can let me wait long enough. Double ponytail girl came up to hold Yuchi, looked at Su a glance, asked you sister, who is this person? Have not seen. Yuchi also do not know how to introduce Suchin, can only say that his name is Suchin. Suchin, he is my friend Bai Qingyan. Suchin nodded toward Bai Qingyan, smiled and said cold pool under the moonstar moon poolside song, if you do not cross the green rock, but the Excel reflecting the candle, your name reminds me of a person. What poem are you reading? Bai Qingyan looked at Suchin in doubt. He himself does not know himself. the origin of this name, only know that it is the grandfather to take the. It's quite nice, said Su-chen, thinking about it. It's called Moon Pond, and it was written by a man named Hanyu, who was also a very interesting person. Hanyu by Qing Yen. Suddenly, he was a little interested in this man who casually told him the origin of his name. He was a bit interested in this man, but he always felt that he was strange. At least the young people in today's society don't recite poems. Yuchi was also a bit stunned for a while. If he knew the origin of his name. If he knew the origin of his name because Su-chen had prepared for it, then what was the reason for the name by Qing Yen? Hanyu's poem wasn't too famous. Could it be that Su-chen was really familiar with ancient poems and words? There aren't many people with this kind of interest nowadays. How would he know? In fact, when Hanyu wrote this poem, Su-chen was standing by the side. He wrote it for Hanyu, but now he's just remembering his old friend. "Ian, I haven't seen you for a long time." As they were talking, the young man behind by Qing Yen came over to greet Yuchi Ian. Yuchi showed a reserved and polite smile and said, "It's been a long time indeed. You do not introduce it. This will not be your boyfriend, right?" The young man looked at Su a glance. "I admit that I confessed to you on impulse last time, but you don't have to find anyone to piss me off." Yuchi, because his face suddenly cold, just now he politely smiled, just do not want to completely tear the skin. Good family education, so that he can maintain a very appropriate distance from anyone, but the words of this young man gave him a feeling of being offended. "Xin Lin, we are at most just ordinary friends, so there is no need for me to find someone to be angry with you. Yuchi and Pick didn't arrive, and there's also the fact that I didn't even know that you'd be coming too, so please don't think too much." He actually has one more sentence that he didn't say. "If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have come." Yuchi just think this string outside the voice, smart people should be able to hear it. "So, is he your boyfriend or not?" Xinling is still not relentless in asking. It is clear that he is not a smart person. Su-chen looked at the Qinling eyes, did not say. For the woman jealousy thing, he was never involved. After all, before it is a woman for him jealousy. "He is not my boyfriend, as if you do not have any relationship with it," Yuchi said in a cold voice. "If you continue like this, I think we can't even be friends." Xinlin quickly said, "I don't ask, always okay." Finished, he stretched out his hand to Su-chen. "My name is Qinlin." Su-chen gave him a look, not even the intention to extend his hand, with a strange man to shake hands. It's really not a happy thing to do. Xinling felt that he was being ignored and frowned as he stared at Su-chen. He was now very unhappy. Yuchi sighed and said, "Well, Su-chen, he just came back from the countryside. You do not get angry with him, do not come to bother me, we eat shop line." Xinling nodded. Inside the teeth popped out such a word to look at Su-shi's eyes more and more bad. Just from the countryside, just stepped out of the Yuchi. By what so defend him? Xinzhou City Museum, yesterday, a part of the cultural relics found on the mountain will be happy to see, in the pipe. A time sensation in the country. I do not know how many famous tourists. The museum's tickets have become a hot commodity. If it is not Yuchi Yin's magical powers, Su-chen said at this time that he wanted to go in, it is simply not possible. Yuchi came in before, is also with Qin Lin, said Astrole. Qin Lin mouth is promised well, but the people on the back of them, Yuchi is not good to drive him away. Drive him away. Su-chen walked into the museum after looking around, all the way to silence. Basically every walk in front of a piece of artifacts, will stay for a while, seems to think about something. Yuchi as a companion, but also just stood aside, to introduce him to those artifacts of the person. This also dragon blue tablet is the Song Dynasty June porcelain. Do you know June porcelain? Yuchi Yin looked at the storage, placed in the cabinet of the still dragon blue and white stone tablet, to Su-chen introduced said, Junzi began in the Tang Dynasty, and has a history of more than 1,300 years since it was sainted by Su-chen. Since Emperor Zong of the Song Dynasty, it has been designated as an imperial treasure by successive emperors, and is only allowed to be owned by the royal family and not privately owned by the private sector. This is the only one of these cups that exists, and it's a well-deserved national treasure. Su-chen said lightly, but it's just a slightly better looking cup. Besides, there's more than one in the world. Are you kidding? It's just a slightly better looking cup. What do you think this is? Qin Lin, who stood at the back, finally couldn't help but taunt up. This is the last of its kind in the world. If there was really a second one, it would have been a sensation throughout the country. Su-chen glanced back at him, not saying anything, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. Song Dynasty porcelain may be very precious in other people's eyes. In the eyes of others, it may be very precious, or even unrivaled in the world, but for Su-chen, it's just a cup that looks good. Xinling, angry fists clenched, he now wants to rush up. Hard lesson, Su-chen, this countryside boy, a meal is greater than the style, finally, or forget it. Yuchi also do not know what to say, can only be understood as Su-chen came from the mountains. He has never seen the world, he should not know the value of this cup. Speaking of cups, I used to have a fully transparent cup. It was not bad. So I remembered that I used a crystal cup more than 2,000 years ago. He likes the simple look of a transparent glass. Transparent cups, Yuchi couldn't help but be impressed. It was true that Su Chen's level of appreciation was probably in transparent glass cups. But he was also puzzled by the fact that someone who could recite ancient poems off the top of his head and who could make his grandfather pay so much attention to him would be an uneducated mountain village boy. Qin Lin sneered from the sidelines. The glass is indeed nice. It goes well with your temperament. Su Chen glanced at him and said, if I remember correctly, that cup should be crystal, glass products should be a few hundred years ago. Said he even took out his cell phone to check. Crystal-made luggage could not help but laugh. You mean, that cup or an antique crystal cup will not be unearthed in Hangzhou that the period of the Warring States period of water, crystal cuppet. Su Chen used his cell phone to search for the excavated in Hangzhou, the Warring States crystal cup. After seeing the picture is also a smile, said it should be. This kid will not be crazy, Qin Lin finally could not help but scolded. Yu Qin coldly looked at Qin Lin, did not take care of him. Instead, she said to Su Chen, those in front of her are the artifacts that were found in the mysterious tomb on Mount Pleasant 2 days ago. Let's go over there and take a look. Of course, Yu Qin didn't believe what Su Chen said. It was obvious that Su Chen was bragging and didn't want to ignore Qin Lin. However, Qin Lin was still unforgiving. Su Chen was at least his guest, and Qin Lin was targeting him at every turn. Qin Lin realized that Yu Qi's face was a bit ugly and did not dare to speak again, only to look at Su Chen's eyes are full of resentment. If not this kid, how would he be in front of Yu Qi, revealing such a state of affairs? Su Chen walked forward, saw a piece of cultural relics on display, couldn't help but sigh. These things are actually things he used to collect, like the graves on Mount Pleasant. He has a total of dozens of them. But the sea is changing and unpredictable. Some of the graves even he himself does not remember where they are. I listened to Tang Lao said, this stone tablet should be the Tang dynasty, but the text on it, the first few paragraphs no one even recognized, and do not know what carved. And the material of this stone tablet is definitely not something on the earth. Is there really aliens? No. Look at the inscriptions on this stone tablet. In addition to the unheard of and unseen characters, there are oracle bone script, seal script, and even modern traditional characters. 2 old men wearing presbyopic glasses stood in front of a stone tablet, looking at it carefully. Su Chen walked over and stared at the stele with some fascination. This stone tablet is also considered to be something that he has always kept, right? Every time he falls asleep, he will carve down on it the interesting things that have happened recently. Su Chenming mouthed a smile. It seems that those so-called experts, or did not understand this monument. Song, do you think this looks like a diary? It's very much like a diary, and the things recorded on it, except for the first few paragraphs, everything after that, seems to run through the entire history of China. I didn't think a child who didn't know any better could unify the world when he met a kid named Xiang Yu. He looked pretty good, taught him a set of gun techniques used by ordinary people. It should be enough to protect himself. The latter's kingdom was lost in 2 generations of the Qin dynasty. It's ridiculous. 2 old men are translating part of the text on the stone tablet, accompanied by a staff member to record the record. Not to mention the 2 translators, even the staff next to them were completely dumbfounded. The words on it are more like someone writing down his own life on it, and the death is really scary. After all, still cannot bear to see the World War original. This only want to warn the Japanese bow, did not expect to start or too heavy, in the future cannot be indiscriminately shot. This is a traditional Chinese character, it should be carved in modern times. 2 old men almost didn't have a heart outbreak, directly lie down. They roughly translated some of the words on the tablet, and then a very scary idea surfaced in their minds. Is not there a person, from the Tang Yuan period, or even more ancient times lived to the present, really people live forever? Su Chen was quietly watching from the side, listening to the 2 old men and not saying anything. One of the old men saw Su Chen look seriously, asked the young man, you can see it. Su Chen smiled and ignored him, continued to walk forward. What kind of attitude is this? Didn't you hear Mr. Yang shouting at you? Next to a young staff member, directly shouted at Su Chen. Yu Qi hurriedly went forward and apologized to the old man who shouted at Su Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, my friend just came up from the countryside, he doesn't know how to be courteous. Su Chen looked at Yu Qi, eyes clear and bright, said I do not know him, he asked me why I must answer, I just do not want to take care of him, so you do not have to apologize. If it is someone else maybe asked by an old man, how much should show a little respect, etiquette, or to answer the. But Su Chen is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, although his appearance is young, but in his opinion, this old man is still young. Sun Lao does not exist. Yuchi due to the mind are fried, this guy himself to help come up to round up the scene. But he is still stupid to say such words, this is not to offend? Look at the temperament of the two old men is certainly not ordinary people, why should this be offended? The old man was also exasperated by Su Chen's attitude and couldn't help but say, young man, I just see you look seriously think you can read on the face of the text since you cannot read, do not pretend here. Su Chen looked at him, as if looking at an ignorant child helplessly sighing. Of course I can read it, but if I tell you what's written on it, you probably won't dare to believe it either. What do you think I don't dare to believe? The old man really can't believe that Su Chen, this young man, can recognize those words on the top. After all, these words are still found for the first time, and have not been seen in any of the monuments before. Su Chen laughed. The top of the monument that is engraved in the matter is said to have met an old Taoist priest called Hongjun, quite a bit of fun, but he is a bit wordy, the strength is still a bit weak. The surrounding people all stared wide-eyed staring at Su Chen. This is a fantasy or a network novella. I said, and you do not believe, then there is no way. Su Chen smiled, lifted his leg to continue to walk forward. Xin Lin rarely caught such an opportunity, also followed up and said, you say this is estimated to only cheat fools, who will believe, encountered the Red Army Taoist still think that the strength of the family is too weak, you dare not say a little more exaggerated, he is also considered to understand that, anyway, Yuchi is hated by him. He also figured out that Yuchi hates him anyway, and that she can't accept him by taking the normal route, so he'll just do it, destroy Su Chen's image in front of Yuchi, and we'll all die together, and no one will want to win the hearts of the beautiful people. Xin Ling's words had just fallen, that old man opened his mouth and said I believe what you said, and finished with a deep look at Xin Ling. Xin Ling for a time did not dare to speak, this is not counted as his own defined scolding, he had to be this fool blame who it. Su a time after a pause to look at the stone monument, said there is a paragraph in the middle, I ultimately did not control their emotions. The end of this era, I do not know how much longer to wait, the world will have a brand new era. The two old men couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, gas ended an era. What era is it? They didn't know whether to believe what this young man said or not. On the stone tablet, there are records of Ying Zhang, Xiang Yu, Lu Bang, and many other famous people. It feels like a diary of a man. Then in front of the oracle bone inscriptions they also recognized some, the Shangzhou records are only a few sentences, in the front of those words, not they can recognize, just linked to the content of the back, but the content of the front must be not simple Su Chen said these, sounds as if how incredible, but the monument is not incredible. It can be said that this monument alone runs through all of China's history. Young man, you really recognize the words on this stone tablet? The old man excitedly walked over to Su Chen and said, hello, my name is Yang Zhengcheng. I am a retired teacher from Qingzhou University. I am very interested in ancient culture. If you can really translate these words, I am willing to worship you as a teacher. Su Chen said indifferently, if you want to worship me as a teacher, do I have to accept it? I don't want to talk to you right now. I just want to stroll around quietly. Don't bother me. When Yuchi heard the name Yang Zhengchang, a clear shudder ran through her suburb. Where is this a retired teacher? Honorary professor of the University of Qingzhou, countless students under his door, even those who are really famous and powerful, who does not give this old principal a little face. Yang Zhengcheng said he was willing to worship Su Chen as his teacher, but Su Chen even ignored him. This is too arrogant. Old Yang, don't be so agitated, maybe he's just talking off the top of his head. Why are you so serious? The old man next to him pulled Yang Zhengcheng and said, do you think he's so young, maybe he knows the words on it? Yang Zhengcheng took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Indeed, Su Chen's words were probably nonsense. Su Chen didn't explain anything to them, walked to the bath bed he used to sleep in front of, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This bed he still slept for some years, now even was put into the museum exhibition, in the future they want to see their own bed still have to buy tickets. Yuchi said an apology to Yang Zhengcheng and the others, and could only follow Su Chen to come over. Su Chen, can't you speak politely to the old man? Yuchi is also a little displeased Su Chen. This arrogant look. Su Chen laughed to be polite, already gave him what is written above and how else? Even want to worship me as a teacher, there is no such good thing. Yuchi was almost pissed off, can you speak human language? What do you mean you want to worship you as a teacher but also a good thing? My god, how can there be such shameless people in this world? Su Chen didn't explain which one of his disciples is not famous in the history of the world. And he accepts disciples is a requirement, age higher than 18 years old is certainly not accepted, after all, ordinary people have a limited life expectancy. The old man half of the body is buried in the head, but also want to worship him as a teacher, this is not delusional. Yuchi stopped talking, and Su Chen silently wandered around the museum. In addition to the items in his tomb, there were also many rare cultural relics, but they didn't seem particularly interesting to him. The Qingzhou City Museum used to have a small collection, but the artifacts discovered on Mount Shijian in the past 2 days were enough to make it the museum with the most abundant and valuable collection in the country, or even the world. After Suchen took a look around, he didn't find anything particularly interesting. He could only confirm that 80% of the items in his tomb were in this museum. Have you finished looking? Suchen came today to take another look at his past belongings. Since they were preserved for people to visit, he might as well let them do so. Not yet, Yuchi asked in a low voice. Can you really understand the characters on the stone tablet? Suchen just looked at her and smiled without saying a word. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yuchi felt a little flustered under his gaze and casually turned her head, saying, "Never mind, I'm just curious. What is the identity of the owner of the tomb on Mount Shijian? Why do the items in his tomb span thousands of years?" Suchen calmly said, "Who knows? Do you think there are people who are immortal?" Yuchi also heard the translation from Yang Zhengcheng and the others. If what was carved on the stone tablet was true, and it was carved by the same person, wouldn't that mean that someone had lived for thousands of years, or even longer? Bai Qingyan, holding Yuchi's hand, said, "How is that possible? Immortality, isn't that like zombies or vampires? Let's not be superstitious. But how do you explain the stone tablet?" Yuchi was also shocked by the content on the stone tablet. She couldn't imagine who had carved those words. She also couldn't imagine that the person who carved the words was standing beside her now. Suchen said, "Then just assume that there really are people who have lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years in this world, isn't that enough? Just assume?" Bai Qingyan said, "Comrade Su, I have to say, science is rigorous. The functions of the human body gradually decline, and organs age over time, so it is absolutely impossible for immortality to exist." Science. Su Chen nodded. He had lived overseas for a while in the past and had seen many strange things. As for what Bai Qingyan referred to as science, there was some truth to it. He had also studied the life and death of ordinary people, which was nothing more than the aging and death of internal organs, leading to the inability of the body's functions to support consciousness, resulting in death. Su Chen actually had a way to keep people forever young and extend their lifespan, but this method only worked for women. Or rather, he would only help women with this matter. After all, the method involved consuming his essence. There had been women who had tried it before. After consuming it, they could guarantee at least 50 years of eternal youth and increase their lifespan by hundreds of years. But they couldn't live any longer than that. Bai Qingyan looked at Su Chen for a while, touched her chin, and said, "Are you saying that you know the characters on the stone tablet? Are you a descendant of the person who carved the characters, or are you that person?" Su Chen nodded and said, "Actually, I carved that stone tablet. The things they brought down from the mountain are also my daily necessities." What a sincere and straightforward answer. Bai Qingyan burst into laughter and said, "You really know how to boast. I believe you, I believe you. Tell me about your story with Hongjun Daoist." Yuchi just glanced deeply at Su Chen. This person could really boast with a straight face. "Don't mention that little Taoist, okay?" Su Chen said seriously. "That year, he discussed philosophy and religion with me. I taught him a lot, and he later founded Taoism. Well, his skills were a bit lacking. I let him use only one hand and 2 feet, and he couldn't beat me in anything. In the end, we ended up in a draw. After all, I couldn't embarrass him too much, you know." Yes. Bai Qingyan giggled and said, "So, what about you and Qin Shi Huang?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Qin Shi Huang? That's what later generations called him. He stayed under my tutelage for a few months, and I only taught him some weapon modification skills. Who knew he would be able to unify the world?" Bai Qingyan stared at Su Chen and pursed her lips, saying, "It's really interesting talking to you. You're someone who doesn't need to prepare before boasting and doesn't even blush. You must often confuse girls, right?" Su Chen shook his head and said, "I never lie to women." He had lived for so many years and had never lied to a woman because he never liked women. Due to his immortality, it was difficult for him to have offspring. The laws of nature were simple: the more powerful a species, the more difficult it was to reproduce. At least in all these years, no woman had been able to conceive a child with him. "Ha, I believe you." Bai Qingyan blinked and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you like my sister Yu?" Su Chen glanced at Yuchi and said, "She's too young." Bai Qingyan also stared at Yuchi's chest and then looked down at her own, muttering to herself, "Is this still considered small?" Su Chen nodded seriously, "A little small." Yuchi's face turned red. She never expected that these two people would start talking about her and even criticize her. What did they mean by small or not? "Have you finished shopping? If you're done, let's go." Yuchi didn't want to talk to these two anymore. There were still many people around, and it was embarrassing for them to discuss someone's size so shamelessly. "We're done." Bai Qingyan giggled and said, "Sister Yu, it's still early. Why don't we go to the antique street nearby? Comrade Su here has lived for thousands of years. Maybe he can spot a valuable antique at a glance, and we might get lucky." "What do you mean by living for thousands of years?" Su Chen's thick skin did seem to have accumulated over thousands of years. He could say anything without changing his expression. If Yu Qi's mind wasn't a little abnormal, she might have believed him. Qin Lin followed behind, trembling with anger. What kind of situation was this? Su Chen, that brat, was full of nonsense, and Yu Qi actually paid attention to him. He was so mature and stable, but Yu Qi didn't even spare him a glance. And Bai Qingyan, who had promised to create an opportunity for him and Yu Qi to get along, was now chatting enthusiastically with Su Chen, wasting the 2 museum tickets. Su Chen was interested in the antique street, so he said, "Let's go and take a look." There was probably no one in the world who understood antiques better than Su Chen. Others usually judged the age of antiques based on certain traces and characteristics, but Su Chen had actually experienced that history. He only needed to take a glance at something to determine its history. The antique market in Qingzhou City was located near the museum. Su Chen and the others walked out of the museum and prepared to go for a stroll. Following behind them were Qin Lin and Yang Jingqing's group. "Yang, do you really believe that this kid can translate the characters on the stone tablet?" The staff members next to Yang Jingqing thought he was crazy. Knowledge and experience were usually related to age. Su Chen looked so young, he might even be a student. Could he understand something that even they, the old scholars, couldn't comprehend? Yang Zhengcheng pondered for a moment and frowned. "I don't believe it. But I want to believe it." What a complicated feeling. He only had a glimmer of hope. If this young man could really understand the words on the stone tablet, and even if what he said was true, the entire history of China might be rewritten. Su Chen didn't even look at Yang Zhengcheng, he walked ahead on his own. The prosperity of the metropolis was different from before, with bustling crowds all around. Su Chen looked around, everything seemed fresh to him. Yu Qi glanced back and whispered, "Su Chen, Mr. Yang is still following behind. Your attitude is not very good. After all, you are a student of Qingzhou University, and he is the former principal." Su Chen said lightly, "He is not the principal now." Yu Qi found that she was probably going to be driven crazy talking to this guy. At least from Su Chen, she couldn't see any respect for the elderly. He completely lacked any sense of giving face. Qin Lin, who was still following behind, couldn't help but say, "How did someone like you get into Qingzhou University?" Su Chen turned around and glanced at Qin Lin, saying, "You go and let me into the school." Qin Lin stood dumbfounded in place, looking at Su Chen, then at Yu Qi. "You go and let Su Chen into the school?" And Su Chen even called him by his name, in front of Yu Qi, calling him by her grandfather's name. It was like the way peers address each other. It even seemed that Su Chen didn't regard Yu Goen highly. Such an attitude was really arrogant. Qin Lin found it hard to believe that Yu Qi could get along peacefully with someone like this. Yu Qi stared deeply at Su Chen and finally gritted her teeth, saying, "Su Chen, can you show a little respect when you mention my grandfather?" Su Chen glanced at Yu Qi and smiled without saying a word. If he showed respect when mentioning Yu Goen, Su Chen was afraid that Yu Goen would be scared and kneel down on the spot. "Forget it. It's up to you." Yu Qi really couldn't understand why her grandfather valued Su Chen so much. When she went back at night, she would definitely ask him clearly. Su Chen's gaze swept over some things on the roadside stalls and said, "The things here are pretty good." Yes, they are pretty good. At least 70% of the items on the antique street are fakes. Even if they are genuine, they are very likely to be swapped during the transaction, Yu Qi warned. "Don't try to take advantage, or you might end up losing. Many people here like to pretend to be farmers, they look simple and honest, but in reality, they are full of bad intentions." Su Chen smiled and said, "It sounds like you know a lot." Yu Qi gave him a displeased look, forced a smile, and said, "Yeah, I'm just telling you, anyway, you won't buy anything." That smile quickly disappeared, and Yu Qi was still quite dissatisfied with Su Chen's attitude, acting high and mighty. Su Chen didn't get angry with her, but squatted down in front of a stall. The stall displayed some bronze and jade artifacts, which were exquisite and beautiful. Yu Qi had no choice but to stop as well. She wanted to see what tricks Su Chen could come up with. She could tell at a glance that the items on this stall were all modern crafts. The most important thing was that Su Chen didn't have any money on him. "How much is this jade bowl?" Su Chen stared at a translucent jade bowl and asked. The vendor looked at Su Chen, then at Yu Qi and the others behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. "Young man, this is a jade bowl from the Qianlong period. Look at its quality, its condition, and the poems engraved on it. 300, will you sell it?" Su Chen interrupted the vendor's words. Are you here to cause trouble? The smile on the vendor's face froze instantly. Su Chen had already offered him 300 before he could even quote a price. How could he play like this? Su Chen stared at him, not saying anything, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The vendor felt a bit uneasy under Su Chen's gaze, as if this young man had seen through all his little secrets. Alright, I'll sell it to you. The vendor let out a sigh of relief. This is a glass handicraft, costing only around $30. It's just a trick to deceive ignorant customers. Selling it for 300, he can make a small profit and at least cover the cost of the stall for today. Su Chen turned around, and Yuchi also turned her face away. She wondered if this guy was going to shamelessly ask her for money again. Yuchi said, if you really need money, take the card yourself. He doesn't accept the card when she offers it, but he borrows money from her to buy things. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Chen ignored Yuchi and instead pointed his finger at Yang Zhengcheng, who was following him, and beckoned him over. Yang Zhengcheng stared at Su Chen, then pointed at himself, looking puzzled. It had been so many years since someone had arrogantly beckoned him like this. Su Chen nodded at Yang Zhengcheng, indicating that he was the one calling him. Yang Lao, this kid is too arrogant. I really want to go up and beat this kid. I've never seen such an unreasonable kid before. The people behind Yang Zhengcheng were all furious, never having seen a young person like Su Chen before. Come with me. Yang Zhengcheng reached out his hand, calming them down, and slowly walked over to Su Chen. Su Chen stood up and said, buy something for me, and I'll teach you a character. How about that? I won't take you as my disciple. I won't take you as my disciple? Yang Zhengcheng couldn't speak for a while. The way he said it made it seem like he really wanted to be Su Chen's master. Do you really understand the characters on the stone tablet? Yang Zhengcheng still didn't want to give up. What if Su Chen really understood the characters on the stone tablet? Su Chen walked away without saying a word. He just thought the bowl looked pretty, whether he wanted it or not. Alright, as long as you can really teach me the characters on the stone tablet, you can buy whatever you want. Yang Zhengcheng also wanted to know if Su Chen really knew the characters on the stone tablet. He had already memorized the way those mysterious characters were written on the stone tablet. He would write them out one by one later and see if Su Chen could recognize them. Su Chen looked at the small items in front of him and said to Yang Zhengcheng, buy everything from this stall and send it to my house. Let's see how many items there are. Just these things? Yang Zhengcheng frowned. They're all just handicrafts. The vendor couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. Hey, old man, are you here to ruin my business? What do you mean they're all just handicrafts? I have some good stuff here. You're ruining my reputation by saying that. Su Chen said, I don't want antiques. Modern handicrafts are pretty good. I want to display them at home. The vendor felt ignored and shouted at Su Chen, hey, young man, didn't you hear me? I have some antiques here. If you buy them all, it'll cost at least 200,000. Not a penny less. 2,000, deal or not? Su Chen stared at the vendor after speaking. Damn, again? The vendor had never seen such a look before. This young man seemed to see right through him. 2,000 yuan, if he sold everything, he could make a small profit of 800 today. But, this is an antique stall. Do you know what an antique stall is? It's the kind that only opens once a year and makes enough money to last the whole year. If he sold everything now, wouldn't it be a disgrace? I'll sell it to you. The vendor gritted his teeth. It seemed like he couldn't set up his stall here anymore. He would have to find another place to make a living. Yang Zhengcheng couldn't help but smile and said, 2,000 yuan is not bad. After speaking, he scanned the QR code to make the payment. There were 9 small items on the stall, which meant that 2,000 yuan would be used to learn 9 characters. It was definitely worth it. Young man, where do you live? I'll have someone deliver it to your house. After Yang Zhengcheng paid, he couldn't help but have some expectations. If Su Chen really knew those characters, what's wrong with becoming his disciple? Wutong Street, the courtyard with the Wutong tree, just put things in the courtyard, Su Chen said, glancing at Yang Zhengcheng. 9 words, no more. I'm in a good mood today, so I can teach you. But if you want to learn in the future, it depends on my mood. Yang Zhengcheng smiled awkwardly. What an arrogant young man. He wants to learn characters, but it depends on his mood? Old Yang, let's go. Why do you have to endure this kind of treatment? The old man next to Yang Zhengcheng couldn't bear it anymore. The tone and attitude of Su Chen's words were simply unacceptable. Yang Zhengcheng waved his hand, took out a pen and notebook, and immediately wrote a character on the notebook. Young man, how do you recognize this character? Su Chen glanced at it and said, this character represents the Hongjun Old Taoist. Does one character represent Hongjun Taoist? Yang Zhengcheng frowned. It's a bit like English, one word. Then what about this character? Boring. Ah, where is it boring? I said this character means boring, are you stupid? Su Chen looked at Yang Zhengcheng with disdain. Yang Zhengcheng didn't get angry, he smiled awkwardly and immediately wrote another character. Death. This time, Yang Zhengcheng didn't ask anymore. He continued to write down the remaining characters and wrote down the meanings translated by Su Chen below. The characters he wrote were all single characters in a random order. When Su Chen translated the 9 characters, the combined meaning was, Hongjun Daoist is dead, a bit boring, and his soul is divided into 3 parts, as if being reborn. One breath becomes 3 clear? Yang Zhengcheng recalled the other translations Su Chen had done before, and the characters and meanings seemed to match. These mysterious characters seemed simple but extraordinary. If Su Chen had just made it up, it would be impossible to translate so accurately. He really understands the characters on the stone tablet. Yang Zhengcheng stared at Su Chen, his pupils contracted, and he excitedly said, "Young man, what else do you want? As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you." Su Chen frowned and said, "I'll only give you this opportunity if I'm in a good mood today. If you bother me again, just get lost." Yu Qi and the others were dumbfounded. Isn't this too scary? Someone actually told Yang Zhengcheng to get lost? The staff behind Yang Zhengcheng couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just knowing a few characters? Is it necessary to be so arrogant? Yang Lao, let's go. I don't know where this kid came from. I really want to go up and teach him a lesson." Yang Zhengcheng was trembling all over. The bodyguard behind him thought he was angry and someone came forward to support Yang Zhengcheng and advised, "Yang Lao, don't get angry. I'll go up and teach this arrogant kid a lesson." "You dare!" Yang Zhengcheng's face turned red with excitement. He grabbed the bodyguard behind him and carefully handed a business card to Su Chen. "Su Xiaoga, right? Can you teach me other characters when you're in a good mood in the future?" Su Chen didn't even take his business card and said, "Let's talk about it when I'm in a good mood. Take your people and leave. It's uncomfortable to have people following me around like this." The reason why he taught him was because he found him annoying, right? 9 characters are enough. Yang Zhengcheng awkwardly took back his business card and said to the people around him, "Don't just stand here, disperse. Send the things to Su Xiaoga's house." Su Chen walked away, and Yu Qi could only follow closely. She had never seen Su Chen so arrogant before. Even those billionaires worth tens or hundreds of billions of dollars wouldn't dare to speak to Yang Zhengcheng like that. Although Yang Zhengcheng didn't have much money, his students were in various industries, and there were many high-ranking executives among them. Offending Yang Zhengcheng would be seeking death. But Yang Zhengcheng was scolded and still showed such humility towards Su Chen. Unheard of. "Su Chen, can't you be a little more polite to people?" Yu Qi has seen some of Su Chen's abilities, but Su Chen's tone of speech is too arrogant. Su Chen looked at Yu Qi and blinked. "I have been polite to you, right?" Yu Qi was speechless. Was Su Chen being polite to him? Come on, he clearly treated him like a servant. Is that considered polite? "We've almost finished shopping, I should go to work now." Su Chen had lost interest. It couldn't be denied that this street definitely had genuine antiques. If Su Chen wanted to pick up bargains, he would definitely find some valuable items, but he had no interest in these so-called antiques. Antiques? If he wanted antiques, he could dig as many as he wanted from ancient tombs. These antiques were nothing interesting in Su Chen's eyes. In his opinion, modern crafts were more interesting, especially those daily necessities. Using them seemed more comfortable. "Where do you work?" Yu Qi was really curious. With Su Chen's eccentric temperament, which boss would hire him? And also, with Su Chen's temperament, would he work for someone else? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Xingxing Bar." He didn't recognize those characters yesterday, but now he had learned simplified characters on his phone. A bar was a place for drinking. Su Chen was actually a lover of good wine. Since it was a place that sold alcohol, maybe there would be good wine to drink. At least when he was a waiter in a wine shop before, if the boss was in a good mood, he would reward him with a few sips of wine. A bar? Yu Qi was stunned on the spot. What are you doing in a bar? A waiter, Su Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with this profession. Opening a business and making a living, at least it was a legitimate job. Yu Qi took a deep breath. She really doubted if there was something wrong with her ears. Her grandfather had given Su Chen a black gold card, but Su Chen didn't accept it. Just now, he even confronted the former principal of Qingzhou University without any fear. Such a person, working in a bar? "Xiao Su, if you want a job, I can introduce you. Why do you need to work in a place like that as a waiter?" Bai Qingyan still had a good impression of Su Chen. He was witty and humorous, and he looked handsome. With her family background, it wouldn't be a problem to introduce Su Chen to a decent job. However, Suchin said, no need, I've already promised the boss to go there today, and he only works at night, so it's fine. Wow! Working hard to support your studies. Bai Qingyan looked at Suchin with a smile. I really admire you. If you want to change jobs in the future, you can find me. Why are you so infatuated? Yu Qi covered her forehead with her hand. Her impression of Suchin was definitely not good. This guy had a strange temper and was even more arrogant than her. If it wasn't for her grandfather's orders, she would have quit a long time ago. Bai Qingyan smiled, hee, sister you, don't be jealous. I have no intention of competing with you for a boyfriend. I told you, he's not my boyfriend. Yu Qi really didn't know how to explain. I've never seen you so concerned about any guy before. Bai Qingyan squinted her eyes and said to Suchin, Xiaosu, I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. Suchin glanced at Yu Qi and said, I told you, she's too young. She's not young at all. Bai Qingyan looked at Yu Qi in surprise. You don't look much older than Yu Qi. Do you like those mature women? Yu Qi also stared at Suchin curiously. His taste was quite unique. Women were like this. I can dislike you, but if you think I'm not good, then it's not okay. Suchin was not old. How could he like mature women? Mature women? Suchin's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Girls have their own charm, and married women have their own charm. At this moment, he remembered some of his past female friends. There must be a reason why someone with the surname Chow likes married women. Bai Qingyan pointed at Suchin in surprise. No way, you? Do you really like married women? Is your taste that heavy? Suchin glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to explain so much to her. Oh no, he really likes married women. Yu Jie, you're done for, Bai Qingyan pouted, no chance. Yu Qi was so angry that she felt weak all over. Alright, stop it, you guys. Are we going to the bar, or not? Suchin nodded, let's go. Together. Yu Jie, let's have fun at the bar tonight and bring a few more friends. Bai Qingyan smirked, if Xiaosu isn't happy there, we'll immediately become customers. Whatever, Yu Qi didn't care either. She came from a wealthy family and had also learned some self-defense techniques. Even in a bar, a place full of mixed characters, she could at least ensure the safety of herself and those around her. The group finally left Qin Lin behind and headed to the bar, ignoring his shouts from behind. Yu Qi drove away while Bai Qingyan handed the money for the museum ticket to Qin Lin and said to Yu Qi, Yu Jie, I'm sorry, I didn't know you disliked Qin Lin so much, otherwise I wouldn't have invited him. Yu Qi casually replied, it's fine, it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Hee, then I don't have any psychological burden. Bai Qingyan smiled and said, I'll call my sister to join us, let's have a drink together. The bar probably hasn't opened yet, Yu Qi said, you should call Miaojia first. Bai Qingyan nodded and made a phone call, sis, where are you? Let's go out for a drink tonight. I'll introduce a little brother to you. What little brother? I'm with Yi Xiaoxuan on Wutong Street waiting for someone. Wutong Street? What are you waiting for on Wutong Street? Bai Qingyan raised an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, Suchin seemed to live on Wutong Street. Grandpa asked me to find someone named Suchin on Wutong Street. He even told me to obey him. I really don't know what he's thinking. But that person wasn't home, and I ran into Yi Xiaoxuan. She's also here to find this person. Bai Qingyan secretly glanced at Suchin and whispered, sis, I think the person you're looking for might be sitting next to me. What? Sitting next to you? Where are you guys? I'll come over right away. Bai Qingyan said, we're going to the sober bar now. Yu Qi Jie and I are together too. Yu Qi has also found him? She moves fast. I'll come right away, don't mention anything about Suchin to anyone else. The call ended. Bai Qingyan held up her phone, staring at Suchin, unable to speak for a while. Suchin glanced at her and said, I don't like strangers bothering me. Do you understand what I mean? Who are you exactly? Bai Qingyan finally started to take Suchin seriously. My sister, Bai Miao, actually came to your house to find you. Yu Qi, who was driving, felt a tremor in her heart. Even the proud and arrogant Bai Miao came to find Suchin? What kind of person is Suchin? Then please, tell your sister not to come. Suchin didn't even bother to answer her, coldly said, even if she comes, I have no intention of paying attention to her. You really? Bai Qingyan was truly convinced. Her sister, Bai Miao, was the vice president of Fengye Group, a true beauty CEO. There would be a line of people waiting to pursue her, and Suchin actually told them not to come. Yu Qi, who was driving, also began to wonder about Suchin's identity. At first, she didn't take it seriously, but now even Bai Miao and Yi Xiaoxuan were looking for Suchin. What does this mean? It is obvious that the two of them, just like me, were arranged by their families to find Suchin. The Bai family and the Yi family are both prestigious families in the entire Qingzhou city. With the addition of the Yu family, it means that Suchin is definitely not simple. Very extraordinary. Xiaoyu, you can drop me off at the entrance of the bar, and you can leave. In the future, try not to come and find me unless it's necessary. Suchen smiled and said, I understand. If you're by my side, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xiaoyu? Yu Qi's heart was a bit annoyed. Did this guy just call her Xiaoyu? He looks even younger than her. Are you burning bridges? Yu Qi finally held back and said, since you said that, I definitely won't come and find you in the future. Today, she accompanied Su Chen all day and completed the task her grandfather gave her. Now that Su Chen told her not to find him anymore, she could go back and report. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, you can also consider it as burning bridges. When you go back, please tell your grandfather that I don't want anyone to disturb me anymore. Next month when I receive my salary, I will repay you for the money you spent today. Yu Qi felt embarrassed. I will convey your message to my grandfather. Su Chen's attitude was really arrogant. He didn't want anyone to disturb him, as if he was some big leader. When the car arrived at the entrance of the sober bar, it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the bar was still closed. The door is not open yet. Should I take you somewhere else? Yu Qi glanced at the sober bar. It was one of the bigger bars on this street, but the bigger the bar, the more chaotic it would be inside. There would be too many drunk people crowded together, and some friction might occur. You can let me down first. Su Chen looked out of the car window, raised his eyebrows, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Yu Qi turned her head and glanced at Su Chen. Following his gaze, she saw a girl standing at the entrance of the bar. This girl looked about 20 years old, with delicate features and a gentle appearance, dressed in a simple and clean manner. Yu Qi couldn't help but ask, is she your friend? Su Chen said, you can say that. You can open the door yourself by pulling the handle. Yu Qi believed that with Su Chen's intelligence, he could definitely learn how to open the car door in an instant. She couldn't always be the one opening the door. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Su Chen casually opened the car door, which made Yu Qi itch with anger. She wished she could bite him right now. After getting out of the car, Su Chen slowly walked towards the girl at the entrance of the bar. When they were 3 meters apart, the girl looked up at him, then lowered her head again, clearly not recognizing Su Chen. Su Chen walked up to the girl, and only then did she turn her head to look at him, asking, brother, are you also working here? Su Chen nodded, with a bright smile, and introduced himself, I'm Su Chen. The girl quickly smiled and nodded at Su Chen, hello, I'm Lin Yun. Su Chen asked, are you also working here? Yes, I had an interview yesterday, as a waitress, Lin Yun said. You just got out of that car, you must be quite wealthy. Without mentioning the car model, just by looking at the license plate, one could tell that the owner of that car was either rich or noble. Su Chen shook his head, I don't have much money, that car belongs to my friend. Oh, Lin Yun responded indifferently and stopped talking. It was obvious that she didn't want to pay any more attention to Su Chen. Su Chen also didn't say anything, and the two of them stood quietly at the entrance of the bar. As dusk approached, the neon lights on this street gradually lit up, and a plump and beautiful middle-aged woman came over and opened the door of the bar. Are you two here to apply for a job? The middle-aged woman glanced at Su Chen and Lin Yun and said, come in with me first. My name is Zheng Ting, you can call me Sister Ting. The middle-aged woman walked to the front desk and said, give me a copy of your ID card, leave your phone number and name. Hello, Sister Ting, my name is Lin Yun. I'm Su Chen. Zheng Ting glanced deeply at Lin Yun and smiled, asking, Lin, are you applying for the position of a waiter? The salary for waiters is not very high. Lin Yun knew what she was talking about and quickly said, Sister Ting, I just want to be a waiter, I don't mind the low salary. Is it chaotic here? If it's really chaotic, then forget it. Zheng Ting nodded and said, since you only want to be a waiter, I promise you won't get into trouble. If you encounter any problems in the future, come to me first, I will protect you. Su Chen listened to their conversation and felt that there seemed to be something fishy going on. Sister Ting, besides being a waiter, what else can I do? Su Chen was very curious about this new world. Could he do something else? When he came yesterday, he saw job advertisements for positions like lobby manager and business manager at the bar, with different salaries and benefits. Zheng Ting looked Su Chen up and down. This young man was indeed handsome, and at this age, he had the most energy. Zheng Ting asked, how well can you hold your liquor? Su Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Ha! Zheng Ting couldn't help but chuckle. There were many people in the bar who claimed they could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Then you can accompany those ladies to drink and chat, is that okay? The basic salary is 3,000, plus commission from drink sales. Zheng Ting had been running the bar for many years, and sometimes women had higher demands than men. Suchin frowned and asked, just drinking and chatting with them is enough? Zhang Ting said lightly, if those ladies have needs, you also have to accompany them to sleep. That's not possible. Suchen immediately refused. Let him sleep with women? What kind of joke was this? Many women had lusted after his body but couldn't have it. How could he sleep with countless women for 3,000 yuan? Zhang Ting smiled and said, then can you chat? If you don't want to sleep with them, as long as you can make those young ladies happy and make them come back next time, it's fine. Chatting? That shouldn't be a problem. Suchen had asked before. As a waiter, his daily tasks were to serve drinks and open bottles for customers. Whatever the customers wanted, he would get it. It was all simple and tedious work, but if he could make money just by chatting and drinking, that would be great. Xiaosu, you say you can drink and chat well, but I haven't seen your actual abilities yet. So there will be a 3-day probation period. If your performance satisfies me during these 3 days, I will let you become a business manager. Zhang Ting didn't fully believe what Su Chen said. She had seen all kinds of people in the nightlife scene, including people like Su Chen. But many people would burn out after drinking continuously for a week. Su Chen nodded and asked, so my task is to sell drinks and accompany customers to make them spend money? When he asked this question, Su Chen understood the nature of his job. Wasn't this just like the girls in the brothels before? It was just that the gender had changed. This job was quite challenging. At least he had never done it before. Zhang Ting narrowed her eyes and smiled. You can understand it that way. So your monthly salary will depend on your abilities. If you can't hold your liquor well and get drunk and take the ladies to hotel rooms, I won't take responsibility. Lin Yun was dumbfounded on the side. She came here to work for the sake of earning money while studying, and she knew that bars were places where all sorts of things happened. But at least there should be some legitimate establishments, right? Listening to the conversation between Zhang Ting and Su Chen, she understood that this bar must be very chaotic. Not only girls are unsafe outside, boys are also not very safe. Sister Ting, Lin Yan had just opened his mouth when Zhang Ting said, Shaolin, you don't have to worry about these issues. I have rules here. Since you are applying for a waiter position, I will definitely not make you accompany customers for drinks or let customers bother you. I said I will protect you. She could see Lin Yan's concerns at a glance and said, different jobs have different tasks. You are only responsible for serving drinks to customers, or if you want to be a greeter, that's also fine. Alright. Lin Yun's last concern was also dispelled. Zhang Ting's answer was too decisive, and her confident and protective demeanor made him feel warm. Xiaosu, I have a few friends coming over to drink tonight. The seats are already reserved. You will be responsible for accompanying them, okay? Zhang Ting smiled and said, first, I want to test your drinking capacity. Don't worry tonight, even if you can't handle it, my friends will definitely not give you a hard time. Su Chen didn't hesitate and said, okay. He needed to adapt to his new life now. At this moment, he even thought about what to do if the female customers tonight were unattractive. He would probably just have to endure it. Just like the girls in the brothel, do they have the right to choose customers? However, even the girls in the brothel have the concept of a top-ranked courtesan. If one's abilities are outstanding, even if they accompany customers for drinks, they have the right to choose customers. This was Su Chen's first job, so since he had started, he naturally had to strive for perfection. Sister Ting, what do I need to do in order to choose customers myself? Su Chen asked this question first. Zhang Ting stared at him, remained silent for a moment, and said, if you can make all my friends at that table tonight get drunk and have a good time, I will allow you to choose one table of customers every day in the future. He wanted to choose customers as soon as he arrived. Su Chen was really thinking too much. Zhang Ting didn't even take this question seriously. Haven't they heard that women have a higher alcohol tolerance? Moreover, Zhang Ting's friends were all wealthy women who frequented nightclubs. They could easily drink dozens or even hundreds of bottles of beer, mix different types of alcohol, and it wouldn't be a problem. They would probably be able to make Su Chen vomit tonight. You guys should go change into your work uniforms. Zhang Ting walked out from behind the bar and led Lin Yun and Su Chen to the back. Zhang Ting gave Lin Yun a simple staff chonsam and gave Su Chen a small suit. You can change in the restroom. After saying that, Zhang Ting ignored them. At this time, other bar staff members also started coming in. After Su Chen changed into a small suit and came out, Zhang Ting couldn't help but size him up. This kid was really too handsome, to the point where he could easily captivate those wealthy women. Although he was only 20 years old, for some reason, his demeanor made Zhang Ting feel like he was a mature man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes seemed to hide stars, making it difficult for people to look away, and his features were flawless. At this moment, Zhang Ting's heart was beating faster. She really hit the jackpot today. One was a quiet and elegant fairy-like girl, and the other was a young man who could easily outshine any current heartthrob. Zhang Ting really wanted to cultivate Su Chen well at this moment. If this kid really had the drinking capacity he claimed, he might become a cash cow for the bar. After running the bar for so many years, Zhang Ting understood one thing very well: when men pursue women, it's all about the novelty. Once they've slept together, the interest diminishes. But if a woman becomes infatuated with a man, it's like losing her mind. Unfortunately, she knew so many wealthy women. If those wealthy women were captivated by Su Chen, the less he accompanied them to sleep, the more they would desire him. Women's spending power is the most terrifying. Sister Ting, where did you find this handsome guy? A young lady who works here stared at Su Chen and began to size him up. Hello, my name is Su Chen. Today is my first day at work, please take care of me. Of course, Su Chen learned these words online today. The young lady giggled and said, Little Su, don't worry, sister will take care of you in the future. Don't scare him. Zhang Ting glanced at her and then asked Su Chen, did you used to go to bars often before? Su Chen shook his head and said, no, today is my second time in a bar, yesterday was the first. Zhang Ting's mouth twitched and she asked, have you played games like dice, drinking games, or 15-20? Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, I'm pretty good at dice, I can roll whatever number I want. As for drinking games, I don't know how you play them here, and I'm not familiar with 15-20. You can teach me, I can learn right away. Su Chen used to run a gambling den, so dice was not unfamiliar to him, but drinking games and such, times have changed, so they should be different too. You're bragging. Zhang Ting rolled her eyes at him, you can roll whatever number you want with dice? Su Chen nodded seriously, although it's been a while since I last played, I should have no problem. Ha! I don't know about anything else, but you're good at bragging. Zhang Ting took a dice cup from the nearby table and placed it in front of Su Chen with a snap. If you can roll 5 ones, I'll double your salary. 5 dice, roll 5 ones? Su Chen couldn't help but smile, this was too easy for him. He placed his hand on the dice cup and lifted it up forcefully, the 5 dice flew in the air. The lights in the bar weren't turned on much, Zhang Ting didn't even see how he caught the 5 dice. But just this throwing dice action, it was impressive. Definitely well practiced. Zhang Ting stared at the dice cup in Su Chen's hand without blinking, until Su Chen placed the dice cup on the table. 5 ones? Zhang Ting raised an eyebrow, why couldn't she believe it? Su Chen reached out his hand, gesturing for her to open it herself, and smiled without saying a word. Zhang Ting curiously opened the dice cup, and when she saw what was in front of her, she looked up at Su Chen with surprise. Su Chen didn't just roll 5 ones. The 5 dice in front of him were neatly stacked together, and the top one was clearly a 1. Zhang Ting took each dice down one by one, they were all ones, that's right. This kind of skill, it seemed simple to talk about, but in reality, even someone like Zhang Ting who had been running a bar for many years had never seen it before. If you really had to say she had seen it, it would only be in movies and magic performances. This is a bit unbelievable. A handsome young man came over and stared at the dice in astonishment. Ting Jia, where did you find this master? Xiao He, can you do it? Zhang Ting asked the handsome young man. Xiao He shook his head like a rattle drum. If I were that good, I wouldn't be passed out every night. After speaking, his eyes lit up and he quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Su Chen. Big brother, are you still accepting apprentices? Xiao He figured it out, if he had this skill, wouldn't he be able to dominate the nightlife? No. Su Chen refused decisively, but he did take the cigarette. However, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Xiao He was extremely excited, and after lighting his lighter, he also leaned over. Brother, my name is He Liao, you can call me Xiao He. Okay. Su Chen lit the cigarette and took a puff. Cigarettes existed 50 years ago too. Su Chen even tried opium, but these things didn't have much meaning to him. After all, nicotine and opium couldn't affect his nerves at all, so there was no such thing as addiction. Don't get too excited for now. Let's take it slow. Zhang Ting quickly stopped them and said, Su Chen, can you roll 5 6s for me again, just like you did earlier? Su Chen picked up the dice cup, shook his wrist, and the dice fell into the cup. With a gentle shake, he revealed 5 dice stacked together. Can I do this? Xiao He's eyes almost popped out. He had originally thought of taking this opportunity to learn, but Su Chen just shook his wrist and rolled 5 6s. How could he learn? Should he imitate his movements or imitate his face? Zhang Ting's mouth hung open, unable to hide her foolish smile. She hit the jackpot. This time, she probably really hit the jackpot. Ting Jia, is the doubling of the salary you mentioned earlier still valid? Su Chen wasn't interested in money given by others, but when it came to earning his own money, the nature of it was different. Of course, Zheng Ting decisively said, as long as you work diligently and really have the drinking ability you claim, the base salary is 6,000, plus commission from alcohol sales. If your performance is good, it's simple to earn 10,000 to 20,000 a month. Okay. Su Chen had some understanding of modern prices. A caddy of rice was only 2 or 3 yuan, and pork in Qingzhou City was only around 10 yuan per caddy. Earning 10,000 to 20,000 a month would be considered a high income even 50 years ago. Alright, tonight Xiao He will take you to accompany my group of sisters, Zheng Ting said to He Liao. Xiao He, teach him the things you usually play with, he doesn't know. He Liao was a bit confused. Just now, seeing Su Chen's dice rolling skills, he thought Su Chen was a master who frequented nightclubs. He didn't expect Zheng Ting to ask him to bring Su Chen alone. Su Gu, right? Have you played 1520 before? Xiao He asked Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head honestly. He Liao took a deep breath and briefly explained the rules to him. Then the two started playing. 1520, 15, 1520, 5. He Liao was stunned. You're really lucky. You won on the first round. Let's try again. Su Chen smiled. This little game was too simple. Regardless of psychological speculation, based on his reaction speed, as long as he didn't want to lose, there was no possibility of losing. The two played 20 rounds in a row, and He Liao's mentality was already shattered. Ting Jia, are you sure he really doesn't know? There weren't many customers in the establishment now, and He Liao shouted loudly. He was truly doubting his life. He was known as the little alcohol god in the Clear Mind bar, not because he could drink a lot, but because he was skilled in various small games played in bars. But now, playing a game of 1520, losing 20 rounds in a row, even though he hadn't been drinking, his mentality was already shattered. Zheng Ting had already walked over and glanced at Su Chen, saying, he said he doesn't know. I lost 20 rounds. He Liao looked at Zheng Ting with a look of despair. He's obviously pretending to be weak. Zheng Ting was also shocked. It's difficult to win 20 rounds in a row in a game of 1520 under normal circumstances. At least in all these years, it was the first time she had seen it. Then let's play something else. He Liao said helplessly, how about finger guessing? Su Chen looked at him. Don't tell me you don't know how to play. Xiao He was relieved that they had only played for fun earlier. Otherwise, if they started with 20 drinks, he probably wouldn't have to go to work tonight. Su Chen nodded again. I really don't know. Xiao He explained the rules to him again. 10 minutes later, Xiao He and Zhang Ting sat across from Su Chen, dumbfoundedly staring at him. Xiao He lost 35 rounds in a row, and Zhang Ting lost 21 rounds. They collectively shut down. Let's play Bull Bull. Xiao He explained the rules of Bull Bull to Su Chen again. After 3 rounds, they stopped playing. Su Chen had a Bull Bull hand every round. What's the point of playing? Zhang Ting finally understood. Whenever it came to dice and finger guessing games, Su Chen was invincible. Xiao Su, let me tell you, you're really talented at playing these games, but you can't play like this. Zhang Ting has completely witnessed Su Chen's skills, but she still has to say, when you play with customers, if you win every round and they don't have a gaming experience, you should lose 3 rounds for every win, and at least lose 1 round in the West. Also, if a customer loses 3 times in a row, you have to accompany them for a drink. If Su Chen is invincible when accompanying customers, who would dare to play with him after experiencing it once? Accompanying customers for drinks. Although Su Chen has never worked in this industry before, he has spent a lot of time in entertainment venues. He knows how to make customers happy, just like those courtesans. Of course, he sells skills, not his body. That's a matter of principle. Ting Jia, I know what to do. Su Chen smiled and asked, do you know what the strongest liquor here is? Bring a cask. A cask? You're exaggerating a bit. Zhang Ting said, the strongest liquor we have here is the last man standing. Since you claim to be able to drink, play with Yun Jia and the others later. If you can really drink 6 cups without falling, Yun Jia and the others will definitely be excited. Last man standing? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This is really a strange name. He Liao took a deep breath and said, Su Gui, you're not really going to drink it, are you? If you do, let's make a deal. I won't join you in going crazy. After drinking those 6 cups, you'll be out for at least 3 days. Su Chen curiously stared at He Liao. He Liao explained, there's a specific way to drink this liquor. Each person has to finish 6 cups in one go, and whoever falls last is the last man standing. What's the point of falling last? After drinking those 6 cups, even if you don't have a stomach hemorrhage, you'll definitely be out of it. Our friend Chuan Gu, who can drink the most, was bedridden for 3 days after drinking those 6 cups. I didn't want to touch alcohol for a whole week after I finished drinking it. Is it that exaggerated? I want to give it a try. Su Chen blinked with interest. Xiaoyi clasped his hands together and said to Su Chen, Su Go, when you want to play, give me a signal. I'll go to the restroom first, and then you can play slowly. Okay? If you propose to play, all the men at the table will definitely have to drink. Su Chen nodded and said, then I'll tap the table 3 times with my cup, and you can leave first. Thank you, Gu. He Liao now regards Su Chen as a deity. If Su Chen can really drink, he will be the god of the entire bar in the future. You're welcome. After some pleasantries with He Liao, Su Chen asked him to teach him some small games, and the two of them became completely familiar. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when more customers started coming to the bar. Yu Qi and Bai Qingyan actually came, and they even brought a woman with them. Su Chen noticed them as soon as they entered, but he had to pretend not to recognize them. Zhang Ting had extraordinary vision and immediately noticed that these 3 women were either rich or noble. As soon as these 3 women entered the bar, almost all the men who saw them couldn't take their eyes off. Yu Qi and the others sat at a nearby booth, and Zhang Ting didn't call any other waiters, but went over herself. Is it the first time for the 3 beautiful ladies to come here? Do you have any other friends with you? After Zhang Ting went over, she secretly glanced at these 3 women. Not to mention their stunning and delicate appearance, their temperament was extraordinary. As for the things they were wearing, they were outrageously expensive. Just the pair of diamond earrings that Yu Qi was wearing were worth at least 100,000, and Bai Qingyan's handbag started at 200,000. As for the other woman, Bai Qingyan's sister, Bai Miao Miao, her bracelet alone was worth at least 1 million. These 3 were the real wealthy women. Zhang Ting couldn't help but feel a bit nervous facing them. If these women, who were of such high status, were disturbed by some hooligans in her establishment, the consequences could be serious. She must ensure the safety of these 3 women and make sure they have a good time. Bai Miao Miao's makeup is more delicate than Yu Qi, and her temperament is even more aloof. Among the 3 of us, do you have any red wine here? Zhang Ting smiled and said, hello, as for red wine, we have white wine, sparkling wine, red wine. Do you have Romani Conti? Bai Miao Miao asked, and then she could tell from Zhang Ting's expression that they didn't have it, so she could only say, do you have Lafite? Zhang Ting smiled awkwardly and said, we have Lafite from 1996. 1996? Bai Miao Miao said with some disdain, bring a bottle over. Alright, Zhang Ting said, beautiful lady, Lafite from 1996 is sold for 28,888 per bottle here. If you want it, I can give you a 20% discount. Bai Miao Miao waved her hand and said, you don't need to give me a discount, I'll give you 30,000. After saying that, she pointed at Su Chen, who was choosing wine at the bar, and asked, I have a question for you, does that person work here? Zhang Ting was taken aback for a moment, looked in the direction she was pointing, and smiled. You mean the young man in front of the bar? He just started working here, his name is Su Chen. Is there something I can help you with? Zhang Ting was delighted in her heart. Could it be that this beautiful woman took a liking to Su Chen as soon as she came in? Is being handsome really enough to make a living? After hesitating for a while, Bai Miao Miao said, can you please ask him to come over? No problem. I'll call him over right away. Zhang Ting nodded and walked towards Su Chen. Su, could you go to K8? There's a beautiful lady who specifically requested your company. Make sure to take good care of her. Su Chen already knew the number of the private room in the bar. He knew that Yu Qi and the others were sitting in K8. Now that the boss asked him to go over, he naturally had no reason not to go. Alright, Sister Ting. Su Chen smiled and walked towards the table where Yu Qi was sitting. Yu Qi didn't want to come, but Bai Miao Miao insisted, so they had to go together. She was also curious about how Su Chen would treat Bai Miao Miao. Although Bai Miao Miao was not a young woman, she exuded a mature and unique charm. Mature, voluptuous, and beautiful. Could it be that he wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful woman? Su Chen walked to K8 with a more fake smile on his face. Ladies, may I take your order? You're Su Chen? Bai Miao Miao stared at Su Chen and frowned. You're working here now? As a waiter? Su Chen nodded. Yes, is there something I can do for you? Bai Miao Miao pondered for a moment and said, go with me to register for marriage tomorrow. After that, you will be my husband. I will give you 30,000 per month, provide you with a car, and help you find another job. You can do whatever you want, but you can't touch me. After we get married, we'll go our separate ways. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Do girls nowadays propose like this? Proposing marriage right after meeting? The Bai family. It seemed that Bai Miao Miao really didn't know his identity, so there was some misunderstanding. Miss Bai, right? I refuse, is that okay? Su Chen didn't even think about it, he refused the proposal. Maybe he would have agreed before finding this job, but now, he definitely wouldn't. Bai Miao Miao stared at Su Chen in astonishment. Was she rejected? Yu Qi and Bai Qingyan didn't need to say anything. They never expected Bai Miao to propose marriage right after meeting. Skipping all the steps and proposing marriage, wasn't that too exaggerated? If it got out that Bai Miao took the initiative to propose marriage, it would cause a huge sensation in their circle. And most importantly, she was rejected. Do you know what you're saying? Bai Miao's face turned cold as she looked at Su Chen seriously and said, I'll give you one last chance. Think it over before you answer me. Su Chen didn't hesitate and said, then I can only refuse you again. Bai Miao clenched her silver teeth. Her grandfather, Bai Zhixue, personally found her yesterday and asked her to get close to Su Chen. Although he didn't mention Su Chen's identity, it was clear that he valued Su Chen and told her to try to become friends with him. Even if they couldn't become friends, she couldn't offend him. In the past 2 years, her family had started pressuring her to get married, but Bai Miao didn't want to marry a rich second generation and become an idle person. The best solution was to marry a man of modest means. She felt that her grandfather was looking for a future husband for her. Yesterday, she went to Wutong Street and from the place where Su Chen lived, he didn't seem to be a wealthy person. Today, seeing Su Chen's appearance, he was quite handsome, at least pleasing to the eye. So she decided to compromise. But she never expected to be rejected. And she was rejected twice in a row. Zhang Ting saw Su Chen and Bai Miao talking, and Bai Miao's expression didn't seem to be good, so she walked over with a glass of wine. Hello, ladies. Here is the wine you requested, Zhang Ting said, followed by a waiter who specialized in opening wine. After all, a bottle of wine costing over 20,000 yuan was not cheap in their establishment, and there weren't many people who ordered it on a regular basis. Bai Miao eased the awkwardness a little and said, go ahead. Then the waiter opened the wine and started to let it breathe. Ladies, if you don't have any other friends, would you like little Su to accompany you for a few drinks? He just arrived today and may not be very talkative. Please don't be angry. Zhang Ting was good at reading people's expressions, but it wasn't appropriate to let Su Chen leave unless Bai Miao and the others explicitly said they didn't want him to accompany them. Bai Miao suddenly smiled, looked deeply at Su Chen, and asked, so you're responsible for accompanying us with drinks? Su Chen wasn't angry, but nodded and said, if Miss Bai wants me to accompany her for a drink, of course I won't refuse. Alright. Bai Miao pointed to the bottle of wine and said, let's finish this bottle first. After we finish, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Zhang Ting sensed that Bai Miao seemed a bit angry, but she couldn't say anything. She looked at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, can you drink? Su Chen smiled and said, not only can I drink, but I can also get paid for it. However, I don't know if it's 10,000 yuan for finishing one bottle or just this bottle. Bai Miao laughed happily. From the way you speak, how many bottles do you think you can drink? Su Chen pursed his lips and said, I think I can handle 7 or 8 bottles. Bring me 10 bottles. Bai Miao said, and pay with a credit card. 10 bottles? Zhang Ting quickly said, Miss Bai, hello. We only have 3 bottles of 1996 Lafite in our store, including this one. Other foreign wines are also fine, the price doesn't matter. Just take the most expensive ones in your store, make it a total of 10 bottles. I want to see how much he can drink today. Bai Miao originally didn't plan to offend Su Chen, but what he said made her a bit angry. From childhood to adulthood, she was always the one rejecting others. When had someone ever rejected her? Zhang Ting agreed and quickly had the waiter bring the wine. She followed along as well. Although Su Chen said he could drink, drinking 10 bottles of red wine and foreign wine would definitely render him useless. Zhang Ting brought 9 bottles of red wine, at least not mixing in any foreign wine, otherwise Su Chen wouldn't just be drunk. In addition, Zhang Ting brought a handheld POS machine and a receipt. Miss Bai, these 10 bottles of wine totaled 153,088 yuan. You can give us 150,000 yuan. She had also thought it through. If Su Chen couldn't drink anymore, she would knock him out and pour the wine into his mouth. Sell the wine first and then figure it out. Bai Miao took out a bank card from her bag and said, you don't need to give me a discount. The alcohol costs 160,000 yuan. Besides, you just stand here and watch. However many bottles he drinks, I'll swipe tens of thousands. Bai Miao has picked a fight with Su Chen today. Su Chen suddenly realized that he had chosen a really good profession. He picked up the bottle of red wine on the table and drank it in one go. In less than a minute, the bottle was empty, but Su Chen remained unfazed. He didn't deliberately suppress the alcohol, but the reason why alcohol makes people drunk is because it changes the state of the central nervous system from excitement to inhibition, resulting in a series of abnormal symptoms. But can Su Chen, a person like him, be affected by alcohol? That's just a joke. He would love to get drunk, but due to his constitution, it's destined to be difficult for him to get drunk. Drinking for him is just about the taste. This wine is not bad. Su Chen smacked his lips and said to the waiter who opened the wine, "Keep opening more." He Liao was accompanying guests at another table and looked over at Su Chen from afar, unable to help but gasp in amazement. The title of wine god is probably going to change hands. Su Chen's actions naturally attracted the attention of other customers and waiters in the bar. Bottles of wine were opened one after another, and Su Chen drank them all in one go. Fifth bottle. Yu Qi was also shocked. She had never seen someone who could drink so much. Not to mention her, even Zhang Ting, the owner of the bar, had never seen someone like Su Chen drink like this. Drinking 5 bottles of red wine without changing his expression and without slowing down, this was too incredible. She now completely believed what Su Chen had said. What does it mean to not get drunk after 1,000 cups? Such talent must not be let go by others. When Su Chen reached the 9th bottle, Bai Miaomiao's face turned pale. She had originally wanted to embarrass Su Chen, but she didn't expect him to actually drink it. It was already the 9th bottle, yet Su Chen still showed no signs of being drunk. Wait, is there something wrong with this wine? Bai Miaomiao, considering herself clever, realized that Su Chen's way of drinking was completely illogical. The only explanation was that there was something wrong with these wines. What if they were filled with grape juice? After all, she hadn't drunk any, she just paid the bill and said those words. It was not impossible for the owner to switch the alcoholic beverages with non-alcoholic ones like grape juice. There must be something wrong with the wine. Bai Miaomiao stared into Su Chen's eyes and carefully observed. Su Chen's eyes were clear. Even if he could drink, after 9 bottles of red wine, it was absolutely impossible to be in this state. When Su Chen heard her words, he stopped and handed her the last bottle of wine. He didn't say anything, but his eyes spoke volumes. If you think there's something wrong with the wine, then you drink it. Bai Miaomiao glared at Su Chen, snatched the bottle of red wine from his hand, and imitated Su Chen by drinking it in one go. As soon as the first sip entered her throat, Bai Miaomiao immediately realized that there was nothing wrong with the wine. This one gulp made her cough repeatedly, and after placing the wine bottle on the table, her expression became even more off. If this wine was genuine, then how did Su Chen manage to drink 9 bottles? Su Chen didn't think too much about it and continued to pick up the bottle of wine and drink it. Bai Miaomiao widened her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Su Chen to pick up the bottle she had just drunk from and continue drinking. The bottle had touched her saliva. Was this considered an intermittent kiss? Since she could remember, Bai Miaomiao had never had any intimate interaction with any man. Su Chen's actions made her blush uncontrollably, and she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol she had just drunk. Regardless, Bai Miaomiao felt offended. Finished. Su Chen placed the empty bottle on the table and looked at Bai Miaomiao with a smile. 1 bottle is worth 10,000, 10 bottles is worth 100,000. This money was earned quite easily. Bai Miaomiao hadn't spoken yet when Zhang Ting walked up briskly and poured a glass of wine, saying, "Miss Bai, Su Chen just arrived today and he's a bit ignorant. I apologize on his behalf. As for the joke you made earlier about the bet, let's forget about it. There's really no need to compare. Our bar has rules, and Su Chen can no longer accept your money." Zhang Ting could see the situation clearly. It was obvious that Bai Miaomiao was not an ordinary person. The drinks she ordered earlier were quite expensive, and she had already suffered enough at their bar. It was only natural not to push it further. If Su Chen won 100,000 yuan, offended Bai Miaomiao, and then decided he didn't need to work anymore because he had money, that would truly be a loss. The best course of action was to not let Su Chen accept money and give Bai Miaomiao a way out. Bai Miaomiao was already angry and her mood was extremely complicated. When she heard Zhang Ting's words, she no longer insisted and gave Su Chen a disdainful look, saying, "Then I won't give it to you. Even if you give it to me, I might not want it," Su Chen said with a smile that seemed to have a hidden meaning. Without saying these words, he looked quite charming, but saying them made even Zhang Ting feel that Su Chen was provoking them. "Are you the boss?" Bai Miaomiao glanced at Zhang Ting and gritted her teeth, saying, "I don't want to see him now. Make him stay away. I'm really sorry. He just arrived today. I will teach him well." Zhang Ting kept apologizing and signaled to Su Chen. Coldly, she said, "Su Chen, come with me." Su Chen obediently followed Zhang Ting and left the K8 private room. "Su Chen, didn't you say you know how to please women?" Zhang Ting complained. "Is this the attitude you have towards customers?" Su Chen blinked and said, "I didn't say I know how to please women. Isn't my job to sell alcohol? I just sold 10 bottles earlier." Zhang Ting was momentarily speechless. Normally, to get female customers in a bar to buy drinks, you had to be good-looking and sweet-talking. Su Chen almost made Bai Miaomiao explode just now, but he sold 10 bottles of high-end wine in his first order, which couldn't be denied. His first sale reached 160,000 yuan, breaking the bar's record. If it weren't for Zhang Ting's interference just now, Su Chen might have even earned 100,000 yuan on his own. But now, Su Chen remained calm, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. Zhang Ting let out a heavy sigh and said, "Anyway, in the future, don't offend customers. For this order, I will give you a 10% commission, which is 16,000 yuan. It will be settled together with your salary at the end of the month." She also saw Su Chen's exceptional abilities. It was hard to find someone like him, even if you searched with a lantern. "Go to Xiaoyi's table and accompany the customers," Zhang Ting instructed. "I'll say it again, don't offend the customers. If there are male customers at the table you're assigned to, try to find an excuse to leave and don't steal their limelight." Zhang Ting's bar also had private rooms. If female customers came looking for handsome guys, they usually wouldn't stay in the main hall. To put it bluntly, women who came to a sober bar to find young men were usually lonely and it was impossible for nothing to happen. Su Chen's job was essentially a gigolo. But Zhang Ting also had her rules. The wealthy women who came to play knew that if they wanted to sleep with those young men, they had to rely on their own abilities. If money couldn't buy them, they couldn't force it. Of course, if a man had already lowered his dignity to do this, as long as he was paid, they wouldn't refuse the customer's request. Zhang Ting had seen too much over the years. In the nightlife scene, it wasn't easy for men to earn money from those wealthy women. Some rich women are fat, ugly, and old, but they have many demands. They might even do some insulting things, but as long as you can endure it, the money you earn that night will be enough to splurge. "Su Chen, work hard, I believe in you," Zhang Ting said. "I will choose some young and attractive female clients for you. If you don't want to sleep with them, just stick to your own bottom line. If there's any trouble, I will help you solve it." Zhang Ting didn't force Su Chen, who looked quite young and should still be studying. If these young people were to be tormented by those rich women, they would probably have psychological shadows in the future. "Thank you, Sister Ting." Su Chen nodded at Zhang Ting and followed her to Xiaoyi's table. The female clients at Xiaoyi's table were all around 30 years old. These women were dressed in a flashy and vulgar manner, but they looked wealthy. When these women saw Su Chen, their eyes lit up. This was even more dazzling than the appearance of men seeing beautiful women. Without a doubt, they were all wealthy people, some of whom were married, but their husbands were not young anymore. Some men lose their combat effectiveness as they age, and these women were not satisfied. There is a saying that goes, in your most fierce age, you meet the most fierce person. Su Chen and Xiaoyi were in their most fierce age, and after Zhang Ting introduced them to these rich women, they immediately called for a private room to sing. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. Su Chen had only been awake for 2 days, and although he had spent half a day shopping with Yu Qi, there were still many new things he hadn't seen before, including the job he was doing now. Since the rise of the human race, the status of women has not been very high, and in the brothels, it is always women who receive men. Like the job Su Chen was doing now, it was his first time. 5 rich women led them towards the private room, and one of them, who still had good features and charm, stood up and hooked her arm around Su Chen's, rubbing her fuller parts against his arm. Su Chen was not a very proud person. He used to be a beggar and a servant, and he had bowed and scraped before. When doing a job, one must do their duty. Su Chen did not struggle and even had a faint smile on his face. From ancient times to the present, human aesthetics have been constantly changing, and Su Chen had seen countless beauties, tall and short, fat and thin, each with their own uniqueness. The rich woman holding onto him was not beautiful in his eyes, but she couldn't be called ugly either. The group entered the private room like this. The rich woman was a head shorter than Su Chen, and seeing that he didn't reject her, she tilted her head back and asked with a smile, "Little brother, how old are you this year?" Su Chen also smiled and replied, "I'm 20, beauty, you should be 2 or 3 years older than me, right?" Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver when he heard this. Damn it, he had just said to bring Su Chen along. This guy said something like that. His conscience must not hurt. 2 or 3 years older than you? The rich woman smiled even brighter. Although she knew Su Chen was just trying to please her, wasn't she here to have fun? "Little brother, you really know how to talk. Yun Jie will reward you later." Gao Yun also had her own company. Although her wealth was not as vast as others, she still had several million. She divorced her husband 2 years ago and focused all her energy on work. Being single for a long time, she also wanted to find a companion, but her age was a concern. She was afraid that men were only after her money, so she decided not to remarry. She would occasionally come to the nightclub to have fun and find a strong and energetic handsome young man to enjoy herself. Wasn't that great? When she saw Su Chen, she was truly moved. Su Chen looked so young, but he also had the maturity of an older man. Especially when he smiled, Gao Yun felt her heart pounding. She had been used to playing around for a long time and hadn't felt like this in a while. "Are you Yun Jie?" Tingjie mentioned you to me today. Suchin smiled and said, Tingjie said you can hold your liquor, so I'll make sure to keep you company tonight. Nonsense. Don't listen to her. Zhang Ting is also a good friend of mine, and I'll definitely come to take care of your business regularly. Gao Yun tightened her grip on Su Chen and said with concern, I saw you drinking so much at that table earlier. If you can't handle it, we'll drink less later and I'll take you out for a late night snack. Not drink anymore? Isn't Su Chen's job now to drink and accompany guests? If the customer says to drink less, how can he refuse? Su Chen shook his head and said, It's fine, I've had enough earlier, but I feel a connection with you, Yunjie. I'm definitely not going home sober tonight. If Bai Miao saw this scene, she would be furious. Su Chen's attitude towards her just now is completely different from now. Great! Tonight, we won't go home sober. Gao Yun also became excited, especially when Su Chen said they had a connection. Whether it was true or not, it made her feel that Su Chen at least had a good impression of her. Gao Yun regained her confidence and suddenly felt that she still had some charm. Maybe Su Chen likes mature women like her? However, Su Chen had his own plan. Even if he can hold his liquor, he can't show it. Especially when this woman seems to be really interested in him. He can only get her drunk. Zhang Ting entered the private room at this time. She still had some concerns about Su Chen's impulsive nature. Didn't she see how angry Bai Miao was just now? How is it, Yunjie? Is Su Chen okay? Zhang Ting asked, feeling a bit nervous, but when she saw the smile on Gao Yun's face, her worried heart relaxed. He's great. From now on, whenever I come, I'll have Su Chen accompany me. Gao Yun had a very good impression of Su Chen. Zhang Ting never expected that Su Chen had already won Gao Yun's favor before even starting. They played a few rounds of drinking games with the three men they called in. Gao Yun and her friends wanted one man each, and there was another important reason. Gao Yun had her eyes on Su Chen tonight and didn't want anyone else to compete with her. Zhang Ting also felt a bit guilty but quickly called in three young handsome men. At this point, Su Chen had already started drinking with the rich women. Gao Yun ordered 2 cases of beer and 2 bottles of foreign liquor, and they drank vigorously. After a few glasses, Su Chen even appeared a bit drunk. Su Chen, can you still drink? Gao Yun asked. If you can't handle it, we can go to a room and rest. How could Su Chen let her have her way? He waved his hand and said, let's continue drinking. We agreed not to go home sober, so we won't. Gao Yun also had some concerns. If Su Chen ends up completely drunk later, it won't be fun. But since Su Chen said so, she could only continue drinking with him. However, she started mixing beer with liquor. Su Chen had already drunk so much red wine earlier. Even if his alcohol tolerance was impressive, he should be reaching his limit soon. Su Chen also suggested playing some games, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. He maintained a rhythm of winning 2 rounds and losing 1. After half an hour, the private room was filled with laughter and cries. One of the rich women was in tears, singing Love That Came Late, which had a devastating effect. Su Chen had a drink and banged the table, showing off his singing skills. Even if the customers sang horribly, it was still heavenly. Gao Yun prided herself on her alcohol tolerance, but after drinking a dozen glasses mixed with liquor, her speech started to slur, and she became bolder, even trying to kiss Su Chen while hugging him. Su Chen covered her mouth with his hand and smiled. Yunjie, I'm not a casual person, please have some self-respect. Another wealthy woman nearby looked at them with interest. After all, they had just been intimate with other guys. Yunjie's face also showed a hint of anger. She turned over, picked up her bag, took out her wallet, and placed a stack of red banknotes on the table, saying arrogantly, kiss me once, 1,000. 1,000 yuan for a kiss. If it were someone like He Liao, they could have rushed up and hugged Yunjie until she went bankrupt. However, Su Chen slowly stood up, his smile unchanged, looking down at Yunjie from a higher position. Yunjie, as I said, I'm not that kind of person. I won't take your money. I only earn the salary I deserve. You make me feel insulted. Drinking is fine, but for anything else, unless I want to, giving money is useless. Today is my first day at work, I can just quit. Su Chen found this job quite interesting, but it was ridiculous to think that she wanted to kiss him in exchange for money. Bai Miao outside even wanted to marry him, but he rejected her, didn't he? You! Yunjie bit her lip and pointed at Su Chen, trembling with anger. Coming to a place like this, of course, she had ulterior motives. But now, Su Chen actually refused her money and even said he could quit. You have character. I like it. Yunjie took a deep breath, a smile appearing on her face again. She quickly reached out to pull Su Chen's sleeve and said, Xiao Su, don't be angry. Yunjie was just joking with you. Don't take it so seriously. Sit down quickly, let's continue drinking. Yunjie suddenly became even more excited. She didn't lack money, and naturally didn't lack men either. Su Chen's temper made her even more interested. Although he was younger, if it was true love, then it didn't matter. It was said that haste makes waste, especially for someone like Su Chen who had just started working and didn't even care about money. That was interesting. Many men felt bored after conquering a woman's body. But when a woman really wanted to conquer a man, she wanted to win his heart. Yunjie now wanted to completely conquer the man in front of her with her mature woman's charm, not damn money. Su Chen didn't make any more trouble. Since Yunjie said so, he sat down and continued drinking with them. He Liao and the other men were dumbfounded. Damn! My brother is amazing. He easily conquered Yunjie. You should know that Yunjie is a regular customer here, and He Liao has accompanied her before. That night, He Liao was only 19 years old, and his male hormones were already strong. But after accompanying Yunjie for a few nights, he was almost exhausted, and she still wasn't satisfied. Unlike Su Chen, who was eating soft rice, the king among ducks, these wealthy women were also heavy drinkers. They had been drinking from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., and they had already finished 8 bottles of liquor and 6 cases of beer. Zhang Ting walked into the private room at this time, had a drink with Yunjie, and asked, Yunjie, are you still having fun tonight? Yunjie finished her drink in one gulp and laughed, I'm having a great time. Xiaosu is really good, he can talk, and I like his temper. Maybe I'll come here often in the future. Zhang Ting smiled and said, as long as you're happy. By the way, can I take Su Chen out for a moment? His friend is looking for him. Yunjie hesitated for a moment and said, Su Chen is your person, and his friend is looking for him. Why can't he go? I'm not that petty. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Ting. His friend? Could it be that Yu Qi and the others hadn't left yet? Then thank you. Zhang Ting waved at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, come with me for a moment. Su Chen and Zhang Ting walked to the door of the private room. The music in the lobby was extremely noisy, so Zhang Ting had to shout loudly in his ear, Miss Bai just asked you to come over. Su Chen nodded. Zhang Ting asked loudly again, do you two know each other before? Su Chen shook his head. He had just met Bai Miao Miao. Zhang Ting patted Su Chen's shoulder, indicating for him to go over. Sure enough, Yu Qi and the others were still sitting at K8, with only a few bottles of beer in front of them, chatting about something. Zhang Ting led Su Chen to K8, and Bai Miao Miao looked at Su Chen with some dissatisfaction. This guy would rather accompany those old women than her. Although Bai Miao Miao didn't like the arranged marriage at home, it was her business. Being rejected completely changed the situation. Su Chen, shall we officially get to know each other now? Bai Miao Miao reached out her delicate jade hand to Su Chen. Su Chen politely shook hands with her, and it felt quite comfortable to hold her soft and boneless hand. Bai Miao Miao glanced at Zhang Ting, who tactfully walked away at this time, no longer eavesdropping on their conversation. My name is Bai Miao Miao. I am currently the vice president of Fengye Group. I don't know why my grandfather asked me to find you, and I don't know your background either. But if you are willing to work in my company, I can arrange a good job for you. Bai Miao Miao said, at least better than your current job. Su Chen sat opposite Bai Miao Miao and said, I am satisfied with my current job, so I don't need it. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Bai. Bai Miao Miao raised her eyebrows and said, isn't your current job just accompanying those old women to drink? Is it really difficult for you to marry me as I suggested before? Su Chen nodded and said, I'm sorry, I sell alcohol, not myself. Who asked you to sell yourself? Bai Miao Miao was almost infuriated. It seemed as if she wanted to do something to Su Chen. But I really like my current job, and I don't think the customers I accompany are old. Su Chen was already an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. What kind of woman would he consider old? Bai Qingyan couldn't help but say, Xiaosu, do you really like older women? I didn't believe it when you said you had no feelings for Sister Yu before, but now I finally believe it. Su Chen glanced at her and said, my job is to accompany customers to drink. As long as they buy alcohol, I will accompany them. It has nothing to do with whether I like older women or not. In my eyes, there is no difference between you and them. Bai Miao Miao was almost driven crazy by him. What did he mean by saying there was no difference between him and those old women? Those old women obviously came here for a reason. Could they be the same? However, she calmed down a bit now. Without knowing Su Chen's background, she decided to temporarily swallow her anger. Previously, Bai Miao Miao thought that Su Chen was chosen by her grandfather, but now that she thought about it, even Yu Qi and Yi Xiaoxuan were interested in Su Chen. Maybe he really had something special. Then just sit here and drink with us. Bai Qingyan said, isn't it better to accompany us, these young ladies, than those old women? I really support your job. Su Chen looked at the alcohol on the table, squinted his eyes slightly, and asked, is this all the alcohol? Is it enough? Bai Miao Miao realized that this guy was just a freeloader. He refused to marry her and receive pocket money. He didn't want a decent job either. He just enjoyed being a freeloader here. Bring me another 10 cases of beer. Bai Miao clenched her fist. She had never been treated so poorly before. Okay, Miss Bai, what kind of beer would you like? The most expensive one we have here is Corona 128 per bottle. So, you want 10 cases, which is 120 bottles. Su Chen had a smile on his face. He made money. Today, Zhang Ting also mentioned the commission to him. If it's the table he's in charge of, he gets a 10% commission on drinks. That adds up to 1,500 in his pocket. Bai Miao gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, go get it. I'll come over to see you drink whenever I have time." "You're most welcome," Su Chen replied and walked over to Zhang Ting to ask for 10 boxes of Corona. "Little Su, that's great. You're already showing such potential on your first day of work. You're bound to become our ace in the future," Zhang Ting said, unable to contain her laughter. She had truly struck gold with someone like him. The bar's business would surely thrive with such talent. "I will definitely become the ace," Su Chen said confidently. He had confidence in himself, having worked in various industries. No matter what he did, he would always become the best. Selling alcohol was no challenge for him. All right, you go and accompany Miss Bai and the others. I'll have someone bring the drinks over. Remember, don't make them angry again." "Those 3 beauties are not to be trifled with," Zhang Ting said, afraid that Su Chen would really provoke Bai Miao. "That wouldn't be fun." "Don't worry, I won't," Su Chen said and left. The 10 boxes of beer were brought over right after. Su Chen winked at Bai Miao and said, "Since we're going to drink, why not play a game?" Bai Miao gritted her teeth and said, "Sure, let's play. Are you scared? Dice or drinking game?" Su Chen had just learned these things today, but he effortlessly brought them up, as if he were an old pro. "Dice," Bai Miao provocatively said, "just the 2 of us." "Just the 2 of us? All right." Su Chen remembered not to appear too skilled. He had been a bit too arrogant when drinking wine earlier. Once they started, Su Chen began losing from the very first round, losing 5 rounds in a row. Bai Miao finally felt a sense of satisfaction for avenging herself. "Let's continue." Bai Miao shook the dice, staring at Su Chen. She wanted more. Su Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I might not be able to drink much more." "Aren't you a professional drinking companion? Hurry up, stop talking." Bai Miao thought Su Chen was feeling the effects of the wine. Wasn't he very arrogant just now? He could down 10 bottles, but now he couldn't handle 5 cups? Su Chen, with a flushed face, reluctantly continued playing with her. He mostly lost 2 rounds and won 1. This made Bai Miao feel even more triumphant. As the bottles of alcohol decreased one by one, Su Chen kept saying he couldn't drink anymore, but he kept drinking. Bai Miao had already gone to the restroom twice, while Su Chen sat there as steady as a rock, though his face clearly showed signs of intoxication. Yu Qi couldn't help but look at Su Chen deeply. This guy had an amazing tolerance. "Sis, let's just stop here," Bai Qingyan said, afraid. She didn't know if Su Chen was drunk or not, but Bai Miao definitely was. "No way. Let's continue. You 2 should drink too." After getting drunk, Bai Miao's face was no longer cold. Alcohol could indeed make people excited to a certain extent. Yu Qi picked up her glass and said, "I can't handle more than 1 glass." "You drink. Today, I want to see if Miss Yu can really be taken down with just 1 glass." Bai Miao became more and more excited and started arguing with Yu Qi. Yu Qi didn't say much and downed a glass in 1 gulp. Then, she immediately collapsed onto the sofa. Su Chen was truly amazed. Her acting was a bit too exaggerated. Bai Qingyan pitifully said, "Sis, you know me, I'm also a lightweight." Bai Miao stared at her and said, "Bullshit. Don't think I don't know. You've been to these places many times. Hurry up and drink. If you dare to collapse, I'll make Su Chen kiss you." "So harsh? Are you really my sister?" Bai Qingyan almost cried, but she could only pick up her glass and start drinking. Yu Qi pretended to be drunk because if they were all drunk, at least they could safely go home. Bai Qingyan couldn't pretend anymore. And so, Bai Qingyan also joined their camp. After another half an hour, Gao Yun and her group stumbled out of the private room. She settled the bill and started looking around. After all, her sisters had all found someone to accompany them, but Su Chen was nowhere to be found. "Zhang Ting, where's Xiao Su?" Gao Yun's eyes were unfocused, she couldn't even walk straight. The bar was crowded and the lights were dim. She looked around for a long time but couldn't find Su Chen. Zhang Ting quickly smiled and said, "Yunjia, I'm sorry." Su Chen was called away by his friend. He took a leave. "Do you want me to find another guy to accompany you tonight?" At this time, Su Chen was with Bai Miao and the others. Since Gao Yun didn't see Su Chen, Zhang Ting definitely couldn't mention this matter. When women fight, it can be a very scary thing, and Zhang Ting didn't want to offend anyone. Gao Yun waved her hand and said, "No need. Tell Xiaosu that I had a great time today. I'll come find him in a few days. Then let me see you off." Zhang Ting politely escorted them out of the bar, then heaved a sigh of relief. As the owner of the bar, there were certain things that had to be kept secret. By 2 o'clock in the morning, there were fewer customers in the bar. They had finished all the drinks on their table, and as for Bai Miao Miao, she was already sleeping soundly on the sofa. Yuqi sat up and said, "Alright, let's call it a night." Su Chen smiled, "I'll come again tomorrow." "You're not drunk?" Yuqi frowned and stared at Su Chen. Su Chen said, "I can get drunk." "Liar." Yuqi rolled her eyes at him and then helped Bai Miao Miao up. Bai Qingyan seemed to have a better alcohol tolerance than Bai Miao Miao, at least she could still speak normally. "Comrade Xiaosu, you can really drink. I admire you, Bai Qingyan." "Likewise." Su Chen nodded at her. "Comrade Xiao Bai, remember to come here often." Su Chen didn't mind having some connection with the descendants of Yu Goen and the others. Let it be fate, there was no need to deliberately distance himself or deliberately get closer. Bai Qingyan smiled, showing her teeth. "Of course, I will introduce you to some aunties in the future. If you don't want to work hard anymore, remember to tell me." Su Chen said, "Don't worry, if I don't want to work hard anymore, you will be my first choice. After all, you were the first to sign up." Yuqi had never seen someone as shameless as Su Chen. He had just refused so decisively, and now he was saying such things. Even if he really looked like Panin and was talented, it wasn't anything special, he was still a single dog. "Xiao Bai, let's go." Yuqi helped Bai Miao Miao and walked towards the exit of the bar. Su Chen also stood up and asked, "Do you want me to walk you guys home?" It wasn't too late now. In Su Chen's previous concept, it was very dangerous for girls to walk alone at night. "No need." Yuqi helped Bai Miao Miao to the aisle. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man with a dragon tattoo and a smirk on his face blocked their way. "Beauty, leaving so early? How about having a few more drinks with me, big brother?" Su Chen hadn't moved yet, but Zhang Ting had already walked over. She had been watching this table almost the whole night. She didn't want anything unpleasant to happen to Bai Miao Miao and her group in her place. Even a slight unpleasantness was not good. "Step aside." Yuqi coldly glanced at the young man. The young man chuckled and said, "Little missy, you have quite the temper. I like." "Put." With a muffled groan, the young man's words came to an abrupt end. Yuqi supported Bai Miao Miao with one hand and delivered a punch to the young man's abdomen with the other. Her speed was astonishing. Clearly someone who had trained the force of this punch is not small. The young man looks strong with well-developed muscles, but after taking this punch, he immediately feels too much pain to speak and crouches down, clutching his abdomen. "Get lost." Yuqi coldly shouts, supporting Bai Miao Miao and continuing to walk to the side. The young man's companions, who were originally watching from the side, also come over one by one, looking fierce and ready for a fight. Zhang Ting is quick to react and has already walked over, sternly saying, "Liang Hu, what do you think you're doing? Sit down, all of you." Although she is just a woman, she has some face as the owner of this bar. These people are all hooligans and ruffians, and of course they know who owns this bar. After being scolded by Zhang Ting, they don't know whether to stand or sit. At this moment, a man in a suit walks over. He is Su Chuan, Zhang Ting's husband. Su Chuan immediately grabs the hair of the young man who just blocked Yuqi and stares at him, asking, "Have you had too much to drink?" Chuan Ji. "I'm sorry, I drank too much." The young man doesn't even have the courage to look Su Chuan in the eye and repeatedly apologizes, "I'm sorry. You really seem to have had too much to drink. Who should you apologize to?" Su Chuan releases his hair, raises an eyebrow, and exudes an intimidating aura without anger. The young man, enduring the pain in his abdomen, nods and bows to Yuqi, "I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong." Yuqi's face eases slightly and she says, "Forget it." After saying that, she supports Bai Miao Miao and walks out. Su Chuan says to Su Chen, "Su Chen, why don't you come out with me to see off the three beauties?" Su Chen nods. When he applied for the job yesterday, he met Su Chuan, so they already know each other. After leaving the bar, Su Chuan apologizes again to Yuqi and Bai Qingyan, and asks if they need a designated driver. Yuqi says she hasn't been drinking and then asks Bai Qingyan to support Bai Miao Miao while he drives. When Su Chuan sees Yuqi's car, he breaks out in a cold sweat. He runs a bar and has heard some rumors and gossip. Not to mention how awesome that car is, the license plate has some background. "Miss you from the Yu family." If something had happened just now, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If anything happened to Yuqi, his bar would probably have to close tomorrow. Fortunately, he handled it in time. After Bai Miao Miao is helped into the car, Su Chuan remained standing in place, continuously nodding and bowing, apologizing over and over again. Only when the taillights of the car disappear from his sight does he straighten his back and wipe away a cold sweat. Su Chen remains expressionless throughout, just watching Su Chuan's performance. Su Chen, right? Do you know those three beauties from earlier? Su Chuan has to ask this question, just in case Su Chen also has a big background. Su Chen says, I know them, they're from the same school as me. Su Chuan asks, is the girl who got physical earlier surnamed Yu? Yes, Yuchi, Su Chen says, the other two girls are surnamed Bai. Su Chuan swallows hard, do you know their identities? Miss Yu from the Yu family, and the two from the Bai family, damn, it really is them. Su Chen remains silent, pretending not to know anything. You go to the same school as them, but you don't know their identities? Su Chuan lights a cigarette. After being frightened earlier, he has become more talkative now. He needs someone to talk to in order to calm down. Su Chen shakes his head, I only know that they're wealthy, but I'm not very familiar with them. Of course. If you were close to them, why would you be working at this crappy place? Su Chuan says, you know about Fengye Group, right? The largest media company in the country. Su Chen shakes his head again, I just came out of the mountains. Today is the first time I've heard of it. Just came out of the mountains? Su Chuan glances at Su Chen and says, then you definitely don't know about the Yu family. Forget it, let's go inside. He suddenly felt like he was playing the piano to a cow. Damn it, this kid probably doesn't even know that the three girls he was just with are the goddesses of countless men's dreams. If any one of them takes a liking to him, he can easily live off their wealth. Su Chuan entered the bar and immediately started gossiping with Zhang Ting about what he had just learned. Zhang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath of relief when she found out that nothing had happened tonight. Su Chen, come take a break, Zhang Ting waved to Su Chen after finishing her conversation with Su Chuan, and asked with a smile, how does it feel on your first day of work? Not bad, Su Chen smiled. Zhang Ting said, since I promised you, I will try my best to fulfill it. Your internship period is over, and your base salary will be 6,000 yuan plus commission. How do you feel about that? That's great. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this salary package, especially since the base salary was originally only 1,800 yuan. Then let's sign the contract tomorrow. You're still studying, right? At least work for a year. If you do well, I'll give you a raise every month. Zhang Ting saw Su Chen's potential. Based on his performance tonight, if Su Chen said the salary was not enough, she would definitely raise it immediately. But now she was worried that Su Chen might quit halfway. This was a truly talented person who could hold his liquor and excel at various games. If someone else poached him, it would be a big loss. People who work in bars usually don't have contracts, but Su Chen was a bit different. He had to sign a contract, otherwise Zhang Ting wouldn't feel at ease. Okay. Su Chen had originally planned to continue working anyway. 1 year was nothing to him, so he casually agreed. As for the contract, if he really didn't want to work anymore, no one could stop him. In this world, there was probably no one who could truly restrain him. Zhang Ting nodded and said, let's exchange WeChat. I'll transfer your salary to you through WeChat in the future. WeChat? Su Chen was a bit confused. He took out his phone, which had the WeChat app installed, but he had been using Baidu all day today and didn't have time to set up WeChat. Yes, let's exchange WeChat. It'll be more convenient if we need to contact each other, Zhang Ting said. Let me scan yours. Su Chen opened WeChat and asked, how do I do it? Zhang Ting's expression froze for a moment as she stared at his phone and asked, are you trying to tell me that you've never used WeChat before? Su Chen nodded earnestly, today is my first day using a phone, so I haven't figured out how to use WeChat yet. Zhang Ting was speechless for a long time. You didn't just come out of the mountains, did you? Su Chen nodded again, teach me how to use it. This time, Zhang Ting was convinced. She couldn't imagine that Su Chen had just come out of some deep mountain forest. After all, even young children these days are proficient in using phones and even chatting on WeChat. After some guidance and explanation, Su Chen finally learned how to use WeChat. Zhang Ting also patiently taught him how to handle money and how to withdraw and use it. As a grown man, it's not good to have no money at all. But it's also best not to spend money recklessly. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell Sister Ting. Zhang Ting's impression of Su Chen was still good. At least, up to this point, she had been very reliable. He also began to believe that if Lin Yin had any trouble, Zhang Ting would definitely come forward to help. The business at the sober bar was good. Even though Su Chen's performance today amazed many people, in reality, most people were focused on their own drinks and the girls in front of them. So there weren't actually many people who noticed Su Chen. Although Su Chen was busy the whole night, he would occasionally pay attention to Lin Yun. This kind of place, just like the brothels in the past, was a mix of good and bad people. Considering Lin Yun's appearance, it should be easy for someone to harass her in this kind of place. But in reality, those customers would at most say a few words, and even some people who wanted to invite Lin Yun for a drink didn't feel too embarrassed after being rejected. They would just smile and let it go. Suchin also noticed that the reason why those customers were so well behaved was probably because there was a woman accompanying them tonight. It was past 3:30 in the morning when the number of customers at the bar gradually decreased, and Zhang Ting called Su Chen and Lin Yun over. Except for the busy staff and some employees who left with customers, the remaining people were called into a private room by Zhang Ting. It was like a summary meeting for today, praising those who performed well and pointing out areas where some people didn't do well and needed to pay attention. Zhang Ting specifically asked Su Chen and Lin Yun to introduce themselves, but she only lightly praised Su Chen, saying that his performance today was not bad, without excessive praise. After the meeting, Zhang Ting called Su Chen aside and said, "Su Chen, you just arrived today, and being too prominent as a newcomer can easily make you a target. Be a bit more low-key in the future, and when it's time to get drunk, get drunk. 1,000 cups of wine are not enough, and when it's time to get drunk, one should get drunk." Zhang Ting thought that Su Chen was young and impulsive, and didn't have a sense of proportion in some things. But she didn't know that he was an experienced old fox who understood these principles. Whether he wanted to be high-profile or low-key depended on his mood. There was nothing else tonight, so Zhang Ting let Su Chen and the others go off work. Su Chen changed back into his own clothes and didn't deliberately get close to Lin Yun. But when he walked out of the bar's entrance, he only saw Lin Yun riding away on an electric scooter. He walked on the street for over an hour, and when the morning sun was rising, he took a stroll around the entire Qingzhou city and saw many things. Finally, he learned how to take a taxi to school and how to use mobile payment. At the entrance of the school, Su Chen found a small stall, ordered a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks, finished eating, and walked into the school. When he reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he noticed that many people were secretly looking at him with strange expressions. Su Chen walked to the door of room 306 and knocked. The door opened quickly, and the three roommates stood at the door, staring at Su Chen. "Su Ge, you're back?" The one who spoke was Wang Junlin, the young man who chatted with Su Chen in the corridor yesterday. Su Chen nodded and smiled slightly. "I'm back." Wang Junlin smirked and said, "Su Ge, your bed has been made for you." What Su Chen did yesterday was unprecedented, and there were probably no followers behind him. What was the status of Yu Xinghe in the school? Su Chen clearly dealt with Yu Xinghe, and even the people Yu Xinghe called were all taken care of. "Brother, let's introduce ourselves formally," Wang Junlin said. "My name is Wang Junlin, you can call me Xiao Wang or Xiao Lin." "Su Ge, I'm Jiang Biao, you can call me Biaozi. Have you had breakfast? Shall I go get some for you?" Another roommate chimed in. "No need, I already had breakfast at the entrance of the school." Su Chen was not surprised by their attitude towards him. In any era, people always admired the strong. Wang Junlin and the others must have been bullied at school. Yesterday, Su Chen taught a lesson to those young masters and bullies, so naturally their attitude towards him would be different in the dormitory. Another fat guy weighing over 200 pounds said, "Bro, my name is Yang Hui, you can call me Xiaopeng or Xiaowei." From their introductions, it seemed that Su Chen's position in the dormitory was confirmed. Su Chen had already walked to his own bed. There was originally an empty bed in the dormitory, but now the bedding on the bed was neatly arranged. I don't know if they tidied it up or if it was done by Yu Xinghe and his group. "My name is Su Chen, please take care of me in the future." Su Chen chose to live in the dormitory in order to have more interactions with people and learn more things, at least for now. "Su bro, no need to be polite. How about we go for a drink at noon?" Wang Junlin smirked and was genuinely polite to Su Chen. "Sure." Su Chen paused and asked, "When do we go to the classroom?" "Let's go now. There's a public class later." Wang Junlin raised his hand to look at his watch and said, "It's almost time, let's hurry." Su Chen had never attended a class before, so he could only follow them to the classroom. On the way, he saw Lin Yun, and Lin Yun also saw him. "What a coincidence, you're also studying here." Su Chen greeted Lin Yun proactively. Lin Yun just nodded and didn't respond much. Her impression of Su Chen was not very good. Although everyone worked at nightclubs, Su Chen clearly did something unscrupulous. Su Chen first asked about accompanying guests, and then followed a few rich women into a private room. Although he didn't leave with them in the end, he had already left an image of a freeloader in Lin Yun's heart. A college student who had already started freeloading? Lin Yun didn't say anything, but pulled her companion and walked away quickly. Lin Yun's friend kept looking back at Su Chen and whispered, "Xiao Yun, do you know that handsome guy? He's so handsome. Is he your boyfriend?" Impossible. Lin Yun shook her head and whispered, I just met him yesterday, I don't really want to interact with him. Tell me, how did you meet? Lin Yun's companion was excited, her eyes were filled with infatuation. If you don't want to interact with him, you can introduce him to me. I felt myself falling for this little brother at first sight. Lin Yun poked her head with her finger and said, Stop daydreaming, you won't be able to handle him. It seems like he caught Yu Chi's attention. Working at a bar, Suchen shouldn't be a rich person, but when they first met, Suchen got out of Yu Chi's car. Who is Yu Chi? She's a beautiful girl. Compared to this silly girl, how can she compete? Now many people in the school have photos of Yu Chi and Suchen together in their circle of friends. Oh, I remember now, he's Yu Chi's rumored boyfriend. That's enough. Lin Yun didn't plan to talk about the bar anymore. If she said too much, she would become a gossip. After Lin Yun and her friends walked away, Wang Junlin approached Suchen with a smile and said, Su bro, interested in Lin the beauty? Suchen nodded and smiled, kind of. Awesome. You were with Yu Chi yesterday, and today you've already changed your target. What else could Wang Junlin say? Yu Chi is the goddess in the hearts of many men in the school. But yesterday, she actually waited for Suchen downstairs in the boys' dormitory for so long, and even let Yu Xinghe buy daily necessities for Suchen. Isn't that showing interest in Suchen? Yu Chi? Suchen shook his head, I'm not that familiar with her, I'm not interested in her either. Wang Junlin and the others didn't know what to say. From Suchen's tone, it seemed that he hadn't taken a liking to Yu Chi yet. Does that mean that Yu Chi has taken a liking to Suchen, but Suchen is not moved? The goddess is actively pursuing him. Why are you all looking at me like that? Suchen raised an eyebrow. He didn't have any thoughts about Yu Chi, is that strange? Yang Hui said at this time, actually, I also think Lin Yun is better. Yu Chi's family is too wealthy. Wang Junlin glanced at him and said, What's wrong with being wealthy? Do you know how many people want to marry Yu Chi? Whoever can marry her won't have to struggle for the rest of their lives. Yang Hui chuckled and said, If it were me, I would definitely be willing, even if it means enduring some hardships. Wang Junlin smirked, enduring hardships? What does that matter if he can marry a goddess like Yu Chi? Come on. The goddess is interested in Suchen. What does it have to do with you? Yang Hui saw it very clearly. After all, because of his weight, he has never had any luck with women. Faced with a goddess like Yu Chi, he didn't even dare to have any thoughts. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Wang Junlin said as he walked, birds of a feather flock together. The goddess's friends are mostly goddesses. As long as Suchen takes us with him, there will naturally be many opportunities to meet beautiful women in the future. After Wang Junlin finished speaking, both Yang Hui and Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. At first listen, it seemed to make sense. Last night, when Suchen wasn't in the dormitory, the three of them figured out one thing. Suchen dared to beat up Yu Xinghe, and all the people Yu Xinghe brought were defeated. As long as they hold onto Suchen's thigh, wouldn't Dorm 306 become the most awesome dormitory in the whole school? Wang Junlin casually mentioned it, and they felt that their university life would be incredibly wonderful. The three of them became more and more excited as they chatted, and unconsciously walked into the lecture hall. Suchen had no interest in what they were talking about. Are women really that interesting? Of course, this was purely because he was already satiated and couldn't understand the feelings of single young men who had never experienced the company of beautiful women. However, he was quite interested in this open class. It was a class on ancient Chinese history, and the lecturer standing on the stage was actually the middle-aged man who was with Yang Zhengcheng yesterday. When it came to the history of ancient China, there was probably no one in the world who knew more than Suchen. However, Suchen was curious about what the people of this era knew about history. Dear students, today I'm going to talk about the founding of the Tang dynasty. The teacher on the stage, Shen Yao, actually noticed Suchen. When he called out names, he stared at Suchen for a long time. Suchen was quite arrogant yesterday, and he originally thought this kid was some kind of genius, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a freshman. This seemed a bit funny. The president of Qingzhou University actually sought advice from a freshman and was rejected. Yet today, Suchen appeared in his classroom again. Shen Yao didn't deliberately make things difficult for Suchen. After all, in university open classes, he lectured and rarely asked questions. It would be strange to deliberately ask difficult questions. However, he would occasionally glance at Suchen. Suchen listened with relish because Shen Yao's lectures were quite interesting. When Shen Yao looked at him, he also smiled at him symbolically. This segment of the Tang dynasty history that Shen Yao was talking about was somewhat different from what Suchen knew, but in the flow of time and the long river of history, how many truths were buried? How could people know that 1,000 years ago, there was a generation of heroes who set foot in the Baojin temple built by Su Chen, with Emperor Yang of Sui sitting across from him, full of ambition, asking, "Sir, I have pacified the southern Chen, unified the world, dug the Grand Canal, expanded the territory by 50,000 li, opened the imperial examination system, and made the western submit. Can I be considered a great emperor who surpasses Emperor Qin Shi Huang?" Su Chen looked at him and said lightly, "You were still too impatient." Yang Guan took a sip of wine and said to Su Chen, "If you are willing to teach me the art of immortality, why would I be in a hurry? Ordinary people live for only a few decades, but I rule the world. Naturally, I must accomplish something." Su Chen had no intention of easily changing the world's situation at that time. Not to mention teaching him the art of immortality, Yang Guan had visited him more than 10 times, and he had always turned him away. The same was true for this last time. After that, Su Chen never saw the self-proclaimed emperor Qin's hero again. Shen Yao's class continued, and he also expressed his own opinions on many historical issues. Unique and innovative, it was naturally interesting. Su Chen listened attentively, and after the class was over, Shen Yao had left a deep impression on him. After the class, Shen Yao looked deeply at Su Chen, then walked out of the classroom. "Su Ge, where should we go for a drink later?" Wang Junlin followed behind Su Chen, as if he had found the direction of his life. "Anywhere." Su Chen had no idea where to go for a drink, and Shen Yao was waiting for him around the corner. When Wang Junlin saw Shen Yao, he smiled awkwardly, nodded and bowed. "Hello, Teacher Chen." Shen Yao nodded. "I have something to discuss with Su Chen." "All right, Teacher Chen." Wang Junlin quickly left and shouted back, "Su Chen, will be waiting for you at the Bamboo Forest Inn." Naturally, Jiang Biao and the others didn't dare to stay either, and followed Wang Junlin downstairs. Shen Yao looked Su Chen up and down, and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be a student at our school, and a freshman at that. Is it strange for a freshman?" Su Chen smiled. "There are many things that can be learned outside of school." Shen Yao certainly didn't deny what Su Chen said. He also knew that a diploma or a degree didn't mean much. Many truly scholarly families taught their children no less than what they learned in school, and there were many cultural treasures that were even passed down through generations. For example, Su Chen in front of him, a freshman, but he knew ancient characters that even Principal Yang didn't know. Knowledge cannot come out of thin air. Shen Yao and Yang Zhengcheng concluded that Su Chen came from a scholarly family. "Su Chen, may I ask what your father does?" Shen Yao thought for a moment, and instead of asking Su Chen about those ancient characters, he might as well ask about his elders. Su Chen smiled. "I'm an orphan." "I'm sorry." After a moment of distraction, Shen Yao said excitedly, "Then Su Chen, why don't you want to teach Principal Yang? Do you know what the things recorded on that ancient stele mean for human civilization?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." "You." Faced with Su Chen's attitude, Shen Yao was almost speechless. "Su Chen, let me tell you this, if you can translate all the words on the ancient stele, you will have made a great contribution to the country, and even to the whole world. You will be remembered in history, and your name will appear in textbooks." The more Shen Yao spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes began to shine. However, Su Chen interrupted him. "I don't need my name to appear in textbooks, and I don't need to be remembered in history. Don't you have any ambitions or aspirations at all?" Shen Yao said somewhat frustrated. "Do you want to live an ordinary and mediocre life forever, like a speck of dust, and after 100 years, no one will know of your existence except for your descendants? You clearly have the ability. Why don't you do it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased, and said, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Shen Yao was suddenly speechless. He had never encountered such an arrogant student before. What kind of tone was this? But he couldn't say anything when he met Su Chen's gaze. Su Chen actually made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. When he came back to his senses, Su Chen had already left the building, leaving only his back. He didn't give any face at all. The students who passed by just now were also scared by Su Chen's words. Shen Yao is a professor at Qingzhou University. If Su Chen talks to people like this, it's like he's going against the heavens. However, Su Chen doesn't care about these things at all. He walks out of the school gate and slowly makes his way towards the Bamboo Forest Inn. People like him can afford to not care about many things. Leaving a lasting legacy? That's the one thing he dislikes the most. In fact, he has been written about by many people, mentioned in books and poems, but those identities have changed so drastically that future generations have no way of perceiving the existence of an immortal like him. Even now, Yu Goen and the others dare not reveal Su Chen's secret. Haven't they noticed that even Yu Qi and the others don't know Su Chen's true identity? Along the way, Su Chen followed Lin Yun from a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Many times when he woke up, he would meet someone who looked exactly like Lin Yun, not just in appearance. Su Chen knew that this was reincarnation. Just as Lin Yun and her friend walked out of the school gate, Zhao Yun stopped her. Lin Yun, what a coincidence. Can I invite you to dinner? Zhao Yun failed in his pursuit of Yu Qi and immediately shifted his focus to Lin Yun, an ordinary girl from a common family. If he couldn't win over the wealthy goddess, could he not win over a girl from an ordinary family? Lin Yun paused and frowned. Classmate, we don't seem to be acquainted, do we? And I saw in my friend's circle that you were pursuing Yu Qi yesterday. Zhao Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, his actions caused such a commotion that many people in the school posted about it on their friend circles. It was normal for it to be seen. Yes, but yesterday was just a bet with my friends, like a game of truth or dare, you know? The loser had to confess to Yu Qi. Zhao Yun said with a calm expression, Classmate, my name is Zhao Yun, can we get to know each other? Lin Yun held her friend's hand and lifted her leg to leave, saying, I don't think it's necessary. Wait! Zhao Yun shouted and was about to go up and grab Lin Yun. A gust of wind blew, and Su Chen suddenly rushed up from behind, grabbing Zhao Yun's wrist and grinning at him. What the fuck? Where the hell did you come from? Zhao Yun was startled by Su Chen. It wasn't just that he didn't make any noise when he walked, it was as if he suddenly appeared out of thin air. Don't grab her hand like that. Su Chen had originally planned to slowly get closer to Lin Yun, but how could he tolerate someone like Zhao Yun grabbing her hand? It's you again? Who the hell are you? How could Zhao Yun forget that face? Yesterday, it was this bastard Su Chen who stole his thunder. If Su Chen wasn't there, even if he failed, it shouldn't have been so embarrassing. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Lin Yun is my friend. You better not have any ideas about her, or you'll regret it. You, kid, I'll remember you. Zhao Yun really wanted to rush up and beat Su Chen, but in order to not give Lin Yun the impression that he was a playboy, he came alone. If he started a fight, he might not be able to handle it. After threatening Su Chen, Zhao Yun turned around and left. Yesterday, Su Chen was stopped by Yu Xinghe, but today he was standing here unscathed. Zhao Yun didn't dare to act recklessly without investigating Su Chen's background. Zhao Yun was purely scared away by Su Chen. After all, Su Chen seemed to have come out of nowhere, as if he feared nothing. If he was just a reckless person, it would be fine, but it was obvious that Su Chen was not that simple. What do you want? Lin Yun frowned. She didn't have a particularly good impression of Su Chen, but it wasn't too bad either. Su Chen paused and looked at Lin Yun, smiling. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Su Chen, let's be friends. Sure, let's be friends. My name is Ding Miao Miao, I'm Yun's best friend, you can call me Miao Miao. Lin Yun hadn't spoken yet, but the girl next to her had already reached out her fair and tender little hand to Su Chen. Hello. Su Chen shook her hand gently. Compared to Lin Yun, this girl seemed much more ordinary. She was slightly chubby, a bit naive, and her eyes seemed to hide stars. She wasn't as dazzling as Lin Yun, but she was cute. Lin Yun also nodded at Su Chen. My name is Lin Yun, thank you for earlier. You're welcome. Have you two eaten yet? Would you like to join me? Su Chen's smile was infectious. Despite looking so young, he seemed kind and friendly, like a benevolent old man. Lin Yun didn't even know what was happening to herself. Normally, if a boy asked her out for a meal, she would refuse, just like Zhao Yun earlier. But Su Chen gave her an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Even though she knew he had been drinking with a rich woman at the bar yesterday, she really didn't know where this sense of familiarity came from. Let's go. Where should we go for a meal? Ding Miao Miao pulled Lin Yun and asked, where should we eat? How about Bamboo Forest Restaurant? My roommates are waiting for me there. Su Chen certainly hadn't forgotten that his dormitory trio was still waiting for him. Lin Yun had originally wanted to refuse, but Ding Miao Miao had a complete infatuated look on her face, so she nodded. Let's go then, don't keep your friends waiting. Bamboo Forest Restaurant was located in the university town. Wang Junlin and the others had already sat down, but they were trembling a bit now. Yu Xinghe and a group of athletes were unexpectedly also at Bamboo Forest Restaurant. The people from room 306? Yu Xinghe and his group were all wearing masks, and their expressions towards Wang Junlin and the others were a bit off. We didn't deal with them yesterday, and now we've run into them again. Yu Ge, should we do something about it? Taekwon Society President Yi Hu secretly glanced at Wang Junlin and the others. They still hadn't recovered from being beaten by Su Chen yesterday, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Yu Xinghe nodded without saying a word, but his meaning was already clear. If they had suffered humiliation from Su Chen, they would take it out on his roommates. Understanding this, Yi Hu got up and went to sit at Wang Junlin's table. Wang Junlin quickly put on a smiling face, took out a cigarette and handed it over, saying, Brother Hu, what a coincidence, you're also eating here. Yihu crossed his legs and disdainfully glanced at the cigarette Wang Junlin handed over, sneering, "I don't smoke this kind of cigarette." Not smoking and not smoking this kind of cigarette were completely different things. Yihu's meaning was obvious. He looked down on Wang Junlin. Wang Junlin could only smile awkwardly and say, "Brother Hu, sorry, I'm a bit poor, so I can only smoke these cigarettes." Yihu chuckled. "What's your name?" "Wang Junlin." Wang Junlin took back the cigarette, feeling a bit embarrassed. But he couldn't afford to offend someone like Yihu, so he could only back down. Yihu sneered, "Yesterday, we were looking for someone named Su, and you guys just stood by and watched. What's the meaning of that?" Wang Junlin didn't know how to answer. Could they have fought Su Chen alongside Yihu and the others? Besides, even with the three of them, could they change anything when Yu Xinghe and the others couldn't defeat Su Chen? Zhang Biao couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you want to pick a fight with Su Chen, go find him. We didn't provoke you. So what if you have money?" Yihu raised an eyebrow and stared at Zhang Biao, gritting his teeth. "Say that again if you dare." Zhang Biao was the most hot-tempered one in the dormitory, and he had an iron head. Being provoked like this, he stood up and glared at Yihu, saying, "Isn't it true? If you have the guts, go find Su Chen. Don't think that you're a master just because you've been studying Taekwondo for a few years. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to touch me today, I'll fight you to the end," Zhang Biao said, picking up a beer bottle nearby, ready to fight at any moment. Yihu was almost intimidated. Zhang Biao and his friends were not wealthy or talented, but as they say, the bold fear nothing, and those who fear nothing fear those who are willing to risk their lives. Zhang Biao was definitely fearless. "Are you looking to die?" Yihu cursed, taking advantage of his strength and throwing a punch at Zhang Biao's face. Wang Junlin quickly tried to intervene, but Zhang Biao was stubborn too. After taking a punch, he didn't cry out in pain. Instead, he grabbed the beer bottle and smashed it on Yihu's head. Yihu, who had some training and was prepared, blocked the bottle with his arm, causing it to shatter and splatter beer everywhere. "You really dare to fight?" Yihu angrily grabbed Zhang Biao by the neck and shouted, "Do you believe I'll kill you?" As the fight broke out, the athletes and members of the Taekwondo club couldn't sit still. They all stood up and restrained Wang Junlin and Yang Wei. The restaurant owner recognized this group of people and could only come over with a smile to persuade them not to fight. Yu Xinghe assumed the demeanor of a young master and calmly said, "Don't worry, it won't escalate. If we break anything of yours, I'll compensate you accordingly." The owner didn't dare to say much, let alone call the police. Zhang Biao's head was pressed against the table by Yihu, but he continued to shout, "Yihu, if you have the guts, kill me today, otherwise, I won't let you off. You're quite bold." Yihu grinned and patted Zhang Biao's cheek. He became the president of the Taekwondo club not just because he knew a bit of Taekwondo, but also because he wasn't afraid of anyone. If he was intimidated by Zhang Biao today, he wouldn't be able to continue. The trio in the dormitory were being restrained by the group of people when Su Chen entered with two beautiful girls. Seeing Su Chen, Yihu, and the others became even more furious. Yesterday, they were beaten and humiliated, unable to resist. But today, they were ready to fight back, especially when facing Su Chen. Sometimes, having more people can boost one's courage. "What are you guys doing?" Su Chen glanced at Yu Xinghe, his eyes carrying a hint of intimidation. Of course, he didn't go too far, otherwise, with just a glance, Yu Xinghe would likely become a fool. Yu Xinghe felt a little uneasy when Su Chen stared at him, but he still bravely said, "Su Chen, since we've encountered each other again today, I won't let you leave so easily." Su Chen looked deeply into Yu Xinghe's eyes. Not let him leave? It seemed like he wasn't planning to leave either. After finally having some money, he wanted to taste the local cuisine. How could he just leave like this? "So, you mean, you want to fight?" Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Yu Xinghe felt a chill in his heart when Su Chen looked at him like that, but he still bravely said, "If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the restaurant picked up objects that could be used as weapons and stared at Su Chen, ready to attack at any moment. Su Chen kept reminding himself that he was just an ordinary student, a scholar. It wasn't appropriate to fight now. "Your sister will be here soon. Are you sure you want to fight me?" Su Chen tilted his head, implying that he didn't want to fight these kids. "Are you trying to scare me?" Yu Xinghe subconsciously glanced outside the door, his gaze falling on Lin Yun and Ding Miao Miao. He sneered, "Kid, it just so happens that my sister is coming. She'll see what kind of scumbag you really are." At this point, Yu Xinghe already believed that Su Chen was arranged by his family to be his sister's fiancé. But now, Su Chen was actually with Lin Yun and the others. This confirmed that he was a scumbag. Did he even need to say it? Scumbag? Su Chen took out his phone and leisurely searched for the meaning of scumbag. After searching, he confirmed that Yu Xinghe had misunderstood. Su Chen, let me make it clear to you. It's impossible between you and my sister. I will tell my grandfather about this matter. If you are really the person arranged by my grandfather, then you will only die more miserably. Yu Xinghe gritted his teeth and started to plan. If Su Chen was really arranged by his grandfather to be engaged to Yu Qi, then Su Chen would be betraying her sister and insulting the entire Yu family. Would his grandfather let Su Chen off the hook? Su Chen smiled and remained silent. It seemed that this misunderstanding was quite deep. If he really had feelings for Yu Qi, Yu Goen would probably wake up from his dream, but unfortunately, Su Chen didn't have any feelings for Yu Qi. He didn't explain anything because Yu Qi had been following him from a distance of 300 meters, following him all the way and lingering outside for a while. She was now walking towards the Bamboo Grove restaurant, only 100 meters away. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yu Xinghe thought he had hit the nail on the head. He smirked and said, "If I let someone beat you up now, will my grandfather blame me?" He felt a bit like catching a cheating spouse. Whether Su Chen had a relationship with Lin Yun or Ding Miao Miao, or even if he had no relationship with either of them, as Yu Qi's younger brother, it didn't seem like a big deal to beat up Su Chen when he saw something like this. Su Chen showed no fear and calmly said, "Then go ahead." Yu Qi was only 10 meters away from the Bamboo Grove restaurant. He believed that Yu Qi wouldn't just stand by. "You think I dare not?" Yu Xinghe signaled to the people around him and said, "Go ahead, I'll take responsibility for everything." As soon as he finished speaking, a student picked up a bottle of alcohol and smashed it towards Su Chen's forehead, cursing, "Damn it, I've never liked you." Su Chen casually grabbed the table next to him and overturned it. The person's bottle smashed onto the table, splashing alcohol all over himself. He stumbled and would have fallen hard if someone hadn't supported him from behind. "What are you guys doing?" At that moment, a voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. If it wasn't Yu Qi, then who else could it be? She had just entered and saw Yu Xinghe's people attacking Su Chen, but she also saw Su Chen effortlessly flipping the table with one hand. It was obvious that he had some training. Yu Xinghe was afraid of nothing except his sister. When he heard Yu Qi's voice, he trembled in fear, but quickly calmed down. "Sis, this guy is flirting with everyone. I can't stand it, so I had someone teach him a lesson." Yu Xinghe's reason sounded righteous. It was certain that his sister wouldn't blame him. Now, he could make Su Chen lose face and let Yu Qi see his true colors. Yu Qi's face grew colder when she heard this. She said, "What does it have to do with you if someone flirts with others? Yu Xinghe, you're really becoming more and more unreasonable. You're no different from a hoodlum who starts fights at the drop of a hat." I'm not like that." Yu Xinghe's neck turned red with anxiety. He said, "And this guy surnamed Su is definitely not a good person. He was with you yesterday and today he brought them here to eat. Sis, you must not fall for his tricks." "Shut up," Yu Qi coldly shouted. She blushed at what Yu Xinghe said. According to Yu Xinghe's words, it seemed like she had some kind of relationship with Su Chen. Yu Xinghe could only shrink back and remain silent. One of his lackeys behind him asked in a low voice, "Young Master Yu, should we continue fighting?" "Fight? Disperse." Yu Xinghe pointed at Yihu and shouted, "Yihu, what have I always told you? Don't bully your classmates. Let him go." Yihu looked stunned and could only release Zhang Biao. After breaking free from him, Zhang Biao turned around and punched Yihu in the face, shouting, "Yihu, I'll remember this. You're getting excited again." Yihu was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Yu Xinghe. "That's enough, let's go." "Fine. Today, I'll give you Xiao some face, right Zhang Biao? I'll remember you." Yihu pointed at Zhang Biao's nose, uttered a harsh remark, and then left the restaurant with his people. The restaurant owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the situation just now, if they had really fought, his restaurant would have been destroyed. Yu Xinghe's group dispersed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen finally asked Yu Qi, "Did you come to find me?" Yu Qi had been following him for a while, so it made sense that she had something to discuss with him. Yu Qi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I want to become your disciple." Su Chen shook his head and said, "I don't take disciples, especially female disciples." Needless to say, this must have been arranged by Yu Goen. If Yu Qi could really become Su Chen's disciple, the Yu family would definitely reach new heights in the next 100 years. However, Su Chen had no intention of taking on disciples. Yu Xinghe and the others looked at Su Chen, then at Yu Qi, completely clueless about the situation. Become a disciple? Is it still popular to become a disciple these days? Yu Qi blushed slightly and asked, "Then can we at least be friends?" Su Chen said, "Fine." The tone was reluctant, as if Yu Qi had caused him great inconvenience by asking to be friends. In fact, Suchin didn't care about the future development of the Yu family at all. His relationship with Yu Goen and the others had come to an end, but he didn't mind becoming friends with their descendants. Over the years, whenever he woke up, many people wanted to establish some kind of relationship with him, and he often didn't refuse. This time was no exception. Yu Qi's current mood was extremely complicated. After returning home yesterday, she asked her grandfather who Suchen really was. But her grandfather didn't tell her. He just said that since Suchen didn't drive her away, she could try to become his disciple. If becoming a disciple didn't work out, it was also fine to be friends. When she wanted to ask again, Yu Goen told her not to ask anymore and just do as he said. Yu Qi didn't even know what Suchen could teach her as his disciple. Could it be that her grandfather also knew about Suchen's knowledge of ancient characters? It wouldn't be appropriate for Suchen to teach her how to drink, right? But Suchen also knew that these were all Yu Goen's intentions, step-by-step testing, and finally letting Yu Qi become friends with him. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Yu Goen's calculated actions, but he didn't dislike Yu Qi as a girl. Let's sit down and eat. Suchen found a clean table and called out, "Boss, let's order." It was as if nothing had happened just now. No matter the era, good food remained unchanged. Yu Qi didn't hesitate and sat down opposite Suchen. Lin Yun and the others didn't know whether they should sit down or not for a moment. Suchen waved at them, "Come and sit." Since Lin Yun and the others had come, it would be awkward to leave at this point, so they might as well sit down openly. Wang Junlin and the others were a little embarrassed. Sitting with goddesses like Yu Qi and Lin Yun made them feel uneasy. "Why are you still standing there? Come and sit." Suchen smiled and said, "I'll treat you." Yu Qi almost asked him if he had money. Suchen just sat down and took out his phone, saying to Yu Qi, "By the way, I borrowed money from you yesterday. I'll return it to you and add you on WeChat." Having just learned how to use a phone in WeChat, Suchen was like a playful child, finding it interesting to add friends, transfer money, and so on. Yu Qi didn't hesitate either. She took out her phone, opened the QR code, and let Suchen scan it. "You can transfer the money to me." Suchen had just started working yesterday, and Yu Qi didn't know how much money he had. If she transferred the money to him and it wasn't enough, it would be embarrassing. After Suchen added her on WeChat, he immediately transferred 1,500 to her and asked, "Is that enough?" Yu Qi settled the bill, revealing a dimple as she smiled and said, "You're generous, boss." The boss handed her the menu and asked nervously, "What would you like to order?" How could he not be nervous? Suchen seemed even more audacious than Yu Xinghe. How could he afford to offend these wealthy young masters? Suchen glanced at the menu. The prices were reasonable, with vegetarian dishes around 20 yuan and meat dishes around 60 yuan. He still had 500 yuan left, which should be enough. But he couldn't just spend it all and have nothing left for the next meal. Zhang Ting had given him 2,000 yuan in advance last night, but he couldn't ask for an advance on his salary again. He would have to make do with the 500 yuan until the end of the month. 1 mapo tofu, 1 cucumber and preserved egg soup, 1 fish-flavored shredded pork, and... Suchen glanced at Lin Yun and handed her the menu, saying, "You order." "I won't order." Lin Yun waved her hand. "You order." Yu Qi casually took the menu and glanced at it, saying lightly, 2 pounds of spicy crawfish, 1 braised beef, dry-fried yellow eel, and... "You're not being polite at all." "I'm poor, you know," Suchen said without any embarrassment. Many men are concerned about their image in front of women, even if they don't have money. In this kind of situation, even if they don't have money, they will definitely pretend to be generous. Yu Qi smiled, "I thought you were rich, Su student." Suchen ignored her and said to the boss, "Except for 1 pound of crawfish, we don't want anything else." 1 pound of crawfish was 58 yuan, which was already generous. Of course, the most important thing was that Suchen had never tasted spicy crawfish before. 58 yuan per pound, it must be worth it. Lobsters are native to North America and were introduced to Japan by the United States in 1918 and then to China by Japan in 1929. They grow in rivers, lakes, and ponds in southern China. Since the reform and opening up, with the spread of Hunan cuisine by Hunan people throughout the country, it has become popular. Suchen had tried everything else, but he had never tried crawfish. Although he was poor, he could still try something new. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge, and money should be spent on practical things. "Add me on WeChat too." Suchen handed his QR code to Lin Yun. This was the second time they had met, and he was asking someone to add him on WeChat again, and he even handed his QR code to her. Jiang Biao and the others thought Suchen was quite bold. The most important thing was that he had just added Yu Qi on WeChat in front of Lin Yun, and now he was asking someone to add him on WeChat. Damn, does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Jiang Biao and the others stared at Lin Yun, wanting to know if she would add him or not. Lin Yun hesitated. She didn't really like Su Chen, but he gave her a strange feeling. Normally, everyone has their own circle of friends. Why would someone like Zhao Yin, a spoiled second-generation rich kid, be afraid of Su Chen? Su Chen dared to provoke Yu Xinghe, and he knew Yu Qi. Normally, Su Chen should be from a wealthy family. But when they were ordering just now, if it wasn't for Yu Qi, they would have ordered mostly vegetarian dishes, and Su Chen even said he didn't have money. Who exactly is he? Lin Yun looked into Su Chen's eyes. They were clear and deep, completely different from the rich second generation like Zhao Yin. If she refused to add him on WeChat in front of so many people, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him? At worst, she would just add him and not chat with him. Lin Yun finally added Su Chen on WeChat. His profile picture was a cute little duck. Wait, a duck? And his WeChat name was Su Chen. Is he an old person? The profile picture and WeChat name felt strongly out of place. I'll add one too. Ding Miao took out her phone with a smile and scanned it, adding him as a friend. This series of actions made the three roommates explode mentally. Is this still a human? Just 2 days after coming to school, I managed to hit on 3 beautiful girls. Let's not even mention the level of beauty that Yu Qi and Lin Yun possess. When the three of them saw Ding Miao, there was still some fantasy in their minds. After all, Su Chen had successfully pursued a goddess, so this cute beauty next to him must have left an impression on them. But the result was that Ding Miao's eyes were clearly sparkling with interest in Su Chen. He really hit the jackpot, didn't he? Some people are just lucky in love, while others are not. After finishing the meal, Su Chen gained some understanding of modern cuisine. It was quite average, and he thought it would be better to cook for himself. After a brief introduction with Lin Yun, Su Chen didn't deliberately show off anymore. Su Chen, where are you going to work at night? Yu Qi couldn't quite understand Su Chen's behavior. Since her grandfather had such high hopes for Su Chen, he must have some extraordinary abilities. Why didn't he do something better than accompanying guests at a bar? Moreover, her grandfather was even willing to give Su Chen an exclusive black card. If Su Chen only wanted money, it would be simple. Regardless, there was an air of mystery surrounding Su Chen. Yu Qi couldn't imagine what talents Su Chen possessed that made her grandfather value him so much. I like that job, and I've already promised to do it, so of course I'll go. Su Chen remained composed and said, and I don't see anything wrong with it. It's up to you. Yu Qi didn't dare to interfere further, but Yu Xinghe listened attentively. Su Chen was actually going to work at night, which meant that he could go to the place where Su Chen worked and cause trouble for him, right? Yu Xinghe didn't think that the grudge between him and Su Chen could be easily resolved. Lin Yun didn't say much, she just listened. She also didn't understand the relationship between Yu Qi and Su Chen, and why Yu Qi would think of becoming Su Chen's disciple. Yu Qi's identity was not simple. Could it be that Yu Qi liked Su Chen, but Su Chen wasn't interested in her, so she wanted to get close to him by becoming his disciple? Su Chen asked about the afternoon classes and found out that it was about advanced mathematics. He immediately lost interest. Advanced mathematics was invented by Newton back in the day, and Su Chen glanced at it and dismissed it. It wasn't that difficult. Double integrals, triple integrals, line integrals, surface integrals, all those things that students found complicated were actually quite simple to Su Chen. There was no need to attend such classes. So Su Chen decided to skip class. As a freshman, skipping class on the first day was something most people wouldn't dare to do. But Su Chen didn't care much. He came to school to meet more people and learn about modern knowledge, but he didn't need to study physics or chemistry anymore. He had already researched these subjects in his previous identity and found them uninteresting. Modern science, in his eyes, wasn't really scientific. Many scientific laws claimed that certain things were impossible, but he could accomplish them. After all, Su Chen was an existence that defied science. At 1:30, Wang Junlin and the others went to class, but Su Chen slipped out of the campus. From the college to Wutong Street, he wanted to try out the most efficient and cost-effective way to travel. With the help of passers-by, Su Chen obtained a transportation card and then took the subway. In Su Chen's eyes, the technological development of humanity was truly astonishing. In just 50 years, it had surpassed thousands of years of progress, which was truly remarkable. This was a leap of the same quality. In the past, traveling by horse and carriage from one city to another was truly exhausting and time-consuming. At that time, Su Chen preferred to fly in the sky or teleport to another place. After all, in those days, humans believed in the existence of gods, and those who could fly in the sky were mostly revered and worshipped. But Su Chen checked and found that this was an era where people generally didn't believe in ghosts or gods, so he simply sat honestly on the subway racing all the way. But without any bumps, Su Chen felt pretty good about it. The only downside was that it was too crowded. A girl was squeezed so close to him that she almost stuck to his body. The subway was filled with various smells, and the girl stood on her tiptoes, holding onto the handrail above, her head resting on Su Chen's chest, her face flushed. Su Chen frowned slightly. Although the girl looked petite and cute, he had no interest in her, nor did he have the same enjoyment as some perverts. The crowded subway also provided opportunities for some criminals. Next to Su Chen, a man with tattooed arms had already stolen several wallets in front of him, and the girl squeezed against Su Chen had her phone stolen. Su Chen had done such things as stealing before. He used to be known as the thief saint, but after stealing something and playing with it for a while, he would return it. After all, Su Chen was sometimes too bored. He didn't mind thieves, and he didn't intend to pay attention to such things. But it was ridiculous that this thief had targeted him and even attempted to steal the only phone from this poor man. This was hard to tolerate, wasn't it an insult? When that tattooed hand reached towards Su Chen, he flicked his finger lightly, causing the tattooed guy to tremble all over, feeling his hand go numb. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Su Chen, trying to threaten him. Su Chen smiled, his eyes gentle as he looked at him. This gaze made the tattooed guy suddenly stop breathing, and the guilt in his heart was magnified 1,000 times. In fact, many hypnosis masters could achieve this, but Su Chen was much stronger than those hypnosis masters. Just with a glance, the guy started crying bitterly. "I'm sorry, I stole your things." The guy cried out, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have stolen things." He suddenly shouted like this, and the people nearby started checking their belongings. When they found out they had been stolen, everyone became restless. "My wallet was stolen. My phone was stolen." The tattooed guy, wearing a short-sleeved jacket, started taking out one stolen item after another. The girl next to Su Chen couldn't help but shout loudly, "My phone!" The commotion on the subway quickly subsided. When they arrived at the next station, the tattooed guy was taken away, and the people who hadn't gotten their things back also got off the train. The girl next to Su Chen finally stopped sticking to him. When they arrived at Wutong Station, Su Chen got off the train. Surprisingly, the girl also got off the train and followed him all the way. Su Chen had already walked to Wutong Street when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the girl, asking, "Why are you following me?" The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old, carrying a small backpack on her back. When Su Chen questioned her like this, she was obviously a little flustered, her face turning red, and she stammered, "I live over here." "Oh, sorry." From her expression and tone of voice, Su Chen could tell that she wasn't lying. He turned around and entered his own courtyard. The girl stood there watching Su Chen's back, and finally walked into the adjacent residential house. Su Chen entered the courtyard and saw that the handicrafts he had picked out from the stall yesterday were neatly placed on the stone table in the courtyard. He had come back to get to know his neighbors. After putting the things on the stone table into the house, Su Chen strolled around nearby. There were a few households next to the small courtyard where he lived. Those who stayed in the old city area were mostly elderly, women, children, and some poorer tenants. After all, the rent in the old city area was much lower than in the city center. Su Chen walked to the neighboring small courtyard and saw an old man playing mahjong. Mahjong had evolved from the Tang Dynasty leaf cards, and of course, Su Chen knew how to play, and he played quite well. He stood by and watched them play. These old men don't mind Su Chen watching on the side. The old man in front of Su Chen played a 1 and 1 bamboo tile, regretfully slapped himself, and the sound of the slap was extremely loud. "Oops, I made a mistake." Su Chen was almost startled. This was a real slap. This old man was really ruthless. The other 3 old men seemed unfazed and smiled at the one sitting across from them. "Old Chen, hit harder." "Hit my ass." Old Chen rubbed his face and said, "Let's hurry up and play." Su Chen watched from behind, from 2:30 in the afternoon until sunset. Old Chen was winning in the end. In this hour and a half, he had already won over $30. When a phone call came in, he quickly got up and said, "I'm done, I have to go pick up my granddaughter." "Damn it! What time is it? You're running away after winning, but what about the 3 of us who are short 1 player? How are we going to play? I really can't play anymore. My granddaughter is about to finish school. If I don't go, my old lady will start cursing." "Then you go, what about us?" The old man sitting across from Su Chen stared at him and asked, "Young man, can you play?" Su Chen nodded and said, "I can play a little, but I don't have any cash on me. All my money is in my phone." The old man chuckled, "Transfer your phone to me, and I'll give you some cash." "Sure." Su Chen didn't hesitate. After old Chen got up, he sat down and even added the old man across from him on WeChat. He transferred $50 to him, and the old man gave him $50 in cash. $2, windy or rainy, can you handle it?" the old man across from him asked. Su Chen said, "I can handle it, just not very well. Learn slowly." The old man next to him started shuffling the tiles. They wanted to play with Su Chen, who they considered a rookie. Su Chen thought to himself that he couldn't win any money today. If he did, these old men probably wouldn't play with him anymore. After old Chen left, Su Chen took his place. After a few rounds, Su Chen only had about $10 left of the 50 in cash. The three old men started chatting with Su Chen with smiles on their faces. "Young man, where do you live? Why haven't we seen you before?" "I live in the neighboring courtyard. I'll come and play when I have nothing to do. I get bored being alone." Su Chen played a tile, and the player before him made a mistake again. "The neighboring courtyard?" The old man across from him said, "Isn't the Chen Min's bad boy's courtyard? Are you related to him?" Su Chen said, "He rented the courtyard to me, so I'll be living next door from now on." "Hey, that's not bad. I think you're a good kid. Handsome too," the old man across from him said. "You can call me Grandpa Lin. Let me tell you, I have a granddaughter who's also good looking. Are you dating anyone?" "I'll just call you Old Lin," Su Chen chuckled. "It's more friendly. Otherwise, how can we talk about respecting the elderly while playing cards? Call me whatever you want, Old Lin it is." Old Lin didn't mind and introduced, "This is Old Yang, he's Old Huang. Haha, the shameless one who ran away after winning earlier is Old Chen." "Get lost," Old Huang said. "Let's hurry up and play, right, little Su? I think you're good looking too. From now on, we won't call that shameless Old Chen anymore." Su Chen lost over $30 shortly after sitting down, and of course, they were willing to play with him. "By the way, Old Lin, you mentioned earlier that you have a granddaughter?" Su Chen paused and asked, "What's your granddaughter's name?" "Lin Yun." Old Lin smiled, "My granddaughter is like a fairy. She's in college now, it's time for her to make friends." What a coincidence." Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I actually know your granddaughter. We just had dinner together earlier." "Ah, you really know her?" Old Lin widened his eyes and said, "I say, young man, did you rent the neighboring courtyard just to pursue my granddaughter?" Su Chen didn't expect such a coincidence and shook his head. "No way, I just met your granddaughter yesterday." They were playing and chatting at the same time. Su Chen also inquired about Lin Yun's situation. The three old men were happy when they won money, and Old Lin seemed quite satisfied with Su Chen as well. Surprisingly, Lin Yun had lost both parents and only relied on Old Lin for support. According to Old Lin, Lin Yun earned his own tuition fees, which showed how hardworking he was. Old Lin was also afraid that he might pass away one day and wanted to find a reliable boy for Lin Yun. As the sun set, the old men had to go home for dinner, and the game ended. Su Chen lost all his 50 yuan. "In the future, why don't you guys play in my yard? It would be nice to have a tree for shade," Su Chen said. He was already quite interested in Lin Yun, and now that he knew Old Lin was Lin Yun's grandfather, it became even more intriguing. Inviting them to play mahjong in the yard was also a good idea. After the game, Su Chen went to the nearby market and bought some vegetables for about 10 yuan. When he got home, he cooked 2 dishes and started planning his future life. Studying and working were his current life, but if he continued like this for a long time, it would become boring. He had to do something else. After dinner, Su Chen sat in the yard and took out his phone to read. After a while, a girl in a white dress walked up to the yard and looked at Su Chen. She asked, "Excuse me, is Su Chen living here? What do you want with him?" Su Chen stared at the girl. "Hello, I'm Yi Xiaoxuan. Is this Su Chen's house?" The girl said, "I'm here to be his apprentice. I don't take apprentices. You can leave." Su Chen waved his hand. Another person from the Yi family, coming to be his apprentice without any prior discussion. Who would accept that? "Are you Su Chen?" Yi Xiaoxuan furrowed her brows and asked, "How old are you?" 20. Su Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. "Then forget it, sorry for bothering you," Yi Xiaoxuan said. She also came to be an apprentice because her grandfather told her to. She thought Su Chen would be an elder, but who would have thought he was just a 20-year-old young man? 20 years old, still wet behind the ears. What could a 20-year-old teach her? "Take care, no need to see me off." Su Chen lay on the chair. When he saw someone from the Yi family, he started thinking about whether he should treat people, tell fortunes, or do something else. After all, he was quite bored most of the time. Yi Xiaoxuan was about to leave, but Su Chen's attitude made her feel a little uncomfortable. Although he had turned away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Are you really Su Chen?" Yi Xiaoxuan's brows furrowed deeper. According to her grandfather, she shouldn't be mistaken about who Su Chen was. Besides, even Bai Miaomia came here yesterday, indicating that there must be a master living in this yard. How high? Maybe as high as an 18-story building. Su Chen originally didn't want to pay attention to Yi Xiaoxuan, but since he had nothing to do, he suddenly felt a bit bored and asked, "Do you really want to be my apprentice?" If you are Su Chen, then I will be your apprentice, Yi Xiaoxuan said. Although she didn't know who this young man in front of her really was, she believed that listening to her grandfather's words wouldn't be wrong. Alright, I accept. Su Chen lazily sat up and said, once you perform the ceremony, you will be my disciple. Ceremony? Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes widened and she asked, what do I need to do? Su Chen naturally said, of course, you have to kneel down and offer tea to your master. It had been a while since he had taken on an apprentice. Having an apprentice who could help tidy up the house on a daily basis was not a bad idea. Kneel down? Yi Xiaoxuan thought that the ceremony would at most involve bowing and calling him master. She didn't expect Su Chen to ask her to kneel down and offer tea. Don't want to? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. If you don't want to, then forget it. You can go back where you came from. I'm just bored and thought about taking on an apprentice for fun. Yi Xiaoxuan clenched her fists tightly, staring at Su Chen. She had never kneeled to anyone in her life, not even to her grandfather or parents. Su Chen lay back in his chair, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Over the years, countless people had wanted to become his disciple, but he only gave them a few pointers. Only a few lucky ones became his true disciples. The opportunity to offer him a cup of tea as a sign of respect was extremely rare. Now Su Chen had given Yi Xiaoxuan this opportunity, not because he saw her talent or beauty, as there were many talented people in the world and Yi Xiaoxuan was nothing special. He was simply bored and happened to have someone to pass the time with. Xian, why are you here again? At this moment, a young man in a suit and expensive clothes walked into the courtyard. He saw Yi Xiaoxuan standing there seemingly angry and quickly approached her. Zhang Chao, I told you not to follow me. Yi Xiaoxuan turned her head and gave him a disdainful look, then glanced around and walked into Su Chen's house. Zhang Chao looked at Su Chen and asked, where are your elders? We came yesterday to pay our respects to them. Su Chen remained motionless, completely ignoring the young man. Although he wasn't particularly interested in women, talking to a beautiful woman naturally put him in a good mood. What was there to talk about with a stranger? I'm talking to you. Zhang Chao was even more dissatisfied with Su Chen's attitude. He may not be as prominent as the Yu, Bai, and Yi families in Qingzhou City, but he was still someone of importance. Who could the person living in this shabby courtyard be? Su Chen continued to ignore him, and at this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan walked out of the house. I'm boiling water now, I'll serve the tea when it's ready. Yi Xiaoxuan finally made up her mind and walked up to Su Chen, asking, Master, what can you teach me? Su Chen lifted his eyelids slightly and said calmly, what do you want to learn? Medical skills. Can you teach me, Master? Yi Xiaoxuan had just entered Su Chen's house, which was quite ordinary and she didn't see any medical books or anything of the sort. I can, but whether I teach you or not depends on my mood. Su Chen remained lying in his chair and said, while the water is boiling, tidy up my house. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know where Su Chen's arrogance came from, but she endured it and turned back to enter Su Chen's house to start cleaning. What the hell, kid, do you know who she is? Zhang Chao was completely confused now, but he could tell that the goddess was being bullied. Could it be that this kid had some leverage over Yi Xiaoxuan? Su Chen frowned and said coldly, get lost. With a cold shout, Zhang Chao felt a tightness in his chest, his face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down. He staggered and ended up kneeling in front of Su Chen. Su Chen had only released a hint of pressure, but he had no experience in dealing with ordinary people. Just this slight pressure scared Zhang Chao almost to the point of cardiac arrest. Kneeling down was purely an instinctive reaction. The inexplicable fear in his heart made his legs weak, and being able to kneel instead of lying on the ground was already quite good. Su Chen also realized that he might have been a bit too forceful, took a shallow breath, and said, I told you to get lost, not to kneel. Zhang Chao trembled all over, and when he looked up at Su Chen, he almost started crying. I can't stand up. Su Chen sighed and couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He continued to lie in his chair and said indifferently, if you want to kneel, then kneel. After you're done, get lost quickly. Zhang Chao's legs really went weak, to the point where he was almost losing consciousness and couldn't stand up. But kneeling in front of Su Chen, he felt embarrassed. Most importantly, Su Chen made him feel extremely fearful. He was genuinely worried that he might die if he stayed here, so he had no choice but to crawl desperately towards the courtyard. In less than a minute, Yi Xiaoxuan walked out of the house. The reason she agreed to go in was to see what Su Chen was capable of. Based on her understanding of Zhang Chao, this playboy must have clashed with Su Chen. Since Su Chen was respected by her grandfather, could he not handle someone like Zhang Chao? She also thought that if Su Chen was really taught a lesson by Zhang Chao, it would serve him right for being so arrogant. But when she came out, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Zhang Chao was actually crawling on the ground, struggling to crawl out of the courtyard. What did you do to him? Yi Xiaoxuan knew very well that it would be easy for someone with exceptional medical skills to deal with an ordinary person. Su Chen didn't even open his eyes and said, "Nothing much, just scared him a little." "Is the room cleaned up?" "There's nothing to clean up in your room." Yi Xiaoxuan walked over and took a deep look at Jiang Chao. His current state indeed seemed like he had been frightened. But she had only been in the room for a short while and heard Su Chen shout at him to leave. Wasn't this guy fearless? How did he end up like this? Su Chen didn't care about Jiang Chao and said to Yi Xiaoxuan indifferently, "There's nothing to clean up in the room. Why don't you find a chair to sit down? Why so agitated?" Agitated? Yi Xiaoxuan was on the verge of exploding with anger. She didn't know which nerve she had misfired to agree to come and apprentice herself to him. What's even more absurd was that after discovering that Su Chen was a young man, she still agreed to kneel and offer tea as a disciple. She must have gone crazy. Su Chen looked younger than her, but he had an old-fashioned manner of speaking, as if he was lecturing a junior. Yi Xiaoxuan was a bit sulky as she stared at Jiang Chao and asked, "Master, how should we treat him in his current condition?" Su Chen sensed Yi Xiaoxuan's dissatisfaction but didn't care as he asked, "What do you think we should do?" Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Just need to use a silver needle to stimulate the Naguan acupoint." Su Chen slowly sat up, stretched lazily, and said, "Why so troublesome? Just give him a big slap." Yi Xiaoxuan furrowed her brows. She really doubted Su Chen's medical skills. Just a big slap for someone who had been frightened? Why not burn incense and perform some rituals? Jiang Chao, who was still in a state of shock, trembled even more after hearing Su Chen's words. He regretted it completely. Why did he provoke such a strange person for no reason? Just a cold shout had already scared him out of his wits, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. But if Yi Xiaoxuan didn't do anything, what if Su Chen did? Wouldn't he be slapped to death? That would be terrifying. "Xian, please slap me." Jiang Chao's facial features were distorted, tears streaming down his face. He almost pleaded with Yi Xiaoxuan, "Please slap me. I promise I won't bother you anymore." Yi Xiaoxuan's lips slightly parted. She suspected that Jiang Chao had been scared silly. He actually begged her to slap him. Most importantly, this guy used to pester her relentlessly, and nothing she said could deter him. Now he was swearing not to bother her anymore. That was indeed a good thing. "Remember what you said." Yi Xiaoxuan didn't care whether slapping him would cure him or not. It was just a scare, right? At most, she would give him another needle later. There was nothing to worry about. The most important thing now was to make sure Jiang Chao wouldn't bother her anymore. "As long as you give me a slap, I swear on my ancestors for 18 generations that I will never bother you again." Jiang Chao couldn't wait any longer. He felt a strong sense of fear towards Su Chen in his heart, afraid that Su Chen would suddenly slap him. Su Chen sat in the chair, coldly watching without saying a word. Yi Xiaoxuan slowly approached, squatted down, and gently slapped Jiang Chao. This slap was not light, and Jiang Chao remained on the ground like a dog. "Are you so weak because you haven't eaten?" Su Chen finally stood up and said, "Do you want me to teach you?" "No!" Jiang Chao shouted loudly. If he could kneel now, he would definitely kneel in front of Yi Xiaoxuan. "Sister Yi, I beg you, use more force. Use all your strength." Yi Xiaoxuan had never heard such a ridiculous request before, but since it had come to this, she raised her hand and slapped him with all her might. Smack! This slap was really powerful. The sound of the slap was loud and clear, and Jiang Chao saw stars in his head. However, after this slap, Jiang Chao found that he had strength in his body. He stood up and quickly fled the yard. "Sorry for the disturbance." Jiang Chao's screams came from outside the yard. Su Chen had hardly done anything, but he had already scared Jiang Chao out of his wits. This reaction from Jiang Chao also left Yi Xiaoxuan dumbfounded. Did a slap really make him completely fine? Su Chen smiled and said, "Now do you believe what I said?" She really had no choice but to believe it. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chao was still scared and lying on the ground like a pile of mud, but after one slap, he immediately became lively and ran faster than a rabbit. In fact, whether or not Su Chen slapped Jiang Chao had nothing to do with it. If Su Chen wanted him to be fine, it was just a matter of thought, without any need for action. Yi Xiaoxuan had nothing to say for a while. She looked at her hand in silence. Was it just a coincidence? Or was Jiang Chao acting? The more she thought about it, the deeper her frown became. Could it be that Su Chen's family background was actually better, and her grandfather arranged for Jiang Chao to come and act with Su Chen? In fact, Jiang Chao had never been frightened before, and he did all this just to cooperate with Su Chen. After thinking about it, this was probably the only possibility. Once she thought of this, Yi Xiaoxuan felt that Su Chen was nothing special. He was just pretending to be mysterious. Su Chen could easily perceive other people's thoughts, but he rarely bothered to do so. It was already boring enough, and if he knew what others were thinking, it would be even more uninteresting. Do you know each other? Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Although Su Chen didn't want to perceive her thoughts, when she said such a sentence, Su Chen naturally knew what she was thinking. If you think we know each other, then we do. Su Chen didn't bother to explain anything. Now that Yi Xiaoxuan was begging to become his disciple, why should he care about other people's opinions? If you want to become my disciple, it's not impossible, but you have to show some real talent. Yi Xiaoxuan sneered at Su Chen's behavior. Was it necessary to be so mysterious? Su Chen was amused and said, Miss, you better understand one thing. It's you who wants to become my disciple, not me asking to accept you. Since you haven't formally become my disciple yet, you can leave if you want. I won't stop you. Yi Xiaoxuan found that talking to this young man really made her angry. Over the years, she had seen countless people. Those men who wanted to pursue her would use all sorts of tricks, but Su Chen's trick was not clever at all. Was it necessary to play hard to get an act so mysterious? Fine, I'll leave then. Yi Xiaoxuan turned around and walked out of the yard. Su Chen leisurely walked back to the house. The water was still boiling on the stove. When the water boiled, he would make a pot of tea and enjoy it just the same. After Yi Xiaoxuan left, she immediately called her grandfather. Grandpa, who exactly is Su Chen? What can he teach me at his age? Yi Xiaoxuan said discontentedly, Don't think I don't know, you definitely want me to date him. I've already said it, you don't need to rush me, I'm not in a hurry. Yi Xiaoxuan's grandfather is the contemporary divine Dr. Yi Lin, who is now in his 70s. If Su Chen doesn't come back, he is undoubtedly the number one in the medical field, with his skill in the 36 heavenly needles that can revive the dead. But Yi Lin himself knows that his unique skill is nothing more than a way for Su Chen to make a living, taught to him out of their years of master-servant relationship. He doesn't even have the qualification to call Su Chen his master. Letting Yi Xiaoxuan worship Su Chen as her master was originally a hopeful idea. In Yi Lin's opinion, Su Chen would definitely not accept her as his disciple. He just wanted his granddaughter, who was naturally beautiful, to get close to Su Chen. If Su Chen took a liking to her, it would be enough for her to become his servant. If he really fell for her, it would be a great thing. The Yi family would probably have no worries for the next few hundred years. Su Chen's identity, of course, couldn't be revealed to Yi Xiaoxuan. Hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's complaint, Yi Lin nervously asked, Xian, did you offend Su Chen? Did he kick you out? Yi Xiaoxuan was full of question marks. Kick her out? She was the one who wanted to leave. Grandpa, don't pretend to be clueless. I know you had Jiang Chao cooperate with him. Besides, he even made me kneel and serve tea as a sign of respect. How could you be interested in someone like him? Yi Xiaoxuan gritted her teeth and said, arrogant, hypocritical. In short, I don't want to have anything to do with him. When Yi Lin heard Yi Xiaoxuan say that she had to kneel and serve tea, his heart almost jumped to his throat. His breathing became rapid, and he couldn't speak for a while. He was so excited that his whole body went numb. You became his disciple? Yi Lin clenched his fists. Although his granddaughter was naturally beautiful, she might not catch Su Chen's eye. But even if she couldn't become Su Chen's woman, being able to become his disciple would be a great honor. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't understand her grandfather's meaning at all and said, Of course I didn't become his disciple. I've already left his yard. Xian, go back quickly. Since he has already agreed, this is your chance. Yi Lin impatiently said, If he really wants to teach you, not just the 36 heavenly needles, you will have the opportunity to learn any medical skill in the world. How is that possible? How old is he? Yi Xiaoxuan was shocked. The 36 heavenly needles were her grandfather's unique skill, but he hadn't passed it on to anyone in the Yi family. Even if her father begged hard, her grandfather remained indifferent. Now her grandfather was saying such things. Who exactly was this Su Chen? These are not questions you should be asking. Yi Lin was afraid that Yi Xiaoxuan would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he quickly said, Let me tell you, if Su Chen is willing to accept me as his disciple, even if I have to kneel for 3 days, a month, or even a year, I'm willing. Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and stopped in her tracks. Her grandfather could actually say such things, it was truly unbelievable. There was actually someone in this world who could make her grandfather willingly kneel down and become his disciple. Yi Lin noticed that Yi Xiaoxuan didn't speak and, fearing that she was stubborn, he spoke with a more serious tone. Do you think I want you to date Su Chen? Grandpa really doesn't have that idea, because Su Chen probably wouldn't be interested in you. If you are lucky enough to become his disciple, then just do your duty and don't have any unrealistic ideas about him. This didn't sound like something a grandfather would say to his granddaughter. He almost blurted out to Yi Xiaoxuan, If you can become Su Chen's disciple, it would be a blessing from 8 lifetimes, but as for dating him, don't even think about it, you're not worthy. Yi Xiaoxuan is also a smart person. She can tell that her grandfather's words are not just empty encouragement. With her grandfather's status and position, if Suchen was just a slightly talented young man, he wouldn't have been praised so highly and said such things. I'm out. Yi Xiaoxuan's mood is heavy now. When Suchen asked her to kneel down and serve tea as a sign of respect, she felt that he was being pretentious. In anger, she ran out and naturally refused to fulfill her promise of becoming his disciple. Does she have to go back and kneel down to become his disciple now? Yi Lin didn't even consider it and said, go back immediately. If he still accepts you, no matter what he asks for, you must comply. The future prosperity of the Yi family for the next 100 years depends on you now. Yi Xiaoxuan felt extremely burdened. How did a young man like her become related to the future prosperity of the Yi family for the next 100 years? However, Yi Xiaoxuan still felt a bit rebellious and gritted her teeth, asking, if he asks me to sleep with him, should I agree? Yi Lin remained silent for a moment. As her grandfather and elder, it was really difficult for him to answer such a question. If he really takes a liking to you, it will be your good fortune. But I still think he won't be interested in you. Yi Xiaoxuan almost spat blood in anger. She originally thought that her grandfather just wanted to matchmake her with Su Chen, and that Su Chen was only a young man her grandfather liked. But now it seems that she was thinking too much. Fine. I'll go back. Although Yi Xiaoxuan said so, she also understood very clearly that if Su Chen asks for anything too outrageous, she will turn around and leave without looking back. She is not a tool for the prosperity of the Yi family. The main reason she is going back now is because she has a strong curiosity about Su Chen. What kind of person is he that made her grandfather say these things? Su Chen is now waiting for the water to boil at the stove. The courtyard is old, but the house inside uses natural gas. Su Chen also learned how to use these things on his phone and couldn't help but marvel at how much convenience technology has brought to people's lives. The water is still boiling, but Yi Xiaoxuan has already reached the door. Did you call your grandfather? Su Chen, bored, sat on the stool in front of the stove playing with his phone. He heard the footsteps and casually asked. Yi Xiaoxuan gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to become your disciple. Su Chen nodded and said, then I'll accept you as my disciple. You don't have to kneel and serve tea anymore, but from now on, you must listen to me in all matters. He had just checked on his phone and it seemed that people nowadays don't like to kneel, and he didn't have the habit of forcing others. She's just a young girl, why make things difficult for her? Besides, accepting her as a disciple was just for his own amusement. In the past, he would also take on a few servants, so why not take on a disciple now to pass the time? Is that it? Yi Xiaoxuan was full of question marks. She thought that when she came back, Su Chen would give her a hard time. Su Chen looked up at her, smiled kindly, and said, what else? If you want to kneel, I don't mind. After thinking for a long time, Yi Xiaoxuan finally realized the biggest difference between Su Chen and other young people. Su Chen always speaks in a calm and composed manner, even though he looks so young, he gives off an air of maturity. Most importantly, he appears refined and easygoing, but his casual remarks always make people want to hit him. Stay calm. Stay calm. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Su Chen, forced a smile on her face, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Master, what are your orders? Su Chen put away his phone, slowly stood up, and said, you stay here and watch the fire. I'll prepare a gift for our first meeting. A gift for our first meeting? Yi Xiaoxuan originally thought that Su Chen should be the kind of cold and even sarcastic person, but she didn't expect there to be a gift for apprenticeship. Su Chen's old house also has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with one of the rooms being his study. Before coming down from Mount Shijian, Su Chen had asked Zhang Changfeng to bring down some things he had left on the mountain. During the time Su Chen was not at home, Zhang Changfeng had already packed them up in a box and placed it in the easternmost room. Anything taken out of the box would undoubtedly be a rare treasure, needless to say. Even the box itself, made of golden Nanmu wood, was exquisitely crafted, with carvings of mountains, rivers, plants, and strange beasts. These patterns were all carved by Su Chen himself when he was bored. Even in an era of gods and demons, throwing it out would be enough to make countless powerful experts fight over it. After all, what Su Chen carved contained insights into the heavenly path. Su Chen opened the box and took out some things to arrange them. In addition to some paintings and calligraphy he had done before, there was a box of tea, 3 small jars of aged wine, a dozen or so rare and unique books, as well as precious stationery and the tea set he used to drink tea before. Su Chen had always liked reading books and also enjoyed writing a bit when he had nothing to do. Inside the box, there was also a stack of blank Xian paper from the Republican era. Zhang Changfeng, the old servant, understands Su Chen well. Suchin picked up a painting and slowly unfolded it, revealing a woman in a cheongsam on the paper. The woman in the painting had a lively and intelligent look between her eyebrows. Although she was just a painting, her eyes were full of vitality, as if she would step out of the paper in the next moment. What's even more peculiar is that this woman looks almost identical to Lin Yun. Suchen's paintings have reached a spiritual realm. If someone with profound cultivation has the opportunity to see Suchen's paintings, they might even have a breakthrough. However, if an ordinary person sees Suchen's paintings, they would probably be trapped in them for life, unable to escape until death. Zhang Changfeng only keeps these calligraphy and paintings in the box for Suchen, and he dare not open them randomly. This is what Suchen instructed before he fell asleep. After looking at it for a while, Suchen put away the painting and took out a stack of rice paper and placed it on the table. Suchen, master, the water is boiling. Yi Xiaoxuan walked to the study and knocked on the door. The door was open, and she saw Suchen putting things on the desk. She was curious about what gift Suchen would give her. Suchen just placed some rare books and treasures on the desk. Without even turning his head, he said, "Come in." In fact, he was also thinking about what to give Yi Xiaoxuan. He originally wanted to write a medical book for her, but he had a lot of things in his box, so he might as well ask her what she wanted. Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment, but still entered the room. After all, they were alone in the same room, and she was a little nervous. "Don't you want to learn medicine?" Suchen stood in front of the desk and said, "I have 2 medical books here. Take a look and see if you want them. If you don't, I can write one for you separately." What medical books? Yi Xiaoxuan was born into a medical family, and her family was now considered wealthy and influential. She had read thousands of medical books since she was a child, and her family had all the books available on the market. When she heard that Suchen wanted to give her medical books, she was somewhat dismissive. As for Suchen saying that he would write one separately, that was even more unnecessary. After all, Suchen's age was there, and what he could write was probably just a summary of some medical books. Suchen took out 2 bamboo slips from the box, opened one of them and glanced at it, and said, "The homework of BNK? Do you want it?" He recalled that BNK could barely be considered his student. He had followed him for half a month, and these 2 bamboo slips were the homework that BNK had sent to his residence in his later years. Suchen was quite satisfied after reading them, so he just threw them there. It seemed inappropriate to use such things as a gift. BNK's homework? Yi Xiaoxuan was full of astonishment. What kind of existence was BNK, and what kind of homework was it? "You can take a look first. If you don't like it, I can write it again. I have plenty of free time," Suchen said as he handed the bamboo slip to Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan curiously opened the bamboo slip, looked at it, and then froze. Is this the lost inner canon of BNK? Yi Xiaoxuan's breath hitched, and she couldn't take her eyes off the bamboo slip. The characters carved on it were clear and visible. Suchen actually called it BNK's homework? Yi Xiaoxuan was already attracted by the content on the bamboo slip, and she was deeply shocked. The insights into some difficult and miscellaneous diseases were quite unique, and the methods of treatment were unheard of. But upon careful consideration, these medical techniques should be extremely effective, but some medicinal ingredients have already disappeared. "What do you think?" Suchen asked casually when he saw her daze. If Yi Xiaoxuan was not satisfied, he would let her grind the ink and write it himself. It would definitely be much better than BNK's. Yi Xiaoxuan snapped back to reality and stared at the other bamboo slip on the desk, stuttering, "You're not going to tell me that it's the outer canon of BNK, right?" The inner canon and outer canon of BNK had long been lost, but now Suchen was holding these 2 bamboo slips and asking her if she wanted them. This was truly shocking. Suchen opened another bamboo slip and glanced at it, saying, "This should be it." After speaking, he handed it to Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan's hand trembled slightly as she took the bamboo slip. Having studied medicine since childhood, she could naturally distinguish the authenticity of the content after reading some BNK's inner canon. If this was the outer canon, it would fill a gap in the history of human medicine. "You take these 2 volumes back and have a look. You should be able to learn something from them," Suchen said lazily. He didn't feel like writing anymore, and these 2 volumes should be enough for Yi Xiaoxuan to study for a while. Yi Xiaoxuan carefully placed BNK's inner canon on the desk and opened another volume. She was almost shocked. It turned out to be BNK's outer canon. At the same time, Suchen took out these 2 volumes of bamboo slips and wanted to give them to her. This was truly unbelievable. "Are you really giving me these 2 medical texts?" Yi Xiaoxuan felt that she had seen the world. She had seen many grand scenes before. There were also many rare medical books at home, but these 2 volumes of medical texts were definitely the most precious she had ever seen. She swore that if these 2 volumes were put up for auction, their value would definitely exceed 1 billion. If these were really Bienkei's inner canon and Bienkei's outer canon, they would never be allowed to be auctioned in the country. Suchen also knew what these 2 medical texts meant to ordinary people. Bienkei was considered a famous figure in history. His works were nothing to Suchen, but for Yi Xiaoxuan, they were quite valuable. However, Yi Xiaoxuan had already formally become Suchen's disciple, so Bienkei's works were not considered anything special. If you like them, take them. Suchen didn't care about these things at all. Seeing Yi Xiaoxuan's expression, he gave up the idea of writing a separate medical book for her. So, these are really the inner and outer canons written by Bienkei? Yi Xiaoxuan still couldn't calm down her excitement. Suchen nodded. He wrote them. Are they authentic? Suchen nodded again. These were definitely authentic, without a doubt. Yi Xiaoxuan asked again, are you sure? Do you want them? Suchen said, if you want to learn medicine, you can take these 2 volumes of medical texts back and have a look. They're of no use to me anyway. Alright. Yi Xiaoxuan still had some doubts about whether these were genuine works of Bienkei. The 2 volumes of bamboo slips were preserved in such perfect condition, without any damage. The characters engraved on them were clear, without a single stain. Bienkei lived in the spring and autumn period, so how could things from that era be so well preserved? Although she didn't fully believe it, the content on the bamboo slips was concise and comprehensive, and many medical treatments were unheard of to her. Do you know how to make tea? Suchen took out a set of tea utensils from the box as he spoke. Of course. Yi Xiaoxuan replied, but then she froze. The tea set on the table didn't look cheap at all. She came from a prestigious family and could tell whether something was good or not. Master, is this June porcelain from the Song dynasty? Yi Xiaoxuan was not someone who had never seen the world before. The delicate and exquisite tea set on the table, with its beautiful patterns, resembled June porcelain from the Song dynasty. Suchen didn't even lift his head. He took out the tea leaves from the box and said, it should be. You can use this to make tea. There are no other cups at home. They've all been used by others. After making tea later, throw away the bowls, chopsticks, and cups at home. Understood. Yi Xiaoxuan had rarely served others in her life, but Suchen's identity made her curious. Not to mention the bamboo slips he gave her, the tea set in front of her also caught her attention. She wanted to take a closer look at it. When Yi Xiaoxuan went to get the tea set, she glanced at the things on the desk and couldn't help but be stunned. The inkstone, pen holder, and brush on the desk all seem to have been around for quite some time. Although she doesn't have much knowledge about these things, at first glance, she knows that they are definitely good items. As she picked up the tea set to leave, she glanced at the box next to it. No way! Even the box looks valuable, but why doesn't Suchen look like a wealthy person? Yi Xiaoxuan's tea-making technique is not very professional, just a simple rinse of the tea leaves and then steeping them. However, she doesn't know that the box in Suchen's room contains a box of pure golden melon tribute tea, which is extremely rare in the world today. It is even listed as a second-level national cultural relic, and the only remaining box is the one owned by Suchen. The value of this tea is worth more than gold. It is simply priceless. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't think much about it at first. She just felt that the tea set was too exquisite and handled it with great care. It was only when the faint tea fragrance filled the air that she realized that the tea leaves might also be valuable. Suchen walked out of the room, and Yi Xiaoxuan was making tea at the stone table in the courtyard. With her focused appearance and unskilled technique, it didn't look very impressive. I'm going to work soon, you can do as you please. Add me on WeChat, and when I need to find you, I'll send you a message. Suchen took a sip of tea, which wasn't brewed well and was not as good as Jiang Chongfeng's. While adding Suchen's WeChat, Yi Xiaoxuan asked, where do you work? If the bamboo scroll Suchen gave her is authentic, then it is already priceless. Does he still need to go to work at night? Suchen sat on the stone bench and said, a bar. Oh. When Yi Xiaoxuan heard the word bar, she started thinking more. For people like them, working at a bar, is that really work? Most likely, it's just to pick up girls or deceive them. Now Yi Xiaoxuan's attitude towards Suchen has improved a lot, but that doesn't mean she thinks he is a good person. Take the house key and make a copy for yourself. Since Suchen has accepted her as his apprentice, he treats Yi Xiaoxuan as his own. Tidy up the house properly, you don't need the study anymore. Without waiting for Yi Xiaoxuan to object, Suchen threw down the key and left, leaving her standing there dumbfounded. He just gave her the key like that? And once again, he asked her to clean up the house. After Suchen left, Yi Xiaoxuan sat in the courtyard and started drinking tea. This tea is not bad. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't understand tea, but she could still tell that the tea leaves were good. She sat in the courtyard and drank a whole pot of tea before going inside to tidy up her things. After everything was in order, she threw away all the dishes and cutlery in the kitchen and bought 3 new sets from a nearby supermarket. "Grandfather, I've become his apprentice." Yi Xiaoxuan decided to report this matter to her grandfather. When Yilin heard this over the phone, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Really? Did he teach you anything?" "He didn't teach me, but he gave me 2 bamboo scrolls. However, he said they are the inner and outer classics of BNK." Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Although the content is very good, they should not be authentic." He even said they were BNK's homework. "That's it." Yilin said, "Those must be the inner and outer classics of BNK." "Grandfather, you haven't even seen them, how do you know they're real?" Yi Xiaoxuan doubted the authenticity of the 2 bamboo scrolls, but she really didn't understand why her grandfather was so sure they were genuine. Yilin said confidently, "As long as he gave them to you, they must be real." "What else did he say?" Yi Xiaoxuan thought for a moment and said, He also said he would write a medical book for me." "He said he would write a medical book for you?" Yilin became even more excited when he heard what Yi Xiaoxuan said. Compared to the inner and outer classics of BNK, the medical book written by Su Chen was worth much more. Yi Xiaoxuan obviously didn't realize what she had missed out on and said, "I looked at the bamboo slips he gave me, they are quite extraordinary. It seems like he wants me to choose between taking the 2 volumes of bamboo slips or him writing a scroll for me. Of course, I want the 2 volumes of bamboo slips." "Ah." Yilin could only sigh deeply and said, "Is he not with you now?" "Of course not." Yi Xiaoxuan asked in confusion, "Grandfather, who is Su Chen exactly? It seems like he has quite a few treasures at home, so why does he live in a place like this?" Yilin said, "Don't inquire about these things. Since you have already accepted him as your master, you should behave well." "Grandfather, do you want to take a look at the 2 medical classics?" Yi Xiaoxuan, like a child who had obtained a treasure, wanted to share it with Yilin. However, Yilin said, "Since it was given to you by your master, remember not to show it to anyone. You should know what the inner and outer classics of BNK imply." Yi Xiaoxuan's heart almost jumped to her throat. Her grandfather's words clearly confirmed that the 2 volumes of medical classics were genuine, and Su Chen's identity. Su Chen, of course, was unaware of the conversation between Yilin and Yi Xiaoxuan, and he wasn't interested in knowing. At 6:30, Su Chen had already arrived at the sober bar. At this time, Zhang Ting had also arrived and was doing the accounting inside. "You're here?" Zhang Ting looked up and smiled at Su Chen, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be studying in the evening?" Su Chen approached and smiled, "No, I'm not going." Zhang Ting put down the pen in her hand, looked at Su Chen, and said, "If you want to study in the evening, you can come later. After all, academics should be a priority. This job may bring in money quickly, but it can't be done for a lifetime." Su Chen didn't expect Zhang Ting to say this. After all, he could tell that he could bring in a lot of profit to the bar, and a typical boss might encourage him not to study and come every day. "Didn't you say you came out of the mountains?" Zhang Ting said, "Now that you're young, it's always good to learn more. If I could have gone to college back then, maybe I wouldn't be doing this now." Su Chen laughed and said, "Sister Ting, you don't have to worry about my studies. The reason I'm not going is that self-study doesn't have much meaning for me." Zhang Ting couldn't quite understand what Su Chen meant, but she could only shake her head, thinking that Su Chen just didn't like studying, and said, "I'll let Brother Chuan and the others know. If you want to study in the evening, you can come later. After all, our customers don't really start coming in until after 10:30. "Thank you." Su Chen said thank you and asked, "Will Lin Yun also come later?" Zhang Ting paused, squinted at Su Chen, and smiled, "What? Are you interested in that little girl?" Su Chen didn't hide it and said straightforwardly, "Yes." Zhang Ting laughed uncontrollably and said, "I thought a young boy like you would be shy when talking about this kind of thing, but I didn't expect you to admit it so readily." "Young boy?" Su Chen had been misunderstood many times over the years, so when he heard Zhang Ting's words, he just smiled. When you like someone, there's no need to hide it. He didn't say too much to Lin Yun because he knew very well that if he said it too early, it would not only be a fantasy for Lin Yun, but she might even reject him. It's best to let things happen naturally. "Sister Ting, I hope you can keep this a secret for me." Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "I don't want her to know about this yet." Zhang Ting smiled knowingly and said, "Don't worry, Sister Ting will keep it a secret for you. You just have to do your best." In any case, Su Chen had a good impression of Zhang Ting. In the evening, when it was past 9 o'clock, more and more customers came to the bar. According to the agreement between Su Chen and Zhang Ting, Su Chen could choose his own customers. In other words, if he doesn't want to accompany someone, then he won't. But since he's getting paid, Su Chen certainly won't just sit there and watch. He'll help carry the drinks or serve the customers, as that's what he needs to do. The Clear Bar is a combination of a bar and a hostess club. In the center of the bar, there is a dance floor for performances. But anyone who has been to this kind of place knows that you have to pay for those dances. Men come here with a simple purpose, to seek pleasure. Suchin has been busy in the establishment for a while, carrying a tray of drinks to K13. Suchin. The person sitting in the center of K13 is Zhao. When he sees Suchin, a strange smile appears on his face. He came here because he heard that Lin Yun was working part-time here, but he didn't expect Suchin to also be working here. This is interesting. Suchin lifts his eyelids and looks at him, saying nothing, and turns to leave. Zhao Yun's ugly face is filled with mockery, as if a god is looking down on a lowly ant. Stop right there. Zhao Yun stands up excitedly. If he encounters Suchin in this situation, he must settle all his grudges today, otherwise, how can he continue to mix in this place? Suchin is not afraid of trouble either. When he hears Zhao Yun shouting, he stops and turns to look at him, asking, "What else? You're a waiter, don't you know how to serve drinks? And what's with your attitude?" Zhao Yun smirks. He thought Suchin had some background, but he didn't expect him to be a waiter here. Now he can rest assured. A poor guy like him, isn't he just there to be taken advantage of? Serve drinks? When Suchin reaches this point, he looks back and smiles at Zhao Yun. "Sorry, I have to go attend to other customers." Liao quickly approaches and laughs at Zhao Yun. "Brother, let me serve you the drinks." "Get lost. I want him to serve me today." Zhao Yun arrogantly points at Suchin and says, "I'm here to spend money, he can't leave anywhere today." Suchin squints at him and jokingly says, "Zhao Yun, right? Your mom is here. Your mom is here." Zhao Yun shouts loudly, "Don't you want to work today?" Suchin doesn't explain much. He can see through people, especially those with a blood relationship. Just then, Gao Yun, who had drinks with Suchin last night, strides over angrily and asks Zhao Yun, "What are you doing here, you little brat?" The group of friends and followers behind Zhao Yun were ready to teach Suchin a lesson, but Gao Yun's angry shout made them hesitate. The bar was already noisy, and Zhao Yun's face turned red. After holding it in for a while, he grits his teeth and asks, "Mom, why are you here?" Zhao Yun's family is considered wealthy, and he is known as young Master Zhao at school. But he's only a sophomore, and now his mother caught him at a nightclub. Looking at Gao Yun's angry expression, Zhao Yun probably won't get away with it. Suchin stands between them, and Gao Yun, with a face full of anger, says to him, "Kid, what are you doing here? You're taking advantage of me, aren't you?" Zhao Yun is frustrated. Suchin calling his mother sis is clearly taking advantage of him, right? Suchin naturally says, "What's wrong with me calling your mother sis? Am I taking advantage of you?" This statement might have been fine if left unsaid, but once it's said, it's obvious that Suchin is trying to take advantage of Zhao Yun. Gao Yun came to the bar today to find Suchin, but she didn't expect to run into Zhao Yun. Hearing Suchin call her sis in front of her son, she can't help but feel a bit embarrassed, especially the way Suchin said it, as if treating her as an equal. If Suchin had a relationship with her last night because of money, at most she would treat Suchin as a plaything. But Suchin's refusal to be swayed by money has deeply attracted her. Who says there are no good men? Gao Yun took a deep breath, calmed herself down, glanced at Suchin, and said to Zhao Yun, "Zhao Yun, let me introduce you. This is your uncle Su. Why aren't you calling him?" Damn it! The people behind Zhao Yun dared not speak. Suchin looked about the same age as Zhao Yun. Now Zhao Yun's mother wants Zhao Yun to call him uncle. Does this mean that Suchin has hooked up with Zhao Yun's mother? This is outrageous. Mom, what are you talking about? Why should I call him uncle? Zhao Yun clenched his fists. He came here originally to pursue Lin Yun. After seeing Suchin, he naturally wanted to humiliate him. But now, he has to call him uncle? Gao Yun's face turned cold and she said coldly, "You don't have to call if you don't want to. I'll deduct half a year's pocket money from you. And don't drive the car, so you won't go out and cause trouble every day." "Half a year? You might as well starve me to death," Zhao Yun said with a stiff scalp. "Anyway, it's absolutely impossible for me to call him." At this point, he paused and waved his hand to the people behind him, saying, "You guys go first, we'll hang out another day." The people behind Zhao Yun could only smile awkwardly, and the leader walked to Gao Yun's side and whispered, "Auntie, we'll leave first." The others also greeted Gao Yun one after another, "Auntie, we're leaving." Gao Yun's face turned pale. She just nodded her head. She couldn't be bothered to say anything to these kids. After the group of people left, Gao Yun stared at Zhao Yun and asked coldly, "Zhao Yun, are you going to call or not?" Normally, when a middle-aged woman goes to a nightclub to find a man and meets her own son, it would be a bit awkward. But Gao Yun is not an ordinary person. She has been working in the business world for many years and doesn't care about what others think. Anyway, she has taken a liking to Su Chen. Age doesn't matter. Especially when Su Chen called her Yun Jia, it melted her heart. Zhao Yin looked deeply at Su Chen and started to hesitate. He knew his mother's character. If he dared to go against her today, she would really deduct half a year's pocket money from him and take back the car. It's not a big deal to call him once. His mother's interest in Su Chen is just temporary. When the novelty wears off, Su Chen will be as miserable as he is now. As the saying goes, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Besides, there is no one else around, and the bar is so noisy that no one can hear. Uncle! Zhao Ying tried to lower his voice and shouted at Su Chen. At this moment, he imagined himself as Han Xian, who was humiliated under someone's crotch. Now he is just calling Su Chen uncle. What's the big deal? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "What did you say?" Zhao Yin's face turned black. Damn it, this is more than just humiliation. Gao Yin snorted, "Wasn't your voice loud just now? Why are you silent now?" Damn it! Zhao Yin really doubted whether he was her biological son or if Su Chen had drugged her mother. How could his mother side with Su Chen like this? Su Chen is already an old monster who has lived for many years. In his eyes, Gao Yun may not be as young as a young girl, but she is still attractive. He wouldn't call her aunt or anything like that. Calling her Yun Jia is just because of his current identity. Yun Jia, don't force the child. If he doesn't want to call, then forget it. Su Chen appeared very magnanimous, completely displaying his tea art. Now he dislikes getting physical with people more and more, especially dealing with someone like Zhao Yin, a young master. He has no desire to fight him. Gao Yun waved her hand at Zhao Yin and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at school at this time? Let's go. Be less polite to Uncle Su in the future." "Mom, I'm leaving." Zhao Yin was truly afraid of her mother. From childhood to adulthood, Gao Yun has always been intimidating. Now that she's leaving, does she really have to have another drink with Su Chen? Gao Yun didn't say much. After Zhao Yin left, she smiled at Su Chen and said, "Su, let's sit here and have a few drinks. Tonight, let's just chat and not drink too much." When it comes to drinking, Gao Yun really feels that she is no match for Su Chen, especially since she no longer just wants his body. Today, she has been thinking all day and feels that she can test Su Chen's attitude. Although this young man looks much younger than her, he exudes charm. He is young, but there is a maturity in his eyes that is hard to find in other men. How can there be such a man in the world? Sure, let's sit here and have a few drinks. Su Chen can be considered experienced with women. He may not accept just anyone, but isn't his job to accompany women for drinks now? Thinking about the courtesans in the past, even if the guests were not attractive and had a bad attitude, they still had to serve them, right? Gao Yun is being polite to him, and now she just wants to have a drink with him. How could he refuse? After they had a drink, Gao Yun tentatively asked, "Su, do you have anyone at home?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I am an orphan, without parents or siblings." Orphan? When Gao Yun heard Su Chen say this, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. If Su Chen still had parents, they might oppose their relationship because of the age difference. But if Su Chen is an orphan, that's great. As long as they both want to be together, no one can stop them. "Well, I'm sorry for bringing up something sad for you." Gao Yun raised her glass and drank it all, saying, "I'll punish myself with a drink." Su Chen didn't even know who his parents were. He has lived for so many years as an orphan, so what Gao Yun said didn't really affect him. He just smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't think it's a big deal. It's not bad to be able to feed myself without relying on anyone else. You can really let go of things." After Gao Yun put down her glass, she sat closer to Su Chen and asked with concern, "So, are you still living alone without a girlfriend?" As the saying goes, with age comes wisdom. Su Chen is already so old, not to mention Gao Yun's obvious hints. With just a glance, he knows what Gao Yun is thinking. But Su Chen also has his professional ethics. How can he take things seriously in this world of fireworks and dust? It's all just a performance. "Sister Yun, I'm still young and don't want to think about big life decisions yet." Su Chen raised his glass and smiled, squinting his eyes. "Let's drink." He didn't refuse, but he also couldn't continue this topic. Su Chen is just a bartender, and he always remembers his job. How can he sell drinks if he's busy chatting? Gao Yun tried to say something after thinking for a while, but her words were interrupted by a glass of wine. She could only pick up her glass and drink with Su Chen. After drinking for a while and chatting with Su Chen, Gao Yun gradually became more proactive. She asked about Gao Yun's life, and then listened to Gao Yun venting about how difficult it is for a woman to make it on her own. They drank more and more, and they had over 80 bottles. Gao Yun was getting drunk, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes towards Su Chen were full of affection. "Sister Yun, you've had enough to drink. How about we stop here tonight?" Su Chen's voice seemed full of charm. Gao Yun was already 3 parts drunk, but she nodded like a little girl. "I'll walk you out," Su Chen said as he helped Gao Yun up. Gao Yun leaned against Su Chen, looked up at him, and whispered, "Su, how about you accompany me tonight?" Su Chen smiled without changing his expression and said, "Sister Yun, I'm not that kind of person. I'll walk you to the car and let Xiaodi accompany you." If it were any other guy in the club, Gao Yun would definitely have to spend money until he was satisfied if she wanted to sleep with him. Almost no one could resist the temptation. But Su Chen was completely different. Gao Yun had already tried the money trick last night, and today she wanted to play the emotional card. She wasn't in a hurry, naturally wanting to leave a good impression on Su Chen, so she didn't force him. "No need, just drop me off at the car." Although Gao Yun was a bit drunk, she still wanted to appear pure and innocent in front of Su Chen. After Su Chen sent Gao Yun to the car, he returned to the bar, but was stopped by a burly man in a suit. "Are you Su Chen? Our boss wants to see you." This burly man had been staring at Su Chen since he entered. Su Chen noticed that Bai Miaomia had arrived and had been in the private room for over an hour, and she had brought 10 men with her. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to the burly man, but he still followed him. In his heart, he was just thinking, are women in this era also fierce? 10 men, plus him, made it 11. Can he handle it? If Bai Miaomia knew what someone was thinking, she would definitely not care about anything and have him killed right away. Su Chen followed the burly man into the private room and saw Bai Miaomia wearing a stylish little suit, with short hair neatly cut. Several burly men stood inside with stern faces, creating a tense atmosphere. "Miss Bai, he's here." Bai Miaomia sat on the sofa, glanced at Su Chen, and said coldly, "Aren't you a heavy drinker? Today, have a good time with my company's people." Su Chen chuckled and said, "Thank you for your presence, Miss Bai." Bai Miaomia waved to the burly man and said, "Drink." His name is Su Chen. With a simple introduction, Bai Miaomia was here today to avenge last night. Last night, when she was drinking with Su Chen, she didn't think much of it. But after waking up, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If she didn't take revenge, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. So, Bai Miaomia had called the 10 best drinkers from her company. If Su Chen didn't get drunk tonight, they wouldn't have to work anymore. Since they were going to drink, they naturally had to play hard. Normally, after finishing a pot like this, most people would be unconscious and wouldn't need to drink another pot. Su Chen picked up the pot and smiled faintly, very generous. The two clinked their pots and drank at the same time. Who was Su Chen? Others would at least need some time to finish their drink, but he took a big gulp. In just a second, he had finished the entire pot. Kong Yu hadn't even finished half of his drink, and Su Chen was already looking at him after putting down the empty pot. The other 9 men's eyes almost popped out. Was this guy performing magic? They were all seasoned drinkers, but when had they ever seen someone drink like Su Chen? That was mixed liquor, the taste was definitely not good, and it was extremely strong. Even with a regular glass, 2 drinks would be enough to make most people choke. 5 seconds later, after Kong Yu finished his pot, he looked at Su Chen with a bitter smile, and could only give him a thumbs up before silently refilling his pot and struggling to drink again. Su Chen also pretended to be slightly drunk. One shouldn't go too far, it's better to give people some anticipation. Bai Miaomia sat there in silence, leaving the other 9 people looking at each other. They weren't afraid. Even if Su Chen could hold his liquor, could the 10 of them not outdrink him? "Brother Su, you can handle your alcohol," another chubby guy with an oily face said with a smile. "Let's each toast Brother Su with a jug and then play dice, how about that?" Toasting with a jug each was clearly a challenge to Su Chen. These people had already figured out that if it was a one-on-one drinking contest, they definitely wouldn't be able to match Su Chen. But if each of them drank a jug, Su Chen would have to drink 10 jugs. Even the god of wine would have to surrender in a battle like this. Moreover, they had a backup plan. If they couldn't outdrink him, they would play dice. Su Chen didn't mind. Bai Miaomia had clearly come to seek revenge today, which was quite interesting. Next, the bar's waiters would be quite busy. 5 or 6 people took turns bringing in drinks. The drinks Bai Miaomia ordered were not cheap, with not a single bottle of red or foreign wine costing less than 1,000 yuan. These drinks couldn't withstand the heavy drinking of Su Chen and his friends. Bottles were collected every 3 minutes, with the waiters outside the private room on standby. Zhang Ting had already realized that something was wrong. Although Bai Miaomia buying drinks would bring the bar a lot of profit, she was afraid that drinking like this would kill someone, so she had to walk in with Su Chuan holding a glass of wine. After seeing the scene inside the private room, the 2 of them were quite frightened. Especially Su Chuan, who knew last night that Bai Miaomia's identity was not simple at all, didn't dare to offend her at all. The couple wanted to go forward and toast Bai Miaomia. Bai Miao Miao raised her eyelids and glanced at them, saying, "Get out. Tonight, my people only drink with Su Chen." With her status, she didn't need to give face to Zhang Ting and the others. This made Zhang Ting and the others feel a bit awkward. They couldn't leave, but staying was also not an option. Su Chen was originally drinking with one of them, but when he heard this, he put down his jug and stared at Bai Miao Miao, saying coldly, "Miss Bai, these two are also my bosses. Since Miss Bai doesn't give them face, then I don't need to give you face either. Let's just end it here today." When he said this, Su Chuan felt a shiver in his heart. Truly fearless as a newborn calf. He had already told Su Chen last night how extraordinary Miss Yu from the Yu family was, so how could Bai Miao Miao be an easy opponent? Although the Clear Wine Bar had some backstage connections, compared to others, it was nothing. Offending someone like this was tantamount to seeking death. "Miss Bai, I'm sorry. This kid doesn't know how to speak." Su Chuan quickly walked up with a glass of wine and said, "I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Bai Miao Miao raised her hand and looked deeply at Su Chen, saying, "Su Chen, if you can't get them all drunk tonight, then promise me one condition." After saying that, she poured a glass of wine and raised it, drinking it all in one go. "You two can leave after drinking." Bai Miao Miao's grandfather had naturally repeatedly warned her not to offend Su Chen. Even if they couldn't become friends, they absolutely couldn't become enemies. But what kind of person was Bai Miao Miao? She wouldn't listen to anyone. After Zhang Ting and Su Chuan finished their drinks, they could only leave. Before leaving, Zhang Ting whispered in Su Chen's ear, "Little Su, if you really can't drink anymore, just pretend to pass out, don't force yourself." Su Chen nodded and didn't say much. After Zhang Ting and the others left, Su Chen picked up the jug and started drinking with another person. 1 jug per second, no holding back. The godlike strength made the 10 people brought by Miao Miao's scalp tingle. Was this still a human? Drinking 10 jugs as if it were water. Even if it was water, it still couldn't be endured. One of them, whose alcohol tolerance was slightly worse, rushed to the bathroom and vomited violently. The consumption in this room was naturally not low. In just a few minutes, they had already spent over 70,000 on drinks. "Didn't you guys say you wanted to play dice just now? Lose 1 round, drink 1 jug." Su Chen's momentum is rising. He really likes this job, but he also wants to make it clear to Bai Miao Miao that seeking revenge on him in this lifetime is impossible. Kong Yu is still the first one to play with Su Chen. Before playing, he thought it through. Su Chen may not have any reaction to alcohol, but being able to drink doesn't mean he can handle playing games. They are all experienced people in the industry. How old is Su Chen? Can't handle drinking? Can't handle playing? After playing 5 rounds, Kong Yu vomited in the toilet and never came out again. After drinking 7 pots, Kong Yu's limit had been reached. It was already good enough that he didn't have a stomach hemorrhage and had to be sent to the hospital. The people who faced Su Chen next felt a chill down their spines and broke out in cold sweat. Kong Yu is the head of their public relations department. It can be said that at least 365 days a year, he spends at least 360 days at the dining table. Before joining Bai Miao Miao's company, he was even a dealer at a casino. When playing dice, he could roll whatever number he wanted. He also knew how to listen to the sound of the dice. If it weren't for the salary and benefits at Bai Miao Miao's company, they wouldn't have been able to hire such a master. But it turns out that even someone like him fell under Su Chen's hands. "Su brother. Impressive. Let's play a drinking game." 1 minute later, another person was lying in the toilet unable to come out. "Let's play Nyo-Nyo. Get a deck of cards, no more dice." If they couldn't win at playing, they could only rely on luck. How could they know that Su Chen, a person like him, had countless strokes of luck? Mortals challenging him in luck was simply seeking death. 3 minutes later, another person was lying down. "Brother, let's drink." The remaining people's mentality had exploded. Several people in their 20s looked at Su Chen, crying and calling him brother. They couldn't beat him in playing or drinking, they could only leave it up to fate. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. "Why bother? Even if you challenge me in drinking, you still can't beat me. Even if 10 more of you come, it's useless." Now the person sitting across from Su Chen smiled bitterly. Perhaps he had drunk some alcohol and had the courage to say, "Su brother, I've witnessed your drinking capacity, but if we can't make you pass out tonight, then there's no need for us to work at the company anymore." Su Chen instantly understood. For him, it was just a small game, not even a challenge. But for these people, tonight's drinking session determined their future livelihoods. "Bai Miao Miao, no need to drink anymore, let's consider me losing." Su Chen suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Why should he play along with a little girl's antics? Bai Miao Miao looked at Su Chen and sneered, "Then you have to promise me one condition." "You go ahead and say it." Su Chen said, "I may not agree, but I can listen." Bai Miao gritted her teeth and said, "We agreed just now, I gave face to your boss." "I didn't agree." Su Chen chuckled. "You go ahead and say it, what condition?" Bai Miao waved her hand at the remaining strong men and said, "You guys go back first. Those who are drunk, take them to the hospital. Those who need their stomachs pumped, get it done. Tomorrow, go to the finance department to collect your bonuses." "Thank you, General Bai." These strong men felt as if they had been granted amnesty, stumbling out of the private room one by one. The 3 people who had been knocked out were also carried out. The remaining 7 people looked at Su Chen with grateful eyes. After the private room door closed, Bai Miao slowly stood up and looked at Su Chen up and down. Undeniably, this young man seemed to have a special aura, and she had heard from Bai Qingyan that Su Chen seemed to have some knowledge of ancient characters. At such a young age, he had managed to make the former president of Qingzhou University willingly become his mentor. "What are you looking at?" Su Chen interrupted her thoughts and said firmly, "Miss Bai, I sell my skills, not my body." Bai Miao almost couldn't hold back spitting in his face. This person's thick skin was truly rare. "Pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, accompany me to a few meals, and in the end, we'll break up due to incompatible feelings." Bai Miao resisted the urge to beat Su Chen and said, "As for the compensation, you can propose a sum, as long as it's not too excessive, it's fine." Su Chen learns things very quickly and knows that the term boyfriend and girlfriend now refers to what used to be called lovers. Although he hasn't made any moves on Lin Yun, he would never do something that would ruin his reputation. "I can have a meal with you, but I won't pretend to be your boyfriend," Su Chen replied firmly. Pretending to be her boyfriend would only lead to misunderstandings with Lin Yun. Su Chen disdained doing such things for money. Bai Miao didn't expect that a gigolo who accompanies middle-aged wealthy women to drink would refuse such a lucrative opportunity. Pretending to be her boyfriend is surely more enjoyable than accompanying those 30 or 40-year-old wealthy women, right? The salary would also be much higher. A monthly salary of 100,000. Bai Miao still believed that everyone has their price, and what she proposed wasn't difficult. She didn't believe that someone like Su Chen would refuse. After all, people in their line of work should have already set aside their dignity as men and be solely focused on money. 200,000. You're going too far. Bai Miao gritted her teeth and stared at Su Chen. If it weren't for her family's situation, and if she didn't have a slight interest in Su Chen, why would she do such a thing? Su Chen shook his head firmly and said, "I told you, I can have a meal with you, but pretending to be your boyfriend is impossible." This wasn't the first time he had been rejected, and Bai Miao was starting to get annoyed. "Fine. Just don't talk during the meal. 1,000 for each meal." Bai Miao didn't want to pretend to be a couple with him either. As long as Su Chen didn't speak, he could eat his meal in silence when they returned. Who said anything about talking during the meal? Su Chen chuckled and looked at Bai Miao as if she were an idiot. Bai Miao, a beautiful CEO, had never been looked at with such eyes before. Su Chen was clearly saying, "Do you have delicious food? I can't be bothered to talk to you." "That's settled then. Leave me your phone number. You have to be available whenever I call." Bai Miao took a deep breath. She felt that she couldn't talk to Su Chen anymore. If they continued chatting, she might just die of anger. "Add me on WeChat." Su Chen took out his phone and skillfully displayed his QR code. "You have to pay before the meal. I have regular eating habits and can't be available whenever you want. You can call me for breakfast, but as for lunch and dinner, forget it. If there's afternoon tea, that's fine. And for supper, that's acceptable too." Bai Miao scanned his QR code and glared at him. Regular eating habits? What a joke. Su Chen thought this job wasn't bad at all. Someone would treat him to a meal and pay him in advance. Considering how wealthy Bai Miao was, the food she provided shouldn't be too bad. It was hard to refuse such a deal. After Bai Miao added him on WeChat, she walked out of the private room in big strides and slammed the door. She really didn't understand why her grandfather wanted her to get close to Su Chen. It was so difficult to get along with him. Su Chen came out of the private room, and He Liao was already waiting at the door. "Su Ge, are you okay? What could be wrong?" Su Chen's eyes were clear, showing no signs of drunkenness, and he smiled. He Liao almost wanted to bow down to Su Chen. Wasn't he a god? "Su Ge, there's another group of people looking for you outside." He Liao had been working here for 2 years, starting as a naive waiter and becoming the prince of the bar scene. He had seen all kinds of situations, but these past 2 days had been eye-opening. Su Chen's drinking capacity was beyond words, and he admired him greatly. But was Su Chen's social circle a bit too good? First, there was Gao Yun, a wealthy woman who took a liking to him, and now there was Bai Miao, the ultimate beauty with wealth. And now, there was another group of rich young masters looking for Su Chen. Someone else is looking for me? Su Chen was a little curious. Could it be that everyone knew he worked at the bar? Yu Guiyan and his group of old guys probably won't come. Su Chen's divine sense subconsciously swept across the bar, and he couldn't help but smile. Another group of young people looking for trouble? Bai Miaomio walked out of the private room and saw Yu Xinghe and his group of followers. Yu Xinghe was someone Bai Miaomio had grown up watching. After chatting for a bit, Bai Miaomio was originally planning to leave, but she heard Yu Xinghe say that he came to find Su Chen, so she decided to sit at their table. Sister Bai, are you also here to find someone surnamed Su? Yu Xinghe mentioned Su Chen and couldn't help but grit his teeth. He first threw a bucket of dirty water on him and said, "That guy is just a scumbag. I feel like my sister has been deceived by him, and then he's entangled with Linian from our school. You have to be careful with someone like him. Is your sister his girlfriend?" Bai Miaomio suddenly became more interested in Su Chen. Yesterday, she was brought to the bar by Yu Qi. The Yu family and the Bai family were considered close friends. Yu Qi was outstanding, there was no doubt about that. She was only in her third year of college, but she already had the potential to outshine others. How could someone like Yu Qi be interested in Su Chen? She probably isn't yet, Yu Xinghe said, but their relationship seems a bit off. Think about it, my sister, someone like her, actually spent a whole day shopping with someone surnamed Su, and even made me buy things for him. In their circle, everyone knew that Yu Xinghe had the best relationship with his sister. Although he was afraid of Yu Qi had always doted on her little brother. So, what are you here for? Bai Miaomio narrowed her eyes and smiled. Are you here to warn Su Chen to stay away from your sister? That's the idea, Yu Xinghe said. I can't do anything to him at school, but it's different outside. I've thought about it for a long time. I can't let someone surnamed Su stay in Qingzhou. I support you. Bai Miaomio also wanted to stir up trouble. She was curious about Su Chen. He must be someone extraordinary to attract the attention of the Yu, Bai, and Yi families. But so far, besides finding Su Chen particularly annoying and a heavy drinker, she hadn't discovered any other qualities about him. Others might not dare to act recklessly, but this young master from the Yu family wasn't afraid of anything. Let him test Su Chen's bottom line. Su Chen, led by He Liao, came to Yu Xinghe's table. Yu Xinghe looked at Su Chen with interest and smirked. Su Chen, you're doing well. You're working here and you didn't even tell me. Didn't your sister tell you? Su Chen just smiled. To him, Yu Xinghe was just a little kid. He didn't really understand people from this era, but it was fine to play with kids sometimes. Don't scare me with my sister. Yu Xinghe got excited when he heard Su Chen's words. He slammed the table and shouted, do you even know what you do? It's better if you stay away from my sister. Su Chuan paid attention to the commotion at the booth. Yu Xinghe was also a VIP member at their bar. Although he didn't come often, his spending was not low. Although Su Chuan didn't know Yu Xinghe's identity, he knew that he couldn't offend this young master. Didn't he know Bai Miaomio and Yu Xinghe were acquainted? Who in Bai Miaomio's circle would dare to provoke them? Seeing that Yu Xinghe had already slammed the table, Su Chuan quickly approached with a smile and said, brother, what's wrong? It's none of your business. Get lost. Yu Xinghe completely disregarded Su Chuan's face and glared at him arrogantly. Su Chuan could only smile bitterly and didn't dare to get any closer. He couldn't afford to provoke Bai Miaomio, and naturally, he couldn't afford to provoke Yu Xinghe either. Zhang Ting stood not far away, feeling anxious. She couldn't understand how Su Chen, a young man who had just come out of the mountains, had managed to provoke these wealthy people. Su Chen calmly took out his phone and said, Yu Qi, your brother is now at my workplace. He told me to stay away from you in the future and not to come looking for me. We're all experienced people, and the concept of social status in wealthy families is definitely important. He didn't have a deep relationship with Yu Qi before. Yu Qi helped him with some favors before, but he also treated her to a meal and returned the money to her. Since Yu Xinghe is so concerned about his sister, it's fine if they don't interact in the future. Anyway, Su Chen doesn't want others to misunderstand anything between him and Yu Qi. Yu Xinghe couldn't help but be stunned. Is this guy tattling on him? But with Su Chen's tone when talking to his sister, knowing his sister's temper, she definitely won't look for Su Chen again in the future. Kid, you're smart. After Yu Xinghe figured out this problem, he smiled triumphantly. Since Su Chen is so sensible, he can go easy on him when he beats him later. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled at Yu Xinghe, saying, May I ask if young master you still drinks? Of course. Yu Xinghe leaned back on the sofa, put his legs on the table, and pointed at Su Chen, saying, Don't leave, just open the wine for me here. Fixing Su Chen is definitely something that must be done, but now Yu Xinghe is a customer. How comfortable does it feel to have Su Chen open the wine for them here? The matter of Su Chen making him bleed before can be considered revenge. Alright. Suchin didn't feel embarrassed at all. His job is to accompany people to drink and open wine for guests. What's there to be embarrassed about? Now that he's sitting at this table, all the tips will be his. Suchin opened more than 10 bottles of wine for Yu Xinghe and the others, and then stood obediently on the side. Bai Miaomia looked up and down at Suchen, unable to help but frown. Is this it? Is this enough to scare Yu Xinghe? Her grandfather's choice seems a bit disappointing. She originally thought that Suchen would not be threatened by Yu Xinghe, and might even explode on the spot, showing his courage and giving Yu Xinghe a good beating. Yu Xinghe brought 8 people with him this time, all from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall and Yu Xinghe's senior brothers. Yu Xinghe invited them to drink and asked them to help teach Suchen a lesson. He doesn't believe that Suchen can escape this time. Just as the wine was finished on Suchen's side, Yu Xinghe's phone rang. The bar was extremely noisy, and Yu Xinghe took a deep look at Suchen before walking out. Sis, what's wrong? Yu Xinghe guessed that his sister would call him, but it didn't mean much to him. What's wrong? Did you go trouble Suchen? Yuqi gritted her teeth on the other end. Xinghe, let me tell you again, I don't like Suchen, but don't go provoke him. Go back to school immediately. Yuqi, such an intelligent woman, may not know Suchen's background, but she can sense something unusual. The people of her grandfather's generation rarely interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, but all the old men want to show goodwill to Suchen. Can Suchen be someone that Yu Xinghe can offend? Sis, don't worry, I'll go back to school later. Yu Xinghe said this, but he didn't take Yuqi's words to heart at all. If he doesn't teach Suchen a lesson tonight, where will he put his face as young Master Yu? Back at the bar, Yu Xinghe decisively turned off his phone. At this time, Suchen was still standing in front of their table. A group of people drank from 11 o'clock until after 3 in the morning, and Bai Miaomia just sat there playing with her phone, starting to send messages to Yuqi. Xiaoyin, who exactly is Suchen? Bai Miaomia didn't leave because she was afraid that Yu Xinghe would do something too excessive, and she also wanted to see if Suchen would explode. I don't know either. Miss Bai, you don't know either? Yuqi sent a message, should we ask Yi Xiaoxuan? Bai Miaomia immediately created a group chat, and only the 3 of them were in the group. Yi Xiaoxuan was studying the 2 bamboo slips that Suchen gave her by lamplight, and suddenly heard continuous messages on her phone. She frowned and saw a group chat message. Who's so bored to add her to a group chat in the middle of the night? She was originally planning to quickly enter and leave the group, but when she saw the people in the group, her hand stopped. What are you guys doing? Yi Xiaoxuan was very curious. Although their 3 families were old friends and they had some contact with each other, their relationship was not really good. At least they had never created a separate group before. Xiao Yi, why did your grandfather ask you to find Suchen? Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She couldn't say that she had already become Suchen's disciple, that would be too embarrassing. She had to meet Suchen tomorrow and set some ground rules. She couldn't let others know about her apprenticeship. It should be because Suchen's ancestors had some connection with our 3 families, and now he is alone and helpless, so they asked us to take care of him a little bit. Yi Xiaoxuan came up with a seemingly reasonable and plausible explanation. Yuqi and Bai Miaomia both had a sudden realization, this was probably the only possibility. Yuqi asked, have you seen Suchen? Yi Xiaoxuan didn't hesitate to answer, yes, I talked to him this afternoon. Bai Miaomiao's fingers quickly tapped, do you think it's possible? The older generation arranged some kind of arranged marriage, and Suchen's arranged partner is one of us 3? After Bai Miaomia said this, there was silence in the group. In this day and age, of course, marriage was one-on-one, even if the older generation arranged some kind of arranged marriage, it must have been for one person. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't think so. Based on what her grandfather said, he had no intention of matchmaking her with Suchen, and as for the arranged marriage, it sounded plausible at first, but it was impossible to imagine who could make all 3 families agree to an arranged marriage. Bai Miaomia was just speaking casually, she looked up at Suchen, wondering what was so special about this honest and reliable waiter in front of her. Yu Xinghe was already drunk. He pointed at Suchen and said in a commanding tone, Suchen, after tonight, don't go to school anymore, got it? Suchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a professional smile on his face, he asked, young Master Yu, do you need more drinks? I'm talking to you. Are you pretending to be stupid? Yu Xinghe became more and more angry as he got drunk. He grabbed the glass in front of him and threw it at Suchen. Suchen slightly dodged, and the glass flew past him and hit an old man behind him. The lights in the bar flickered, and the old man stood there motionless. Yu Xinghe glanced at the old man, scared him into trembling, and instantly sobered up. Grandfather, why are you here? Bai Miaomia also stood up. How could you go and come to a place like this? Come out. Yu Goen said and turned and walked out of the bar. He had been keeping an eye on Suchen's information, and when he heard that Yu Xinghe was causing trouble for Su Chen at the bar, he panicked. When he came over and saw Su Chen pouring drinks for Yu Xinghe, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This damn kid was just asking for trouble. Su Chen pouring drinks for him? Damn it! Didn't he know that his grandfather used to be a servant who washed Su Chen's feet? If it wasn't for Su Chen secretly transmitting a message to Yu Guan to pretend not to know him, he would have almost kneeled down to Su Chen just now. Yu Xinghe had just been as proud as a rooster, but when he saw Yu Guan, his whole demeanor changed. The old man personally came to the bar to catch him. How serious was this? He didn't need to think about how Yu Guan found him. The old man had great powers, he could find anyone he wanted. Yu Xinghe, can't you behave yourself? Yu Guan usually doted on his grandson, but he also knew Yu Xinghe's temperament. That's why he didn't let him have any contact with Su Chen, afraid that Yu Xinghe would accidentally offend him and bring disaster to the entire Yu family. But now, he had brought it upon himself. Yu Xinghe forced a smile and said, "Grandfather, did you come here just to catch me? It's late at night, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here looking for me? Stop with the fake smiles." Yu Guan clenched his fist tightly, afraid that he would lose control and do something unforgivable. "Go apologize to Su Chen now. If he forgives you, it's fine. But if he doesn't, you won't be allowed to go to school anymore. You'll be confined at home for 10 years, not allowed to go anywhere. 10 years of confinement, not being allowed to go to school. For Yu Xinghe, it would be better to kill himself." Yu Xinghe's mouth twitched as he tentatively asked, "Grandfather, who exactly is Su Chen? Even if he is the person my sister has taken a liking to, it shouldn't be to this extent, right?" Yu Guan glared at him and said, "You don't need to worry about who he is. Just remember, even if you offend your father, offend me, offend everyone in the world, you must not offend him. Is that clear enough?" I understand," Yu Xinghe said. "I will go apologize to him now." Although he still didn't know Su Chen's identity, if his grandfather had made it so clear, if he didn't apologize now, he would probably be confined at home for 10 years. "Wait, I'll go with you." How could Yu Guan feel at ease? Su Chen seemed approachable, but he remembered that certain people who didn't know any better had crossed Su Chen's bottom line, and with a wave of his hand, those people disappeared. If they went in together and Su Chen got angry, he hoped that Su Chen would spare Yu Xinghe's life for the sake of their master-servant relationship. The old man and the young man returned to the bar. Su Chen had already started cleaning up the bottles. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I promise I will never disturb you and my sister again. If you want to know anything about my sister, I can tell you." Yu Xinghe's mind was quick. Just apologizing wouldn't be enough, he had to show some sincerity. Calling him brother-in-law, wouldn't that resolve any grievances? Su Chen furrowed his brows, but his gaze fell on Yu Guan. Yu Guan trembled all over and was about to kneel down, but an invisible force stopped him. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, the child doesn't know any better, don't take his words to heart." Yu Guan had originally wanted to call him old master, but realized that it wasn't appropriate for this occasion. Addressing him by name? He didn't dare. He could only call him Mr. Su. Even so, Yu Guan was sincerely fearful, afraid that if Su Chen became unhappy, he would wipe them out. "It's alright, children say whatever comes to mind," Su Chen said with a smile, "but I can't become the son-in-law of your Yu family, do you understand?" Understood. Yu Guan's face turned pale, and the back of his clothes was already soaked. If Yu Xinghe called Su Chen brother-in-law, did that mean Su Chen would call him grandfather? Yu Guan was feeling a bit unstable at the moment. Why didn't that brat Yu Xinghe just slap him to death earlier? "Are you still drinking? If not, I'll go back to work." Su Chen's expression was indifferent. He was starting to consider whether he should continue working here. Dealing with these people every day was getting annoying. Yu Guan quickly waved his hand and said, "No more drinks. No more drinks." Drink again? Let Su Chen serve him alcohol? Was he not planning to leave this place alive today? "Then I won't entertain you," Su Chen said and started to clean up the bottles on his own. Yu Guan instinctively wanted to go up and help, but ultimately stopped under Su Chen's gaze. Bai Miao Miao had been standing on the side the whole time, watching. The attitude of the Yu family's old man towards Su Chen was really strange. Even if Su Chen had great talent, he was still just a young man. The old man's attitude towards Su Chen could be considered reverence. Yu Xinghe had a bit too much to drink and completely ignored Yu Guan's reaction. Seeing Su Chen's cold attitude towards his grandfather, he couldn't help but get angry and pointed at Su Chen, shouting, "Su Chen, did I give you face? How dare you talk to my grandfather like that?" Smack! Yu Guan was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he slapped Yu Xinghe hard in the face. Because he was too nervous, his voice became hoarse and sharp as he shouted, "You bastard, how dare you talk to Mr. Su?" Yu Xinghe was stunned by the slap, and Bai Miao and the people from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall were also dumbfounded. Mr. Su Yugoan's address to Su Chen was also intriguing. Whoever can be called Mr. Bai Yugoan must be someone extraordinary. Su Chen ignored them and walked towards the storage room with the bottle of wine. However, Yugoan obediently followed behind Su Chen, whispering, Mr. Su, the child doesn't know any better, please don't take it to heart. After he goes back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Come here. Su Chen walked towards the storage room with the bottle of wine, and Yugoan followed closely behind. Su Chuan originally wanted to follow, but when he remembered the slap Yugoan gave Yuxingha, he suddenly couldn't move his feet. This old man is so domineering. Who dares to follow? Su Chen put the bottle of wine in the storage room, and Yugoan stood outside anxiously rubbing his hands, like an elementary school student called to the office by the head teacher. After waiting for a little over a minute, Su Chen put down the bottle of wine and walked out of the storage room. He looked deeply at Yugoan and saw that there was no one else around. He calmly said, Xiaoyu, go back and tell them that if there's nothing important, don't disturb me anymore. As for your descendants, there's no need to deliberately come looking for me. The previous few people are forgiven, but if there are others who come again, don't blame me for not cherishing our past relationship. I understand, sir. Yugoan lowered his head, still trembling with fear. He had sent Yuqi to find Su Chen in order to take advantage of Su Chen's unfamiliarity with the current society and use this opportunity to bring Yuqi closer to Su Chen. Of course, there was definitely an element of gambling involved. If any of their descendants continued to pester Su Chen or offend him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like Yuxingha now. I won't hold on to what happened with Yuxingha, but take care of your own child. Su Chen's temper was not good, but it wasn't particularly good either. Not everyone who offended him would be beyond redemption, but the life and death of those people were in Su Chen's hands. Please rest assured, sir. I will definitely discipline Yuxingha when I go back. You're already so old, go back and sleep. Su Chen didn't say much more and walked out from behind. From beginning to end, Yugoan followed Su Chen cautiously, clearly distinguishing between superior and inferior. Inside the bar, many people were a bit drunk and didn't pay much attention to what was happening here, but Bai Miao noticed everything. Yugoan's every move was intriguing. After returning to the hall, Yugoan slightly lowered his head towards Su Chen, then led Yuxingha away, and the people from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall followed suit. Bai Miao typed a string of text on her phone's chat interface, wanting to tell Yuqi and the others about what she had seen tonight, but after hesitating for a moment, she deleted it all. Although she still didn't know Su Chen's identity, Yugoan's appearance allowed her to be absolutely certain that Su Chen's identity was definitely not simple. He could actually make Yugoan behave like this, which meant he was not an ordinary person. Su Chen, how about coming to my house for lunch tomorrow? Bai Miao walked up to Su Chen and tentatively said. Su Chen casually looked at Bai Miao, and in that moment of eye contact, Bai Miao felt as if this man could see through everything in her heart. Subconsciously, she avoided his gaze. Sure, Su Chen did not refuse. He still had feelings for his old acquaintances, but the impression that Yugoan gave him was no longer the same as 50 years ago. Although they still respected Su Chen, they seemed to be more afraid that he would take away everything they already had. They were even more afraid that Su Chen would make them serve him for generations. It's really ridiculous. With Su Chen's strength, if he wants money and power, it's just a matter of waving his hand. Everything that Yugoan and the others currently possess is nothing compared to what Su Chen sees. Bai Miao has developed a strong interest in Su Chen now, and she definitely doesn't want to tell Yuqi and the others about tonight's events. She just wants to know who Su Chen really is. After getting a positive response from Su Chen, Bai Miao pretended to leave casually. Just 2 minutes after Bai Miao left, Zhang Ting walked over and said to Su Chen with some difficulty, Xiao Su, after tomorrow, if you don't want to come to work anymore, Sister Ting will give you your commission for these 2 days. Su Chen just nodded and said, thank you, Sister Ting. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can find me. He also realized that although he can bring a lot of income to the bar, the people who came to find him these 2 nights have a lot of influence over Zhang Ting and the others. Especially since Su Chen offended Yuxingha, it's like a ticking time bomb. Zhang Ting and the others can't handle the bar. When Zhang Ting heard Su Chen's words, she couldn't help but laugh and gave Su Chen a look. I was just about to say that to you. What difficulties can I have? It's you who is not easy being alone in the big city. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can find Sister Ting. Su Chen smiled and said, okay. If you want a part-time job, I can introduce you to one. The salary may not be as high as here, but it should be enough for you to live on. Let me give you a phone number. Zhang Ting took out her phone and prepared to arrange something for Su Chen. Suchin shook his head and said, Sister Ting, I appreciate your kindness, but I have found a part-time job. Accompanying by Miao Miao for dinner can also be considered a part-time job, and the pay is not low either. Judging from Bai Miao Miao's expression, she seems to have guessed something, but it doesn't matter. Suchin doesn't really care about how others perceive him. Even if the whole world knows that he is immortal, so what? Then let me give you your commission and base salary for these 2 days first. Zheng Ting said as she transferred money to Su Chen, and then said, don't leave later, let's have a farewell dinner together. My treat. Su Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. Zheng Ting transferred a total of 30,000 yuan to him, which should be enough for him to use for a long time. A farewell dinner? He only worked for 2 nights at the bar, and Zhang Ting has done everything she can to take care of him. Okay. Suchin smiled and said, Sister Ting, this can't really be considered a farewell. I should come here often in the future to have a drink. Drink? Zhang Ting couldn't help but laugh. With Su Chen's drinking capacity, it's more accurate to say that he's coming to drink water. The main reason for coming to the bar is still Lin Yun. When Lin Yun came to the bar, it was already 10 o'clock at night. By that time, Zhao Yin had already left, but in their spare time, some waiters mentioned the story of Su Chen and the rich older woman. The rich woman took a liking to Su Chen and wanted to keep him as her sugar baby. The rich woman's son came to trouble Su Chen, but unexpectedly, the rich woman made her son call Su Chen uncle. Lin Yun's impression of Su Chen was originally not bad, but after hearing this story, she couldn't help but be amazed. A young person who doesn't take the right path, always thinking about being kept by a rich woman. This also made Su Chen's impression in Lin Yun's mind drop a bit. Shortly after, she heard someone say that Su Chen was called into a private room by a beautiful and wealthy woman, and no one knew what they were doing. That beautiful and wealthy woman ordered a lot of drinks, probably to show off her wealth for Su Chen. The people gossiping about this naturally had a strong sense of jealousy, but it naturally made Lin Yun's impression of Su Chen worse by a few points. When it was almost time to get off work, Zheng Ting came to find Lin Yun and asked her to have a late-night snack together after work. Lin Yun still didn't know that Su Chen would not be working tomorrow. In the early morning, at a bakery near the bar, Zheng Ting only called a few employees who had a good relationship with Su Chen these past 2 days. Su Ge, are you really not working anymore? He Liao could be considered the person in the bar who had the best relationship with Su Chen. Although they had only been together for 2 days, his admiration for Su Chen was like the continuous flow of the Yellow River. When he heard that Su Chen was leaving, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Su Chen nodded and said, I'm not working anymore. You haven't even taught me how to play dice yet, He Liao chuckled, but Su Ge, with your talent, you're definitely going to make a fortune in the future. Don't forget about Xiao He then. I can be considered your half-disciple, right? Su Chen didn't deny the idea of having a half-disciple and asked, do you want to make a fortune in this lifetime? Of course, as long as I can make a fortune, nothing else matters, He Liao, who was not very old, spoke frankly. Although he worked in a place like this, he didn't have many twists and turns in his speech. He paused for a moment and then laughed at himself, but someone like me, who doesn't have any skills, probably won't be able to make a fortune. Su Chen smiled and didn't say much for the time being. The dream of getting rich? Perhaps many ordinary people have such thoughts. He was like a wishing lamp, and wishes that seemed unrealistic, like overnight wealth, could be easily fulfilled by him. Su Chen, why aren't you working anymore? Lin Yun also had some relationship with Su Chen, and she couldn't believe that Su Chen would quit after only 2 days. Su Chen's salary should be quite high, right? From these 2 days of getting to know Su Chen, he seemed to really like money, didn't he? He should be the kind of person who would do anything for money, right? I just don't want to work anymore. Su Chen looked at Lin Yun and smiled. By the way, do you live on Wutong Street? Lin Yun's face turned cold and she asked, how do you know? Su Chen said calmly, don't misunderstand, I also live over there. I played mahjong with your grandfather the day before yesterday and he mentioned it. You played mahjong with my grandfather? Lin Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Her grandfather did enjoy playing a little mahjong. Just a little, it was only a form of entertainment among the elderly. Su Chen actually got bored enough to play mahjong with the old folks? Well, Old Chen left in the middle of the game the day before yesterday, and your grandfather and the others were short of one person, so I joined in, Su Chen said. I live in the courtyard next to the Wutong tree. I just moved in recently. Lin Yun suddenly realized and said, that's why I've never seen you before. Are you going back to the dormitory later? Su Chen also figured out that at this time, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to go back to Wutong Street, otherwise her grandfather would worry. Yes, Lin Yun nodded. Let's go together, Su Chen said with insight, I'm also going back to school. Okay, do you have a bike? Lin Yun rode an electric bike to work. No, Suchin took the bus during the day and walked back at night. After all, his walking speed was not slower than any means of transportation. Then how did you go back to school yesterday? Lin Yan asked. Taking a taxi should cost 50 or 60 yuan. I walked back, Suchin said. When he said this, everyone at the table stared at him. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours to walk back to Qingzhou University from the bar. Most importantly, wasn't he really tired? Okay. You're impressive, Lin Yun admitted. Can you give me a ride? I don't know how to ride a bike. Suchen's observation skills were still very strong. He knew that Lin Yun rode an electric bike to work, and although the principle was not complicated, he had never ridden one before, so he didn't dare to ask for a ride right away. Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun was speechless. She didn't know whether to say that Suchen had a thick skin or what. It seems like they're not very familiar with each other. If they were just riding bikes back together, it would be fine, but asking Lin Yun to ride with him in front of so many people, she couldn't refuse, otherwise Suchen would lose face. All right. Lin Yun reluctantly agreed in the end. He Liao couldn't help but secretly admire. With such shameless behavior, he had the demeanor of our generation. No wonder he could win the favor of rich women. Next, Zhang Ting also started hosting the dinner, saying some polite words, inviting Suchen to eat, leaving a good impression on the other employees. Xiaohe, didn't you lose to me when we played dice? Now I'll give you a chance. Suchen sat next to Yi Liao and said, let's play again. If you win, make a wish, it might come true. Yi Liao didn't drink much tonight either. He smirked and said, Subro, if I win against you today, I might win a few 100,000 in the lottery tomorrow. Lottery? Suchen raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know about the lottery. Yeah, if I win against you, isn't it similar to winning the lottery? Yi Liao said, asking the boss to bring over a few dice cups. Suchen casually shook them and said, let's just compare the sizes. Yi Liao looked deeply at Suchen and said, Subro, don't do anything fancy, my skills have skyrocketed recently, I can easily roll 5 6s, not to mention beating you, even a tie is fine. Suchen said, if it's a tie, it counts as your win. Yi Liao didn't know yet, this was definitely a highlight of his life. Suchen made it clear that he wanted him to make a wish, it's just that his wish was a bit small, winning a few 100,000 in the lottery. After supper, it was already close to 5 a.m. Whether Suchen slept or not didn't really matter to him. Even if he didn't sleep for 100 years, it wouldn't have any effect on him. But Lin Yun was different. She was just an ordinary person, going to school during the day and working at night. Her body couldn't handle it for long. There were only Suchen and Lin Yun left on the way back to school. Suchen sat obediently in the back, without any restraint, and of course, he didn't take advantage of Lin Yun in the slightest. Lin Yun, do you have any wishes? Suchen was now like a wish-granting lamp. As long as Lin Yun made a wish, he could help her fulfill it. If others said they wanted to pluck stars from the sky, it would definitely be bragging, but if Suchen wanted to reach the 9th heaven and grab the stars and moon, it wouldn't be impossible. Plucking the stars and shrinking them into the size of rice grains with great supernatural powers was also possible. I don't have any wishes. Although Lin Yan felt that Suchen had a tendency to return to the right path, they weren't close enough to talk about their ideals. Suchen naturally asked, then don't you need to sleep with this kind of job? I take a nap at noon, it's not a big deal. Lin Yan probably also felt that if they didn't talk, the two of them would be even more awkward, so she smiled and said, you were doing well at the bar, why did you quit? Suchen said, just consider that I've earned enough to cover my living expenses, and those rich people aren't easy to serve either. When he first arrived at the bar, he also thought that with his abilities, if he really wanted to do it, he could do it very well, but because of him, the people who came to the bar were already beyond what Zhang Ting and Su Chuan could handle. Suchen didn't want to resort to violence easily. This is a peaceful era without war. In order to integrate well into society, the best he can do is to try not to break the rules. Earned enough in 2 days? Lin Yan had no idea how much Suchen had earned in the past 2 days. At most, it was estimated to be a few thousand yuan. He couldn't believe that Suchen had earned 30,000 yuan in just 2 days. It's enough. Money is not that important to me, Suchen paused and said, after all, I still have to pay tuition next year, and I need money for daily expenses. I might also need to find a job. You pay your own tuition? Lin Yan suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie, as if people living on Wutong Street weren't very wealthy. Suchen said, not this year, but I will pay for it myself in the future. Lin Yan tentatively asked, oh, so your parents don't support you? They passed away when I was very young. Suchen knew that in order to have a good conversation, it's best to have similar backgrounds and common topics. Otherwise, why would there be different circles of friends? I'm sorry, Lin Yan apologized and changed the topic, saying, I remember the Chen family next door, you rented their house, right? Su Chen, sitting in the back, could faintly smell the light fragrance on Lin Yun. He smiled and said, "That courtyard used to be my family's. I only moved in after I started studying." "Oh, your family must have been quite wealthy before, with such a big courtyard." Lin Yun gradually let go of his wariness towards Su Chen and started chatting. Su Chen smiled and said, "My grandfather was a landlord. But due to historical reasons, our family's fortunes declined." "Well, my grandfather was also a landlord back then. I heard he had several wives." Su Chen smiled. "That was common back then, right? In the old days, men were the main labor force and women had low social status. It was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Lin Yun's grandfather used to be a landlord and had several wives, so it was nothing unusual." Lin Yun didn't want to talk about this topic either and asked, "Are you close with Yu Qi?" "Not really, I just met her a couple of days ago. I just arrived in Qingzhou and her grandfather had some connection with mine, so he took me to visit the school." Su Chen remained composed. The two of them chatted along the way, and it wasn't as awkward anymore. When they arrived at the school gate, it was already bright outside and some breakfast shops had opened. "Let me treat you to breakfast." Su Chen nodded towards a small stall selling soy milk and fried dough sticks. Lin Yun hadn't eaten much at the barbecue stall earlier, and if she went back to sleep at this time, she probably wouldn't be able to wake up. So she agreed and parked the car in front of the stall. While chatting with Lin Yun, Su Chen also observed her physical condition. Lin Yun's health wasn't good. She had only worked 2 nights at the bar and was already in a very tired state. If this continued for a long time, her body would definitely suffer. From Lin Yun's choice of work and their conversation just now, Su Chen understood that she wouldn't accept money from him. Lin Yun wouldn't accept any help on the surface, so he could only treat her to breakfast. 2 bowls of soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks. After the boss brought them over, Su Chen picked up a fried dough stick from the plate and handed it to Lin Yun. At the same time, a drop of golden blood seeped from his fingertip and soaked into the fried dough stick. "Thank you." Lin Yun politely took the fried dough stick. Su Chen smiled faintly. His blood was enough to turn white hair black and keep a woman forever young. Although it couldn't make people immortal, it could still extend their lifespan by 10 or 20 years. Lin Yun ate slowly and methodically. After finishing the youtiao, she suddenly felt a surge of energy, as if all her fatigue had disappeared. "Why don't I feel sleepy anymore?" Lin Yun frowned. She was very tired just now, but after this breakfast, she felt as if she had a good night's sleep. It shouldn't be a problem for her to run a few laps on the playground now. Su Chen smiled at her like a child and said, "When you're full, of course you're not hungry anymore." "I wasn't really hungry just now either." Lin Yun glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen had already finished the remaining 2 youtiao. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I won't accompany you inside later. I'll go park the car first." If Lin Yun went into the campus with Su Chen and was seen by someone, there would undoubtedly be rumors flying around again. Lin Yun was clear about this. The reason she agreed to have breakfast was also because of this. "Okay, thanks for giving me a ride back just now," Su Chen said. "Tomorrow is Sunday, you're going home, right? Let's go together then." "Sure, but I won't leave until tomorrow morning. I still have to work tonight." Lin Yun didn't refuse. Just from the conversation they had on the way here, her impression of Su Chen had already improved. Since they were neighbors, there was nothing wrong with being colleagues as well. In the morning, Su Chen attended a basic class in the lecture hall and found it quite boring. Even though it was a university course, it was too simple for Su Chen, who knew too much about the fundamental questions. Instead of listening to others in the classroom, he might as well slip into the library and read a book himself. After entering the library, Su Chen simply walked slowly between the corridors. If he wanted to, he could finish reading all the books in the library in one day without even flipping through a single one. But that would be too boring. So he chose a book called Diary of a Madman by Mr. Lu Sun and sat down in a chair next to the bookshelf to read it slowly. Even Su Chen had to admit that Mr. Lu Sun was a talented master. His personal level was truly extraordinary. 50 years ago, Su Chen had read many novels, but compared to Lu Sun, those authors were far behind. Many writers wanted to portray mentally ill characters with tens of thousands of words, but their characters remained normal. However, Lu Sun could make Su Chen smile with just one sentence. "Why did the dog from the Zhao family look at me?" Su Chen was engrossed in reading when Yang Zhengcheng sat down next to him. The former president of Qingzhou University had been paying attention to Su Chen ever since he returned from the museum. When he learned that Su Chen was a freshman at Qingzhou University, he became even more excited. After retrieving Su Chen's file, he specifically instructed his former students to report Su Chen's every move to him. Being recommended by Yugoan to enter the school, Su Chen's background must not be simple. You also like Lu Sun? Yang Zhengcheng sat down next to Su Chen with a smile on his face, trying to get closer to him. Su Chen's gaze moved away from the book for a moment and glanced at Yang Zhengcheng. If other students knew that the former president was sitting next to him, they would probably be very nervous, but Su Chen just glanced at him and then lowered his head to read his own book, which made Yang Zhengcheng feel a little awkward. Su Chen, are you in a good mood today? Yang Zhengcheng originally wanted to negotiate with Su Chen and ask him to teach him those ancient characters, but his words changed when they reached his mouth. He remembered that Su Chen had said that if he was in a good mood, he might be willing to teach him. Su Chen put down his book slowly, looked at Yang Zhengcheng with a smile, and said, I'm in a pretty good mood. But do you really just want to know what happened in the past? Of course I want to know. Yang Zhengcheng's expression became serious. Su Chen, if you can understand the words on the stone tablet, you should know what that period of history means. It's a blank in our Chinese history. If what you said is true, then the history of China may be more than just 5,000 years, Yang Zhengcheng said excitedly. Knowing the past allows us to have a clear understanding of the development of our nation and world history, which is beneficial for positioning ourselves in life. Yang Zhengcheng's voice was a bit loud, and a student nearby who didn't know him looked up and said, Teacher, could you please lower your voice? Sorry, Yang Zhengcheng apologized to the student, then lowered his voice and said to Su Chen, if you are willing to teach me those characters, I am willing to pay any price. Su Chen asked calmly, including your life? Of course. Yang Zhengcheng said without hesitation, if it can let me know what really happened in the past, even if I die tomorrow, it doesn't matter. You remind me of someone, Su Chen smiled. In front of Yang Zhengcheng, he seemed more like an elder. Yang Zhengcheng himself felt this strange feeling, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The sea of learning is boundless, and the one who reaches it becomes the teacher. Yang Zhengcheng asked, who? Confucius. Su Chen suddenly remembered a sentence Confucius had said to him, to learn and understand in the morning, and to die content in the evening. Yang Zhengcheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, how dare I compare myself to Confucius? I just asked Su Chen to teach me. I can teach you, but you must die tomorrow, is that okay? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. In front of me, some words are not to be taken lightly. Okay. As long as you teach me, I will die tomorrow. Yang Zhengcheng's eyes were determined. Although he didn't know who this student really was, as long as Su Chen was willing to teach him the characters on the ancient stele, he was willing to die. Then come with me, Su Chen said, picking up the book Diary of a Madman. He still wanted to borrow it and read it. Yang Zhengcheng followed Su Chen out of the library. The librarian noticed them and was a bit dumbfounded. Who was this student? It seemed that President Yang was following him. The two walked under the shade of the trees on campus. It was class time, and only a few students and citizens passed by. Su Chen asked, did you bring a pen and notebook? Yes. Yang Zhengcheng excitedly took out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, adjusted his glasses, and prepared to record what Su Chen said. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, the inscription on the stele is a biography of a person. He raised his hand and gestured to the Diary of a Madman in his hand, saying, you can also understand it as a diary, but it definitely doesn't have the literary style of Mr. Lu Sun. Yang Zhengcheng's mouth twitched. Could this be the same thing? Mr. Lu Sun had a remarkable literary style, but how could the words carved on the stone stele be considered as literary works? They were precious historical relics. Even if they were just a few words, they could be missing pieces of history. The two were not comparable. The first sentence is about meeting an old Taoist named Hong Jun. It was somewhat interesting, but he was a bit long-winded and not very powerful. Then, 10,000 years ago, he raised a young golden eagle, and unexpectedly, it became a powerful member of the demon clan. In the end, the old Taoist Han Jun fell, and I wonder when I will die? As Su Chen walked, he recalled the words on the stone stele. They were his memories, distant memories that he would have almost forgotten if he hadn't seen the ancient stele. Yang Zhengcheng quickly recorded every word and sentence that Su Chen said, not daring to miss anything. His excitement grew as he listened to Su Chen's words. Based on what Su Chen said, the person who carved the words on the stone stele must have lived for at least 100,000 years. And in the middle, there were even gods and Buddhas, a time when demons ran rampant. It sounded more like a novel. But Yang Zhengcheng had no choice but to believe it. The characters from the stone stele were faithfully transcribed in his notebook, and the translations provided by Su Chen matched perfectly with some of the corresponding words. In other words, Su Chen had recorded all the contents of the ancient stele. The content of the ancient monument is not much, as if that person would only carve a sentence every 1,000 or hundreds of years, but each sentence is enough to shake people's hearts. If what is carved on the stone monument is true, then history Yang Zhengcheng stared at the small notebook in his hand, trembling all over. The content on the stone monument is too shocking. He had translated some of it before, but he couldn't believe it. The second half is already terrifying enough, and the first half is like reading a fantasy novel. If what is recorded on the stone monument is true, the history of human origins will probably have to be rewritten. Do you know about lottery tickets? Su Chen briefly recalled the past and didn't pay much attention to it, but he had never encountered things like lottery tickets. He made a wish to He Liao last night. Lottery tickets? Yang Jingqing's eyes first showed confusion, then a hint of determination flashed through. Do you need money? Since I don't plan to live anymore and you have fulfilled my wish, I'll give you half of my wealth. Su Chen said, I just want to ask if you know the rules of lottery tickets. Tell me on the way, consider it as a return for my translation just now, and you won't have to die. Ha! Yang Jingqing's pupils contracted, and then he laughed. Sure enough, Su Chen was just joking before, but he took it seriously. What rules are there for lottery tickets? And who doesn't know? Even if you really don't know, just search on Baidu. Su Chen was just giving him a way out. Although Yang Jingcheng is a person who keeps his promises, who would want to commit suicide when they can still live? He explained in detail the rules of sports lottery and welfare lottery to Su Chen. Su Chen then walked towards a welfare lottery shop outside the campus. Su Chen didn't need to calculate the future, but he didn't have to. If there are no hidden tricks, it's all about luck. He should be able to win a few 100,000 with his luck, and if there's more, it would be He Liao's luck. Who would complain about having too much money? The boss didn't take Su Chen seriously and randomly printed a lottery ticket for him. Randomly selecting numbers like this is basically relying on luck. Can a randomly selected ticket win? That's probably impossible. There was once a video of randomly selecting a lottery ticket worth 20,000 yuan, but in the end, the prize was only a little over 8,000 yuan, which means a loss of over 10,000 yuan. Lottery tickets are really mysterious. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have a dinner appointment with someone. Su Chen didn't want to chat with Yang Zhengcheng anymore, so he planned to go separate ways after leaving the lottery shop. Yang Zhengcheng stared at Su Chen, hesitated for a moment, and could only say, Su Chen, thank you for enlightening me. In the future, if you need anything, you can find me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Su Chen nodded, not taking it seriously at all, and turned around to leave. Don't tell anyone that I translated these. If it were someone else who could translate ancient texts from 100,000 years ago, they would find ways to publicize it. After all, this is a chance to make a name for oneself. Yang Zhengcheng couldn't see through Su Chen, but since Su Chen said so, he could only promise, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It was noon when Su Chen's phone rang, and the caller was Bai Miao Miao. Hey, Su Chen, where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Bai Miao Miao didn't forget the agreement with Su Chen last night. Su Chen's identity is somewhat mysterious. If possible, bringing him back to show to her grandfather might make her family stop pressuring her to get married. Those who haven't been pressured to get married can't understand how terrifying it is. At the entrance of the welfare lottery shop at the east gate of Qingzhou University, Su Chen said lightly, give me the money first. Got it. Bai Miao Miao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She didn't know how many men wanted to take her out for a meal, but none of them were like Su Chen, who actually asked her to pay first. Su Chen looked down at his phone and sat down on a chair in the lottery shop after receiving Bai Miao Miao's transfer. After about 10 minutes, Bai Miao Miao's car stopped at the entrance of the lottery shop. She glanced inside and was surprised to see Su Chen sitting inside the shop reading a book. What a strange person. Bai Miao Miao didn't get out of the car and sent a message to Su Chen, I'm at the entrance, come out. Su Chen didn't even look at his phone, let alone come out. Bai Miao Miao could only get out of the car in frustration. Su Chen, didn't you see my message? Bai Miao Miao had never met someone like Su Chen before. She had to personally pick him up for a meal, and not only that, she had to get out of the car and invite him in. This was outrageous. Su Chen looked up at her, closed his book, and smiled. I'm here. Bai Miao Miao was so frustrated with Su Chen that she didn't know where to vent. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Su Chen, it's time to eat. Let's go. Su Chen was not polite at all, but the title Su de Lao Yi was acceptable. After getting in the car, Bai Miao Miao didn't start driving right away. Instead, she said to Su Chen, today is my father's birthday. After we go in, please cooperate with me and pretend to be my boyfriend, okay? I told you, pretending to be your boyfriend is not possible. Su Chen refused without hesitation. I'm just here to have a meal with you. Fine. Bai Miao Miao really started to doubt whether she had made a mistake by bringing Su Chen here. She stepped on the gas pedal and said, after you go in, try not to talk and follow my lead. And don't forget, you took my money. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Su-chin couldn't help but laugh. He would follow her lead. Su-chin didn't know Bai Miaomia's father, but her grandfather was the child Su-chen had picked up from a beggar pile. Seeing that he was clever, Su-chen taught him some principles of conduct and cooking. By the time he was 16, Su-chen was responsible for all the cooking. His skills were naturally excellent. 50 years had passed, and the former little cook had become a wealthy businessman with over 50 restaurants and over 20 large investment companies across the country. Today was the 16th birthday of Bai Yang, the head of the Bai family. The guests coming and going were all influential figures in Qingzhou City. Bai Miaomiao brought Su-chen to the entrance of the hotel, where her mother, Tang Shuhua, was already waiting. There was also someone in the lobby responsible for receiving and recording gifts. After all, when someone like Bai Yang had a birthday, many friends would give generous gifts, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. These had to be recorded for future reciprocation. Miao Miao, who is this young man? Tang Shuhua didn't mind seeing Bai Miaomiao, but when she saw Su-chen, it was different. Bai Miaomiao was already 26 years old, and in their generation, she should have been married and had children. Although Bai Miaomiao had high standards, it was still not right to delay like this. Tang Shuhua's eyes lit up when she saw Su-chen. Although it was their first meeting, Su-chen had an extraordinary temperament and gave people a comfortable feeling. After all, this was an era where appearances mattered, and Su-chen naturally had an advantage. He's my friend, Su-chen. Bai Miaomiao didn't say anything about Su-chen being her boyfriend. She didn't need to, as she believed her mother's imagination was enough. Hello. Su-chen didn't address her by any title, as he couldn't very well call her Aunt Tang Shuhua. Little Su, hello, hello. Tang Shuhua didn't mind this detail at all. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled at Bai Miaomiao and said, Miaomiao, take little Su inside and introduce your friend to your father. Tang Shuhua didn't say anything. Her daughter said they were friends, so they must be friends, right? You know, in occasions like this, Bai Miaomiao has never brought a boy before. Do I need to explain more? Got it. Bai Miaomiao pecked Tang Shuhua's cheek and led Su-chen into the hotel. Su-chen just nodded at Tang Shuhua and went in. Bai Miaomiao glanced back at Su-chen and blinked, saying, Su-chen, today is my dad's birthday, don't you plan to give him a gift? You didn't mention it before. Su-chen sighed, thinking it was just a casual meal to earn some extra money, but he didn't expect it to be Bai Miaomiao's father's birthday. Bai Miaomiao's grandfather, Bai Qishan, was also someone Su-chen had grown up seeing. He got married after he passed away, and Su-chen missed it. He didn't even attend Bai Yangyan's full moon celebration. Now he came to the birthday banquet empty-handed, which didn't seem appropriate. Consider this Bodhi bracelet as a gift for your father. Su-chen didn't have any preparations before, but he had great supernatural powers, so it wasn't difficult for him to retrieve things from a distance. A string of Bodhi seeds appeared in Su-chen's hand, and Bai Miaomiao was stunned. Giving a bracelet as a birthday gift felt a bit embarrassing. However, when her gaze fell on the Bodhi bracelet, she inexplicably felt a sense of tranquility and contentment. The gift Su-chen took out was naturally extraordinary. This string of Bodhi seeds was his little plaything. Tens of thousands of years ago, he planted a small tree in front of the courtyard. Because he often sat under the tree to cool off, it autonomously evolved into fragments of the Great Tao, becoming the first Bodhi tree in the world. Shakyamuni Buddha meditated under the tree for over 100 years before attaining enlightenment. Su-chen picked 9 Bodhi seeds from the tree and made them into a bracelet. He played with it for over 1,000 years before casually throwing it into a corner, only putting it in a box every time he moved. If this string of Bodhi seeds were thrown in an era when gods and demons had not fallen, it would have been a treasure fought over by countless gods and Buddhas. Now, Su-chen used his supernatural powers to conceal the Buddhist principles emanating from the Bodhi seeds. Otherwise, anyone who saw this bracelet would likely be influenced by the Buddhist principles and might even choose to become a monk. Why don't you personally give this bracelet to my father? Bai Miaomiao couldn't see the value of this bracelet, but she vaguely felt that it was extraordinary. Su-chen nodded slightly. Alright, I will personally give it to your father. He now realized a problem. He hadn't fully adapted to his current identity yet. At least, he couldn't bring himself to call Bai Yangyan uncle. And even if he could, if Bai Qishan found out, he would probably be scared to kneel in front of him. Bai Yangyan, as the host, was currently chatting with the guests, unaware that his father had asked Bai Miaomiao to find Su-chen. Bai Qishan didn't dare to reveal Su-chen's identity to anyone, and he didn't want his son to go find Su-chen again either. The older generation valued males over females, and they had many considerations. First, women had a slightly higher chance of successfully approaching Su-chen. Second, if the person sent to approach Su-chen accidentally angered him, they could only hope that Su Chen wouldn't take it out on their family. As for the person who angered Su Chen, they would naturally become an outcast of the family. Today, Bai Yanyan arranged this birthday banquet and invited many talented individuals from prestigious families, hoping that Bai Miaomiao could find a suitable partner. Dad, happy birthday. Bai Miaomiao led Su Chen to Bai Yanyan and offered her verbal blessings. Why didn't you come earlier to entertain the guests? You're only coming now. Bai Yanyan complained, smiled at his friends beside him, and naturally led Bai Miaomiao to the side, lowering his voice and saying, Miaomiao, there are some good young people here today, take a look and see if there's anyone you like. Bai Miaomiao, as a single woman who constantly struggles with her family, knew exactly what her old man was going to say as soon as he opened his mouth. I know, I'm not young anymore. This time, I brought a friend with me. My mom has met him and she's very satisfied. Bai Miaomiao smiled and squinted her eyes. Today, she's here to call the shots. No matter what happens in the future, she has to rely on Su Chen to get through today safely. Is it true? Bai Yanyan naturally noticed Su Chen as well and glanced in his direction. You didn't find some extra pretending to be an extra to fool your old man, did you? Bai Miaomiao whispered, afraid that Su Chen would hear. My grandfather introduced him, Bai Miaomiao said in a low voice. Ha? Your grandfather introduced him? Bai Yanyan was even more surprised. The old man hadn't been concerned about worldly matters for years. Although he was a bit anxious about Bai Miaomiao's marriage, there weren't many young people who could catch his eye. That's right. If you don't believe me, ask Grandpa yourself, Bai Miaomiao said. Now she was just going along with it. Since her grandfather asked her to find Su Chen, it meant that her grandfather at least knew Su Chen. From Su Chen's attitude towards her, it was clear that they had no chance. Wasn't this exactly what Bai Miaomiao wanted? The secret to dealing with pressure from family to get married for older single women is one word: delay. Delay for as long as possible. Su Chen, let me introduce you. This is my dad, Bai Miaomiao said, turning around and pulling Su Chen's arm. She then introduced him to Bai Yanyan. Dad, his name is Su Chen. Su Chen. Bai Yanyan looked deeply at Su Chen and asked, what's your relationship with Su Changqiu from Jinmen? Bai Yanyan, like Yu Xinghe, naturally thought of Su Changqiu from Jinmen when he mentioned someone with the surname Su. No relationship. Su Chen smiled and took out the string of Bodhi beads, handing it over without even a title. Happy birthday. Bai Yanyan was somewhat displeased. This was not the attitude a junior should have towards him. Setting aside the gift for now, since he was Miaomiao's boyfriend, he should at least address him as uncle. So arrogant, could he be from the Su family in Kyoto? Even if he was from the Su family in Kyoto, so what? If he wanted to marry his daughter, he should still be respectful, right? Bai Miaomiao was also embarrassed by Su Chen's attitude. Although she had said before that pretending to be her boyfriend was impossible, since they were already at her father's birthday banquet, Su Chen should at least give her some face. The birthday gift was given, regardless of its value, he should at least say something when addressing someone. Just saying happy birthday like that, it felt disrespectful. Dad, Su Chen is a bit shy. Don't mind him. I'll take him to sit down first. Bai Miaomiao quickly pulled Su Chen and walked towards the table where Bai Qingyan was. Bai Yanyan's face darkened, his mood complicated. He didn't know what to say. Su Chen was shy? He had the courage to smile and give a gift at the gift shop, but he couldn't even call him uncle? Bai Miaomiao didn't care what her father thought. She led Su Chen towards Bai Qingyan's table. Su Chen, please give me some face. At least call my dad uncle casually. It wouldn't be like this, Bai Miaomiao complained in a low voice and said to Su Chen, just consider it helping me out later. Cooperate a bit. I've already given you face, Su Chen smiled. The string of Bodhi beads in his hand might just be a trinket to him, but in the hands of mortals, it could at least keep their minds at peace and protect them from external demons. If worn for a long time, it might even cultivate Buddhist supernatural powers. Bai Miaomiao had no idea how precious the gift Su Chen gave her was, but the fact that Su Chen could give her a small gift was already giving her face. Initially, Su Chen had only agreed to have a meal with her and didn't know it was her father's birthday today. It's my fault for being abrupt. I should have told you earlier, Bai Miaomiao said. I promise I won't do this again in the future. It's okay. Su Chen's gaze lightly swept across the field. There are actually cultivators here? Thousands of years ago, he did indeed bring an end to the entire era of gods and demons, but many of the immortal gods and demons who died under his hands existed in another world in the form of spiritual bodies, or were reincarnated as humans. Some immortal gods and demons, even after their bodies perished, their souls wandered for thousands of years, still possessing some abilities. During the Shang, Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties, there were even more reincarnated immortal gods, and the cultivation of qi was flourishing. However, in the present era, there are fewer cultivators. Bai Yanyan is a bona fide businessman, and sometimes he has to believe in some feng shui theories, so he also knows some masters of Taoism and Buddhism. Naturally, he invited them to this birthday banquet. By benefactor, I wish you eternal longevity. Judging from your complexion, it seems that you are much better than before, and there is even a hint of Buddha's radiance on you. It's simply unimaginable. A middle-aged monk walked up to Bai Yanyan, looking him up and down, speaking casually but with countless doubts in his heart. As far as he knew, Bai Yanyan was definitely not someone who wholeheartedly pursued Buddhism, so how could he emit Buddha's radiance? It was as if he was being protected by a certain venerable being from the Buddhist realm. Ha, Master Pudu, you're joking. I have been reciting sutras day and night recently. Maybe I have caught the attention of the Buddha himself. Bai Yanyan said this, but he didn't take it seriously. He believes in feng shui, but he is not a devout Buddhist, let alone reciting sutras day and night. His greatest hobby is to open his computer in the middle of the night and check his bank balance. Master Pudu is considered a master in the current cultivation world. Hearing Bai Yanyan's words, he could only nod and recite a Buddhist mantra, but in his heart, he began to plan. He had seen Bai Yanyan some time ago, and although Bai Yanyan seemed energetic at the time, he had actually depleted his life force due to chronic lack of sleep and excessive mental stress. But now, the pure and gentle Buddha's radiance on his body must mean that he has encountered something extraordinary. Master Pudu could sense an extremely pure understanding of Buddhism standing next to Bai Yanyan. If he could accompany Bai Yanyan day and night, he might be able to comprehend deeper levels of Buddhist teachings sooner. By benefactor, do you need any bodyguards? Master Pudu had already made up his mind to follow Bai Yanyan, preferably accompanying him day and night. Oh, Master Pudu, do you have any disciples to recommend? Bai Yanyan actually had some respect for Master Pudu. Back then, he had invited Master Pudu to help him with feng shui, but was rejected. His subordinates wanted to teach him a lesson, but they were easily defeated by Master Pudu barehanded. Regardless of whether feng shui is true or false, Master Pudu is truly skilled. Master Pudu clasped his hands together and bowed his head, saying, "This humble monk is willing to protect Bai benefactor." At first, Bai Yanyan thought that Master Pudu was going to recommend his disciples to enter the secular world for cultivation, but he didn't expect that the monk would actually volunteer himself to be his bodyguard. Of course, that's no problem. Bai Yanyan smiled and asked, "Do you have any requirements regarding remuneration? Just provide meals." After saying this, Master Pudu hesitated for a moment and added, "Or even without that." It should be noted that inviting Master Pudu to look at feng shui in the industry would cost 129,600 yuan each time, and it also depends on whether there is a destined person. Now, Master Pudu is willing to be Bai Yanyan's personal bodyguard, only asking for meals. Bai Yanyan didn't know that all of this was because of the string of Bodhi beads given to him by Su Chen. He laughed and said, "Then in the future, when I need Master's help with feng shui, as long as Bai benefactor has a need, you can ask any time, and I won't accept any money." Master Pudu nodded at Bai Yanyan, afraid that he would refuse. Su Chen had already sat down next to Bai Qingyan, but he was also paying attention to Bai Yanyan's situation. This cultivator's cultivation level is really weak, compared to the Qi cultivators of the Qin and Han dynasties. He is simply insignificant. He could feel a trace of Buddhist philosophy emanating from the Bodhi beads, because Su Chen did not completely seal the power of the bracelet, leaving a trace of Buddhist philosophy. But even just leaking out this 1 in 10 millionth of Buddhist philosophy made Master Pudu willingly accompany Bai Yanyan without asking for any payment. "Master, can you help me calculate my daughter's marriage fate?" Bai Yanyan was really dissatisfied with Su Chen, so since Master Pudu was willing to help him, he might as well let him calculate. The two chatted on the side, and Bai Yanyan even told Master Pudu about Bai Miaomia's birthdate and pointed out who his daughter was. Master Pudu looked at Bai Miaomia and found that there seemed to be a strange force hindering him near her. After closing his eyes for a long time, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood and opened his eyes with a pale face. "Master Pudu, what's wrong with you?" Bai Yanyan never expected that Master Pudu would suddenly spit blood, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. Master Pudu quickly covered his mouth and waved his hand, whispering, "It's nothing." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Master Pudu coughed lightly and said, "By benefactor, for some reason, I cannot see through Miss Ling's fate. Her destiny is chaotic, not like an ordinary person." Bai Yanyan's head started to ache when he heard his rambling words. What do you mean, not like an ordinary person? Could it be that his daughter is a reincarnation of a deity? However, since the other party had already spit blood, it was not appropriate to ask anymore, regardless of whether it was true or not. "Master, should I have someone take you to the hospital? I can't leave here either." Bai Yanyan was really afraid that Master Pudu would suddenly collapse, which would be inauspicious for his birthday today. Master Pudu glanced at Bai Miao Miao and said calmly, "No need, Bai Benefactor. Can I sit with Miss Ling?" Of course. Bai Yanyan couldn't refuse at all. Master Pudu was quite famous in their wealthy circle. If he made such a request, what could Bai Yanyan say? Su Chen sat between Bai Miao Miao and Bai Qingyan, and Bai Qingyan asked Su Chen why he was here. Su Chen was invited by me. Bai Miao Miao casually glanced at her younger sister. If her little sister kept asking like this, she probably wouldn't need her father to interrogate her, she would reveal everything herself. Bai Qingyan had always been in awe of her older sister, but after being glanced at like that, she stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Su Chen also noticed that Master Pudu and Bai Yanyan were walking towards their table. Did that monk actually want to divine Bai Miao Miao's marriage fate? He didn't know that although Su Chen had been trying his best to hide his true strength, the destiny within 100 meters of him was chaotic. Even if Hongjun Daozu was still alive, he would not be able to calculate the people and things near him. Fortunately, the monk's cultivation was shallow, and what he wanted to calculate was not some mysterious destiny. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as spitting blood. When the strongest divine calculator, Tianjizi, tried to calculate Su Chen's origin, he died on the spot, his soul scattered, unable to even reincarnate. Master Pudu should be grateful that he only wanted to calculate Bai Miao Miao, not Su Chen. "Miss Bai, may I sit with you?" Master Pudu came to their table, bowed in a Buddhist salute, and politely asked. Bai Miao Miao was a little surprised. Although she didn't believe in Buddhism, she knew that this big monk in front of her was a distinguished guest in the wealthy circle. He came to attend her father's birthday banquet. Shouldn't he be sitting with some important figures or high-level practitioners? Their table was filled with younger generations. "Of course, please, Master." A young junior in the room stood up when he heard the words, and smiled pleasingly at Master Pudu. "Master, please sit, I'll change seats." Bai Miao Miao could only nod. "Isn't it allowed for people to sit here?" "Thank you." Master Pudu nodded and sat down across from Bai Miao Miao. As soon as he sat down, the young people at the table seemed a bit awkward, and Bai Yanyan even patted Bai Qingyan's shoulder and said, "Qingyan, change tables, I have something to talk to Xiaosu." Since they had come this far, he naturally intended to have a good chat with Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind at all, showing no signs of fear. After Bai Yanyan sat down, he just smiled slightly. He didn't see Bai Yanyan being born. When they first met, he was already middle-aged. Time flies, 50 years is just a blink of an eye, making people sigh. It would be better if there were still cultivators in the past, at least people in that era lived longer, not just 100 years or even decades. Bai Yanyan and Su Chen glanced at each other, feeling strangely weird. Bai Yanyan had been in business for many years, occupying a high position, exuding an air of superiority. It could be said that he was imposing without being angry. When ordinary young people saw him, they would instinctively show respect. But Su Chen's gaze towards him was very strange, like an old man seeing a child he had once known grow up. And he was the child in Su Chen's eyes. Bai Yanyan raised his eyelids and said to the other young people at the table, "I have something to discuss with Su Chen, you guys can sit next to us." The young people at this table were some of the younger generation of the Bai family. When Bai Yanyan spoke to them in this tone, they could only smile and get up to change tables. Bai Yanyan was also considering Pudu's face. After all, it was not appropriate for Pudu to sit with a group of juniors. It would be fine to invite some experts to sit at this table later. Su Chen, right? Bai Yanyan leaned on the table with both elbows, clasped his palms tightly, rested his chin on his fingers, and without looking at Su Chen, he asked indifferently, "What does your family do?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I have no parents, I'm the only one in my family. I used to work at a bar and got fired yesterday." "No parents, still working at a bar, and even got fired? Just this?" Bai Yanyan frowned and glanced at Bai Miao Miao, asking, "So, you met Miao Miao at the bar?" Bai Miao Miao felt that something was off with the atmosphere, so she didn't dare to interrupt, but she couldn't let her father continue questioning like this. "Dad, are you checking my background?" Bai Yanyan said unreservedly, "You can think of it that way. Now I'm asking Su Chen, you shut up." Bai Miao Miao ultimately didn't dare to speak, but at this moment, she remembered her grandfather. Since her grandfather asked her to try to become friends with Su Chen, her grandfather must know Su Chen. It was a difficult situation, and the only way to handle it was to bring her grandfather out to mediate. Bai Miao Miao lowered her head and sent a message to her grandfather by Qishan, "Grandpa, I invited Su Chen to celebrate Dad's birthday, and now my dad is interrogating him." She could only send a message, but she didn't know if her grandfather would see it. Bai Yanyan didn't notice Bai Miao Miao's small movement and continued to question Su Chen. "Su Chen, how long have you known Miao Miao?" Suchin smiled and said, about 2 days, today is the 3rd day. Only 3 days of acquaintance. Sure enough, Suchen was just an actor Bai Miaomio had invited from the nightclub. Bai Yanyan was even more direct and asked, how much did Miaomio pay you? He had originally thought that Suchen would at least try to cover it up, but he didn't expect Suchen to be even more direct, saying, 1,000 yuan for a meal. Bai Miaomio felt like dying at this moment. She was wrong. She was really wrong. Originally, the idea was that although Suchen did not agree to pretend to be her boyfriend, he should at least cooperate a little when it came to it. He made it clear so quickly. Does he still want to live? Bai Yanyan was also surprised. He didn't expect Suchen to admit it so openly. Young man, very honest. Bai Yanyan was just slightly stunned, then smiled and said, or, you didn't originally plan to help Miao Miao deceive me? Suchen tilted his head slightly and asked calmly, are you talking about pretending to be Bai Miao Miao's boyfriend? Otherwise, what do you think she invited you to dinner for? Bai Yanyan said, his tone softened, you should have realized that I'm not that easy to deceive, right? Didn't you get fired from the bar? I can introduce you to a job. Suchen didn't even think about it and said, no need, the job Bai Miao Miao gave me is pretty good. Inviting him to dinner and giving him 1,000 yuan, where else can he find such a job? Suchen has never encountered such a good job in all his years of living. Bai Miao Miao really wanted to strangle Suchen now. Is he an idiot? With him, it's better not to invite him at all. He didn't even see her dad's coercion and temptation, and he confessed everything. What's the use of such a person? Only an idiot would continue to spend money to invite him. Bai Yanyan frowned and smiled softly, young man, are you really stupid or just pretending? But Suchen turned to Bai Miao Miao and said, Miss Bai, we agreed from the beginning that I would just accompany you for dinner. Did you ever mention that I should pretend to be your boyfriend? Bai Miao Miao was originally filled with hatred, but Suchen's question made her stunned. Yeah, it seems like she never told her dad that Suchen was her boyfriend. Yeah, I just invited you to dinner. What boyfriend? Bai Miao Miao looked at Bai Yanyan, looking very confused, and said, Dad, did I ever tell you he's my boyfriend? Why are you guessing all day? Suchen and I are just pure friendship, okay? Bai Yanyan rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with Bai Miao Miao about these things. He stood up and prepared to leave. As long as Bai Miao Miao admitted that Suchen was not her boyfriend, that would be enough. As for the agreement between her and Suchen before, based on his understanding of his daughter, Suchen sold her so easily, and they only knew each other for 2 days. They probably won't have any further interaction in the future. What common topics can a bartender have with a proud daughter like Bai Miao Miao? Just as he was about to get up, Bai Qishan unexpectedly walked out from the inner room. Although today was Bai Yangyan's birthday, the old man always liked peace and quiet and didn't like to see guests. Today, he came out. All the guests turned their heads and looked at Bai Qishan. The old man rarely showed himself, and many people thought he was seriously ill, but today, seeing him, Bai Qishan looked energetic and had a rosy complexion. Apart from his white hair, he didn't look like a man in his 70s at all. Dad, why did you come out? Bai Yanyan was a little surprised. Since retiring, the old man rarely appeared in public, especially on occasions like today. He was even more reluctant to attend. When Bai Qishan walked up to Bai Yanyan, almost all the guests stood up, including Suchen. Suchen just felt that if he didn't stand up, it didn't seem to fit his current identity. Bai Qishan glanced at Bai Yanyan and then secretly glanced at Suchen. Suchen secretly communicated with him, when your son was born, I wasn't there. Consider this as a belated gift. Bai Qishan couldn't help but choke up for a moment, his eyes turned red, and he secretly communicated, thank you, sir. You can just call me by my name, no need to be too formal. Master, have my children been disrespectful to you? Not too bad. You don't need to worry about the matters between me and them. Bai Qishan asked nervously, Master, what do you think of Miao Miao? Can she serve by your side? Suchen transmitted his voice expressionlessly, Xiao Bai, in this day and age, everyone is equal. I no longer need someone to serve me, and you don't need to deliberately arrange for someone to get close to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Qishan couldn't help but sweat nervously. If Suchen minded someone approaching him, it would be a big deal. Am I that scary? We have had a master-servant relationship. I will take care of your descendants to some extent. You don't need to worry. Suchen's mood was actually a bit complicated. He remembered that he had treated those servants fairly well in the past. Why were they so afraid of him? The group of servants who followed Suchen had benefited greatly. Living and traveling with Suchen every day, even ordinary people would have some cultivation. Otherwise, how could they have such good vitality and spirit despite their old age and hard work? Jiang Changfeng was a good example. Although Bai Qishan had not cultivated with Su Chen before, he had eaten with him in the past, and some natural treasures were enough to prolong his life. That's not necessary, master. If you agree, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. There are some things I don't want to say twice. The speed of their communication was extremely fast, and the people around them had not noticed anything. Bai Qishan dared not say anything more and could only force a smile as he asked Bai Miao Miao, "Miao Miao, is this Su Chen?" Bai Qishan could only pretend that he had never seen Su Chen before. Bai Miao Miao was also a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. If grandfather wanted her to meet someone, her father wouldn't know about it. What did this mean? Dad, do you know this young man? Bai Yangyan could tell that grandfather knew about Su Chen's existence, but today was their first meeting. Could it be that grandfather came out just to see Su Chen? Even if he was a junior or an old acquaintance, he only needed to call out to him and Su Chen would go in to see him. Why did grandfather have to come out in person? Bai Qishan gave Bai Yangyan a cold glance and then turned around to leave without saying anything more. In this kind of situation, if he treated Su Chen too differently, it would lead to wild speculations about Su Chen's identity. Seeing each other was just to prevent his son from offending Su Chen. A single glance was already the limit of what he could do. If Bai Yangyan couldn't understand that, then the Bai family might not go far even after 100 years. Sure enough, Bai Yangyan looked deeply at Su Chen and remained silent. Master Pudu also looked at Su Chen curiously. Bai Qishan's attitude towards Su Chen was obviously off, and he tried to probe Su Chen. Su Chen simply let him see. He had already reached the state of returning to simplicity. In order to not hurt the monk, he let him see that he was only at the qi refining stage. Master Pudu also looked carefully. When he discovered that Su Chen was also a cultivator, he instantly felt relieved. Although he was only at the qi refining stage, he was still a cultivator. It should be noted that there weren't many cultivators nowadays. It was possible that Su Chen's master was an old friend of Bai Qishan's, or Su Chen's master was a senior in the cultivation world. This was entirely possible. Just as Bai Qishan turned around, Bai Yangyan quickly changed his attitude towards Su Chen. He cleared his throat and said to Bai Miao Miao, "Miao Miao, learn from Xiao Su more in the future. You two can chat slowly. I'll go and accompany your grandfather." Upon hearing his son calling Su Chen Xiao Su, Bai Qishan couldn't help but want to punch someone. Who the hell was he calling Xiao Su? This brat, would he end up calling his father Xiao Bai in the future? Although Bai Yangyan has realized some things, he still can't think of so much. After all, even cultivators will have some traces of time on their faces. Unless they are those cultivators who have achieved the nascent soul stage, but in the past 100 years, nascent soul experts are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How could Su Chen, if he really is a nascent soul expert, eat with Bai Miao Miao for 1,000 yuan? How could he have thought that not to mention a nascent soul powerhouse, even if it's just the separation and reunion stage or even a true great Luo immortal, they are nothing more than ants in front of Su Chen? Bai Miao Miao secretly smiled to herself. Sure enough, Su Chen has some background. At least her grandfather came out specially for Su Chen. This was actually within Bai Miao Miao's expectations. From the attitude of you going towards Su Chen last night, she could already see some clues. She didn't think deeply about it before, but now thinking about it, Su Chen suddenly appearing in Qingzhou City, and then being a person with an amazing alcohol tolerance, combined with the information she got from Yuqi, it is very likely that Su Chen is a cultivator. Bai Miao Miao herself is not a cultivator, but she has heard of such identities. Su Chen may not be that powerful, but it is very likely that the person behind him is. Grandfather should also have been entrusted by some important figure to take care of Su Chen, who has just descended the mountain. With this in mind, everything became clear. Master Pudu stared at Su Chen for a long time and finally understood. The reason why he couldn't calculate Bai Miao Miao's marriage just now was probably because of Su Chen. If Su Chen really has a strong background, Bai Miao Miao's luck may change after she comes into contact with him. Su Chen, I wonder who your master is? Master Pudu became very interested in the person behind Su Chen. Su Chen innocently said, "My master doesn't allow me to reveal his identity to others." Just as expected. I was being impolite. After thinking about it, Master Pudu thought that the cultivator related to the Bai family was probably Jiang Changfeng on Mount Shijian, Senior Jiang. In just a few decades, he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Maybe one day he will step into the nascent soul stage. Perhaps only his disciple would be able to receive a personal audience from Bai Yangyan. It's just that there are too many mortals present, so it's inconvenient to reveal it. Bai Miao Miao blinked her eyes. What Su Chen said to Master Pudu should be related to cultivation. Su Chen really does have a mysterious and unfathomable master. In an instant, Bai Miao had a feeling of seeing through everything. She understood. Su Chen invited some so-called outsiders to this table, but those people were not as good as Master Pudu. Among them, there were one or two who only learned some external martial arts and hadn't even stepped into the path of cultivation. Too many inheritances have been broken. Su Chen's poem from tens of thousands of years ago almost destroyed the heavens and the earth. Even after the reincarnation of the souls of ancient powerhouses, they have become low-key and dare not be arrogant. Their understanding of that poem is that it caused an immeasurable calamity due to the anger of the heavenly Tao. After the meal started, Su Chen began to eat silently. These dishes may look exquisite, but they are not as good as those made by Bai Qishan. After Bai Yangyan entered the private room with Bai Qishan and closed the door, Bai Qishan turned around and asked, "What gift did Mr. Su give you?" "Mr. Su?" Bai Yangyan never expected that his father would call Su Chen Mr. "Humph, you think highly of yourself, but you're just blind. From now on, when you see Mr. Su, be polite." Bai Qishan said, "Mr. Su likes tranquility, so don't disturb him, and don't interfere in the relationship between Miao Miao and Mr. Su." "I understand." Bai Yangyan took out the string of Bodhi beads that Su Chen gave him from his pocket. He originally just casually put it in his pocket. This kind of trinket would definitely be thrown into a corner when he took it back, but now his father asked him about the gift Su Chen gave him so seriously? This is. Bai Qishan looked at the string of Bodhi beads in Bai Yangyan's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. He had seen Su Chen play with this string of Bodhi beads once before. He was still young at that time and had asked Su Chen what it was. Su Chen had told him without hesitation about the origin of these Bodhi beads. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first Bodhi tree in the world bore these Bodhi beads. Su Chen personally drilled holes in them and played with them for tens of thousands of years. Such a priceless treasure, and Su Chen casually gave it to his son? Just a few days ago, they were still worried that Su Chen would take everything away from them. "Remember to carry this string of Bodhi beads with you." Bai Qishan didn't say much. He knew the preciousness of these Bodhi beads, but because Bai Qishan didn't have Buddha nature, he couldn't see the faint Buddha light on Bai Yangyan. "Carrying this thing with you can protect you from all evil. If you unseal it and use it as a magical tool, it will be even more precious than the Excalibur of the former leader of the Tongtian sect." Although Bai Yangyan hadn't realized the value of the gift yet, since his father said so, it must be something special. "Dad, who is Su Chen exactly?" Bai Yangyan couldn't help but ask curiously in the end. Bai Qishan closed his eyes and said, "You don't need to know his identity. Just remember, if he doesn't want to be friends with you, don't approach him. Treat him with respect, like you would treat a deity. Don't offend him. As for the rest, let it be. Also, when you see him in the future, if there are people around, pretend not to know him. If there's no one around, you should bow and address him as Mr. Su. That's the minimum level of respect." Bai Yangyan's mouth twitched. He probably understood it again. Su Chen wasn't just a background character. Could it be that he was someone important himself? Su Chen didn't care about how Bai Qishan educated his son and continued to enjoy his meal. After 50 years of hibernation, he somewhat missed good food. After a satisfying meal, Su Chen began to think about what he should do next. He couldn't just rely on eating with Bai Miao Miao to pass the days. If that continued, the bond between them would deepen. It would be better if they maintained a casual friendship. Su Chen actually recognized many familiar faces at the banquet, but he didn't greet anyone. Yu Qi, Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin's mother Gao Yun, and his newly accepted disciple Yi Xiaoxuan were all present. After all, these families were considered old friends. How could the younger generation not attend Bai Yangyan's birthday celebration? Yu Qi and the others finally noticed Su Chen's presence. There was no way around it. When Bai Qishan suddenly appeared, almost everyone's gaze turned towards them. Su Chen was actually with Bai Miao Miao? This was a bit strange. Could it be that Bai Miao Miao had taken a liking to Su Chen? Or as they had discussed in the group chat last night, was there an engagement between one of their families and Su Chen, and Bai Miao Miao was the one? Yi Xiaoxuan came on behalf of the Yi family to congratulate Bai Yangyan on his birthday. Similarly, she didn't expect her master to be with Bai Miao Miao. Last night, as she stayed up late studying, she increasingly felt that Su Chen was not ordinary. At first, she thought Su Chen was just being mysterious, but when she actually translated those 2 bamboo slips and finished reading them, she realized that regardless of whether the bamboo slips were personally written by Bien Ke, the medical knowledge recorded in them was astonishing. Su Chen giving her such medical knowledge was worthy of her calling him master. This woman Bai Miao Miao, she clearly acted like she wasn't familiar with her master last night, but today she brought him home for a meal. Could it be that she was infatuated and afraid that others would snatch Su Chen away from her? Zhao Yin was even more furious at Su Chen. This scumbag was more shameless than him. Not only did he flirt with Yu Qi a few days ago, but he also had an affair with his mother. And now he was walking together with Bai Miao Miao. Damn scum! Mom, did you see that? Zhao Yin thought it was a good idea. After all, it would let his mother see the true face of Su Chen, the scumbag. At least now he doesn't have to call Su Chen uncle anymore. Gao Yun gave Zhao Yin a cold look and said, "Am I blind?" For a moment, Zhao Yin was speechless. Of course he wasn't blind, otherwise how could he have fallen for Su Chen, this pretty boy? Gao Yun glanced resentfully at Su Chen, and at that moment, she probably understood why Su Chen refused to accept her. Compared to Bai Miao Miao, this young and beautiful rich girl, she had no advantage at all. However, she preferred to believe that Su Chen was being forced by Bai Miao Miao. In her eyes, Su Chen was a man who wouldn't be swayed by money. She had also heard that Bai Miao Miao had brought a group of people to find Su Chen last night. What kind of rich girl? What kind of noble lady? If you can't win someone's heart, you can only use force. How despicable. The banquet was coming to an end, and Su Chen had eaten and drunk his fill. The people at his table became very interested in Su Chen, but no matter what they talked about, Su Chen remained silent. They chatted happily about gossip, metaphysics, and medical skills, but Su Chen only focused on his own food. Even when Bai Miao Miao spoke to him, he only responded absent-mindedly. It made people wonder if this guy had never had a full meal in his life. After finishing his meal, Su Chen sat there without saying a word. He heard all the comments from these people, but he didn't make any comments himself. If someone asked him something, he just nodded slightly, like a fool. "Miss Bai, there's nothing else, I'll leave now." Su Chen felt bored. These so-called experts were discussing shallow and trivial things, but they were showing off as if they were something special. It was like a PhD student sitting with a group of kindergarten children, and the children kept bragging about learning that 1 + 1 = 2, and some even proudly said they knew that 1 + 2 = 8. At first, it might have seemed cute, but after a while, it became unbearable. "You're leaving already? Let me see you off." Bai Miao Miao didn't have any special thoughts about Su Chen. They weren't very familiar with each other, and although Su Chen hadn't been of much help today, he had kept his promise. There might not be any further interaction between them in the future. Bai Miao Miao wouldn't be so bored as to invite Su Chen over for dinner all the time. After all, he couldn't pretend to be her boyfriend. "No need, spend more time with your father on his birthday, and give my regards to him." Su Chen stood up after speaking. "Goodbye then." Bai Miao Miao and Su Chen weren't particularly close, so it wouldn't be good if she acted too enthusiastic. Su Chen nodded slightly and left his seat. As soon as he stood up, Gao Yun couldn't hold back and stood up as well. In addition, Yi Xiaoxuan also wanted to follow Su Chen. Yu Qi had originally wanted Su Chen to do her brother a favor, but when she saw Yi Xiaoxuan following him, she naturally froze. When Su Chen reached the hotel entrance, Gao Yun caught up with him. The relationship between this woman and Su Chen was quite simple. She was just a client. Su Chen was a person who did things from start to finish and wasn't afraid of any entanglements. He deliberately slowed down his pace and waited for Gao Yun to catch up. "Su Chen, I heard you quit working at the nightclub?" Gao Yun didn't know how to approach Su Chen in this situation. This wasn't a nightclub, and she couldn't use money to win him over. It simply wouldn't work. Su Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your care before, but I've quit working there. What are you going to do next?" Gao Yun blinked her eyes. If Su Chen continued to work at the nightclub, she would definitely go and support him. If Su Chen didn't have a job, she could also help him find one. Give it a try in various industries. Su Chen also thought it through. Times have changed, and although he has had many professions in the past, the changes in the same profession now are significant. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try different industries. To understand society, one must understand the various industries within it. Some ordinary people may only have 1 or 2 professions or jobs in their lifetime, but Su Chen has plenty of time. What can you do? Gao Yun also realized that Su Chen hasn't decided what he wants to do yet. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "I should be able to do anything." Gao Yun quickly suggested, "As a college student, you can tutor younger students and the salary and benefits are good." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the knowledge now seemed simple to him, teaching children to read. "Yun Jia, you should know that we are just playing a role here. I will find a job on my own, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't want to owe you any favors." Su Chen was decisive, and in the eyes of some people, he could even be considered heartless. But as someone who has been through it all, he knows that if he doesn't make things clear, misunderstandings can easily arise. Since Gao Yun and he are not very familiar with each other yet, it's better to clarify things now. Gao Yun didn't insist. After all, Su Chen had made it clear. She was an adult, and once everything was explained, she let go of any lingering thoughts. Fortunately, she only had a slight fondness for Suchen. She did have some thoughts when Suchen was working in the nightlife scene, but now that he's not doing it anymore, she couldn't force him. Alright, it was nice meeting you. If we have the chance, let's have a drink in the future. Gao Yun, who had experienced many ups and downs in life, didn't become disoriented like a rejected little girl in this completely sober situation. Instead, she smiled openly at Su Chen. No one's life depends on being with someone, especially since they had only just met a few days ago. Gao Yun turned back to the banquet and happened to run into Yi Xiaoshuan, who had been standing there for a while. The two had met before and nodded in greeting. Yi Xiaoshuan noticed that Su Chen and Gao Yun were chatting, so she walked over with her hands behind her back and looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. Master, do you know each other? Su Chen glanced at her and asked, is it strange that we know each other? Not really, but I'm curious. Are you close with Miao Miao? Yi Xiaoshuan found it hard to imagine. They were discussing Su Chen in the group chat last night, and today Miao Miao brought Su Chen to meet her parents. The progress seemed a bit too fast. Su Chen didn't answer her question but instead asked, do you want to come along? Children are always so curious, and Su Chen can't answer everything. Of course I want to come along. Why else would I come out? Yi Xiaoshuan came out to ask Su Chen about things she didn't understand in medical books. Although the 2 scrolls Su Chen gave her yesterday were concise, there were many medicinal herbs and acupoints that she had never heard of, possibly due to changes in the times and different terminology. It's important to ask about those crucial points, and she doesn't know if Su Chen knows about them. Su Chen was already thinking about what to do next. After all, he had just woken up, and even though he knows everything, he still needs time to adapt to this society. It's good to have someone to guide him. Previously, Yuqi taught him a lot, but they weren't very familiar with each other and didn't have any special relationship. Yi Xiaoshuan, on the other hand, is his disciple, so it's better to ask a disciple about certain things than a stranger. How did you find the 2 medical scrolls from yesterday? Su Chen walked ahead, with Yi Xiaoshuan following closely behind. He also put on the air of a master. Yi Xiaoshuan's temperament is not actually cold, it's just that she has been immersed in medical books since childhood and didn't have many good playmates. She respects Su Chen as her master and wouldn't go back on her word, but she also wants to know what skills Su Chen possesses. It's not enough to just give him 2 medical books to completely earn his respect. She originally sought out Su Chen to seek clarification, so when Su Chen asked, she naturally didn't hold back. When I translated those 2 medical books last night, it was already very late, and some of the names of the medicinal herbs couldn't be found even after searching through the classics. I need you to teach me, Yi Xiaoshuan continued with a string of questions, and Su Chen casually answered them, which surprised her. I didn't expect you to really understand everything. Yi Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up as she said, Master, did you read these 2 medical books countless times? Or did you have a famous teacher explain them? Su Chen shook his head and said, I only read them once, but they were indeed well written. Ha! What kind of statement is that? Well written? The inner canon of the Yellow Emperor and the outer canon of the Yellow Emperor should be considered sacred texts in the medical field. Shouldn't these authentic texts be studied diligently every day, with every sentence memorized by heart? If this were in the field of history, one would probably have to study each word meticulously. Su Chen's words felt like he was commenting on an ordinary novel or even a composition. Master, are you saying that you only read them once? Yi Xiaoshuan found it difficult to understand Su Chen's level in medicine, and she definitely couldn't comprehend it. Someone like Su Chen had long surpassed the significance of ordinary medical skills. Although he couldn't bring people back to life, things like regenerating flesh on bones were still quite simple for him. For him, medical skills were like a university student dumbing down to solve elementary school math problems. Yesterday, giving you those 2 volumes of medical books was too simple. You can read them for now, and when you have fully mastered them, I will teach you more. Su Chen truly felt that the 2 articles written by Bianke were too simple. They might be profound, but probably only for ordinary people. Simple? Yi Xiaoshuan really didn't know what to say. The content in the medical books was not simple at all. To truly comprehend and integrate them, it would require some effort. Su Chen just smiled and didn't offer any explanation. The inner canon and the outer canon of the Yellow Emperor could only be considered basic texts. Even the simplest aspects of Taoism, such as mountains, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination, were still considered simple in terms of medical skills. Yi Xiaoshuan had already formally become his disciple, so he would definitely teach her some more powerful techniques. I want to find a job. Do you have any good recommendations? Su Chen casually asked. Yi Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up as she said, You want to work? Do you have a medical license? Become a doctor? Su Chen shook his head and said, I can teach you, but I don't want to be a doctor. A doctor should have compassion and save the world, it's indeed a good thing. But Su Chen didn't have the time for that. With so many people in the world, he wasn't the savior. He had done such things before and was already tired of it. Yi Xiaoxuan asked a question similar to Gao Yun's, then what else can you do? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of asking what he could do, it would be better to ask what kind of life he wanted. I just want to have a leisurely life, read books, paint, play the piano, and so on. Su Chen spoke out his true thoughts. He had already experienced being a gigolo at a bar, and now he decided to live a peaceful life. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at him, pursed her lips, and shook her head. You don't have the spirit of a worker. Why don't you just be a boss? Oh, Su Chen thought about it and realized that it made sense. Why did he have to choose a profession? He could just open a shop and do whatever he wanted, sell whatever he wanted. On odd-numbered days, he could sell fruits, and on even-numbered days, he could sell calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. Do you have money? Yi Xiaoxuan asked another soul-searching question. Su Chen took out his phone and silently asked, 30,000, is that enough? This time it was Yi Xiaoxuan's turn to smile and remain silent. 30,000 yuan to be a boss in Qingzhou City? It must be a joke. Su Chen indeed only had 30,000 yuan now. After inquiring a bit, he found out that the rent for a slightly larger store would be nearly 100,000 yuan per year, and most stores had a minimum lease term of 3 to 5 years. I'll buy a storefront, Su Chen said. He never had the habit of renting a store. In the past, if he wanted a small shop or a place to settle down, he could build it himself. Even if he bought land, it wouldn't be expensive, at least not as expensive as it is now. If it's in the city center, it should cost several million or even tens of millions. Yi Xiaoxuan thought for a moment and said, I do have some money, I can ask my grandfather for some. The 2 bamboo slips that Su Chen gave her were invaluable. Even if she bought him a storefront, it wouldn't be a big deal. She could consider it as a return or a way to show filial respect to her master. No need, accompany me to the antique street. Su Chen shook his head. Did he need around 10 million? Money was not a big deal for him. If he just wanted to make money, he had plenty of ways to do so. Turning 30,000 into 10 million was as simple as that for him. Antique street? Do you want to go shopping on Taobao? Yi Xiaoxuan squinted her eyes. Her master was young, but his tone was not small. The inner diameter and outer circumference of the BNK bronze mirror were written quite well by him. With only 30,000 yuan in hand, he wanted to buy a storefront and go to the antique street? Yi Xiaoxuan was also curious about Su Chen's abilities. So far, Su Chen hadn't shown any special skills. Get in the car. Yi Xiaoxuan played the role of the driver and took Su Chen to the antique street. She wanted to see if her master could turn 30,000 into 10 million. The tricks in the antique street were quite deep now. Several decades ago, there were more genuine antiques being sold here, and even many rare treasures could be found. But now, the market was flooded with various counterfeit handicrafts, and many vendors were using deceptive tactics to cheat people out of their money. With 30,000 yuan thrown into such a place, it would probably just make a sound. Su Chen walked ahead, with Yi Xiaoxuan following behind him. Sometimes she felt that her master didn't seem so young. He looked like he was in his 20s, but his speech was steady and mature, a bit too mature. His appearance was also like that. A real 20-year-old should still have a somewhat tender face, with features that hadn't fully developed yet. Especially his eyes shouldn't be filled with so much world weariness like Su Chen's. If Su Chen wore a mask and only showed his eyes, Yi Xiaoxuan would believe he was in his 30s or 40s. Master, do you understand antiques? Although Yi Xiaoxuan acknowledged him as her master, she didn't know much about Su Chen's abilities. Her grandfather recommended her to find Su Chen for a reason. Su Chen's medical skills were probably good, but antiques required a unique perspective and a deep understanding of history. In addition, various knowledge was also essential. At least, after entering the antique market, Yi Xiaoxuan was completely clueless. Without a certain understanding of these things, if she bought them easily, she would definitely lose. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, I know a little. Su Chen had left his mark throughout the history of China. He had seen things from every dynasty with his own eyes and had truly come into contact with them. It could be said that there was no one in the world who understood these antiques better than Su Chen. The reason modern people collected antiques was mainly because of their historical value, which was worth collecting. Basically, no one would buy an antique and use it in their daily life. Su Chen is completely different. In his opinion, antiques may not be as comfortable to use as modern crafts. As for the so-called historical value, it means nothing to him. The antique street was bustling with people, and Su Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many vendors. The people selling things here are all shrewd. They could tell from Yi Xiaoxuan's attire that she is a rich girl. In their circle, people like her are typical easy targets. Beauty, do you want a blue and white porcelain from the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty? It would be perfect to buy it and give it to your elders. A young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks approached Yi Xiaoxuan and discreetly opened his clothes, revealing a bowl. He lowered his voice and said, "If you're interested, let's talk somewhere else." Yi Xiaoxuan has an outstanding temperament and wears a purple gold bracelet on her wrist, intricately carved with phoenix patterns, clearly indicating her wealth. "How much?" Yi Xiaoxuan casually asked, without any intention of buying. The young man looked serious and said in a low voice, 128,000. "If you're sincere, we can negotiate somewhere else." Su Chen searched for the price of antiques on his phone, glanced at the young man, then looked at Yi Xiaoxuan, and calmly said, "That's a replica from the Republic of China period in Jingdezhen. The quality is average, and it's not worth more than 2,000. The young man's mouth twitched at his words. Damn, that's too harsh. He didn't take Su Chen seriously just now. After all, Su Chen looked young. What kind of insight could a young person like him have? But who knew he would expose everything with just a few words? "What did you say?" The young man glared at Su Chen, then rushed towards him in a daze, and the bowl in his arms fell. It would have been simple for Su Chen to catch the bowl, but he didn't even bother to look. Instead, he gently pushed the young man, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Clang! The bowl shattered. "What the hell do you mean? You won't leave until you compensate me for this bowl." The young man got up, his face red, and shouted. A crowd gathered around. If they couldn't deceive, they would create trouble. This was a real setup. Although it was clear that Yi Xiaoxuan was wealthy, girls from wealthy families like her usually didn't have much courage. In such situations, many of them would be willing to spend money to resolve the issue. Su Chen looked at the young man expressionlessly, while Yi Xiaoxuan frowned slightly. The younger generation of the Yi family had been practicing martial arts since childhood, and Yi Xiaoxuan was no exception. She clearly saw that the young man deliberately bumped into Su Chen just now. She saw everything. "Brothers, this guy broke my blue and white porcelain and even resorted to violence." The young man pointed at Su Chen and complained. A burly man with a dragon and tiger tattoo on his arm stepped forward, staring at Su Chen and smirked. "Brother, what do you think we should do about this?" Yi Xiaoxuan took a step forward and stood in front of Su Chen, asking in return, "What do you want?" In Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes, although Su Chen's physique was not weak, he was definitely not strong, and he didn't have the characteristics of a martial artist. Faced with this group of hooligans, he might not have the upper hand. Su Chen was her master. How could she let these hooligans bully him? "Sister, my name is Qianranhu. I'm in charge of the security of this street. Your friend broke my brother's blue and white porcelain and even resorted to violence. Of course, we have to handle it according to the rules," the burly man said with a righteous tone. "First of all, he has to compensate for the broken item." Qianranhu paused and asked the young man with monkey cheeks, "Monkey, how much is your blue and white porcelain worth?" "It's from the Xuanda period." The young man shouted, "It's worth at least 128,000. It's an official kiln blue and white porcelain from the Xuanda period." Qianranhu nodded and smiled at Yi Xiaoxuan. "Sister, let's make a deal. You just compensate with 100,000, and we'll forget about medical expenses and lost wages." Before Yi Xiaoxuan could speak, Su Chen had already picked up his phone and called the police. "Hello, police? I'm being extorted on the antique street," Su Chen reported. Reporting to the police when encountering a problem was something Su Chen had learned from Baidu. If it could be resolved without resorting to violence, it was better to let the police handle such an obvious case of extortion. "Kid, you called the police." Qianranhu's face changed drastically, and he tried to snatch Su Chen's phone. Without even lifting an eyelid, Su Chen calmly watched as Qianranhu took a step forward. But before Qianranhu could reach him, Yi Xiaoxuan's palm had already landed on his chest. With what seemed like a gentle push, Qianranhu was pushed back several steps. "You've had training." Qianranhu was furious. He hadn't expected that Su Chen would have no warning signs and would immediately choose to call the police. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson." Qianranhu brought 7 or 8 people with him. Upon hearing his shout, they all rushed towards Su Chen, wanting to subdue him first. "Let's see who dares to touch him." Yi Xiaoxuan raised her hand and punched a young man in the face. With one punch, the young man saw stars and rolled his eyes, fainting on the spot. Su Chen put away his phone and watched as Yi Xiaoxuan fought with the others. It had to be said that there was a big difference between someone who had real training and an ordinary street thug. Yi Xiaoxuan was proficient in medicine and had a deep understanding of the vulnerable parts of the human body. She knew where to hit to cause temporary unconsciousness without causing death. In terms of physical strength, she might be a little lacking, but every move she made resulted in someone falling down. There's no need to call the police. In just a minute, all of Qian Ranhu's men were lying on the ground, leaving only Qian Ranhu himself. Yi Xiaoxuan frowned. She felt that it was completely unnecessary for Su Chen to call the police in this situation. She could have handled everything on her own. If the police came, it would only cause more trouble. Regardless of right or wrong, there would definitely be statements and records. Yi Xiaoxuan really didn't like these troublesome trivial matters. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, I didn't call the police. I just scared them a bit, hoping they would back off. In fact, he was doing it for Qian Ranhu's own good and didn't want to argue with these street thugs. If calling the police could scare them away, that would be the best outcome. But these people obviously weren't very smart and insisted on resorting to violence. Wasn't that asking for trouble? They should be grateful that it was Yi Xiaoxuan who fought back. If Su Chen had done it, he was afraid he wouldn't have been able to control his strength and might have accidentally killed someone. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Su Chen and realized that not calling the police was the best decision. Do you still want compensation? Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Qian Ranhu, took out her wallet, and pulled out a stack of cash. Take this to show them your injuries. Qian Ranhu was dumbfounded. The seemingly gentle and weak girl in front of him was unexpectedly so powerful. Each move was precise and powerful. Sister, I'm really sorry. Forget about the money. We were blind. Qian Ranhu didn't dare to accept Yi Xiaoxuan's money and kept apologizing. Su Chen, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and said to Yi Xiaoxuan, let's go. Yi Xiaoxuan nodded, took back the money, and continued walking with Su Chen, leaving behind the thugs lying on the ground. Master, don't you know martial arts? Yi Xiaoxuan curiously asked. Su Chen shook his head and said, why do we have to resort to violence? I dislike fighting and killing the most. If those big shots he had killed with a single palm heard him say this, they would probably explode with anger. Yes, you dislike fighting and killing the most, but with just one palm, you almost destroyed the world. Can't you just be a normal person? Yi Xiaoxuan pondered for a moment and said, it's okay. With me around, there's no need to call the police in the future. I can handle these kinds of situations. It's been a while since I've had a fight with someone. Sure. Su Chen smiled and continued walking forward. When he reached a small stall, he suddenly stopped. The items displayed on this stall were all from the Qingming period, and there were quite a few people in front of his stall. Business was booming. Among them, a middle-aged man with a big belly said to the stall owner, Lagio, I've bought everything on your stall, but do you have any other good items? Bring them out, don't hide them. Su Chen took a deep look at the stall owner. This person had a heavy yin energy, pale complexion, and no trace of blood. He looked like someone who had been digging graves for years. This kind of person might indeed have good things. However, if this person was invaded by yin energy and didn't solve it in time, he probably wouldn't live for many more years. The stall owner smiled at the middle-aged man with a big belly and said, I do have good things. As for these items in front of you, they are 70,000. Although the items on his stall were all old objects, they were all porcelain from the folk kiln. They were generally worth 2,000 or 3,000, and the most expensive one was definitely not worth more than 5,000. There were only about 10 items in total, but he asked for 70,000. The person called Qi was Zhang Qibei, the owner of the antique shop Shangshengfang. People in the circle called him Qi. He was wealthy and would often come to the stall to find things and then sell them in his own shop. He was also a regular customer of Lagio. Everyone knew each other's secrets, but no one revealed them. Buying things from tomb raiders and then reselling them was a profitable business. The items on Lagio's stall were indeed not worth 70,000, but this 70,000 was like an entrance ticket, and Lagio had his confidence. Before the items were taken out, he wanted to trick Zhang Qibei a little. Great! If you say 70,000, then 70,000 it is. Zhang Qibei also had the courage and didn't care about this amount of money at all. He wasn't afraid of being tricked by Lagio either. If he bought these items for 70,000 and Lagio didn't bring out something good, he might disappear from Qingzhou City tonight. Straightforward. Lagio chuckled and took out a bead from his pocket, placing it on the stall in front of him, and said with a smile, Qi, please take a look. Zhang Qibei hadn't spoken yet when Su Chen suddenly spoke up, I'll buy this bead for 30,000. 30,000? Both Lagio and Zhang Qibei stared at Su Chen. Lagio burst into laughter at the price Su Chen quoted, Kid, go play somewhere else. Zhang Qibei also sneered, Kid, do you know what this is? 30,000? Jade hidden dragon bead, Su Chen said calmly, this should be something that belonged to Li Shimen. Su Chen had seen this bead before. Li Chunfeng personally made it for Li Shimen to enhance his luck and absorb the killing aura. However, Li Shimen's killings were too heavy, and the hidden dragon bead absorbed millions of grievances. After Li Shimin became emperor, he listened to Li Chuanfeng's words and buried it in the imperial tomb. The hidden dragon bead was buried in the tomb, and now it had appeared in the world. It was filled with resentment, and except for an emperor like Li Shimin who could suppress it, it was definitely a dangerous object for ordinary people. Ni Laojiu actually kept it in his pocket. Wasn't he seeking death? Something that belonged to Li Shimin? Ni Laojiu's eyes lit up. If it really was something that belonged to Li Shimin, then the price of this bead would be extremely high. Zhang Qibei frowned. He could tell that the bead was exquisitely crafted, with a faint yellow and transparent jade bead, and a hidden dragon inside. Tang Dynasty items that belonged to Li Shimin, how much would they be worth? Kid, do you understand? If you don't know, don't speak nonsense, go play on the side. Zhang Qibei laughed. Whether what Su Chen said was true or not, he definitely couldn't admit it. Even if it really was something that belonged to Li Shimin, Zhang Qibei definitely couldn't afford it. Su Chen straightforwardly explained the origin of the bead to them, and finally said to Ni Laojiu, "You must have just obtained this bead, right? Have you felt drowsy every day, only energetic at noon, and sweating profusely with nightmares at midnight?" Ni Laojiu took a cold breath. As someone who frequently raided tombs, he couldn't possibly not believe in ghosts and gods. Moreover, what Su Chen said was absolutely correct. He had never mentioned these things to anyone before, which made him even more convinced of Su Chen's words. Zhang Qibei snorted and said, "Absurd. If what you said is true, that this bead was made by Li Chunfeng and given to Li Shimin to enhance his luck, then it should be an auspicious item. And what you said is too fake." He stared at the hidden dragon bead and said to Ni Laojiu, "I also took a look. This thing is from the end of the Tang Dynasty, it's not Li Shimin's hidden dragon bead at all. Have you ever heard of Li Shimin having such a bead? History? There is no record of this bead in historical records, but Su Chen knew it very well. This bead has a great impact on you. Originally, you could have lived for another 3 to 5 years, but if you keep this bead in your pocket for too long, even if you sell it, you won't live for more than 3 days." Su Chen completely ignored Zhang Qibei and only said to Ni Laojiu, "Sell me this bead, and I can let you live a few more years." "Ha ha ha, kid, you're quite good at playing tricks." Zhang Qibei's eyesight was naturally good. Although he couldn't confirm whether what Su Chen said was true, this bead was definitely a good thing. If he could acquire it, he would definitely make a big profit. Ni Laojiu was still a bit hesitant. Obviously, Zhang Qibei was prepared to buy this bead. Even if it was priced according to the end of the Tang Dynasty, it would definitely be worth no less than 10 million. But if what Su Chen said was true, that he wouldn't live for more than 3 days, Ni Laojiu gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Qibei, "Seventh master, name your price." He decided to sell the bead to Zhang Qibei. He couldn't bear to sell it to Su Chen for 30,000 yuan. Besides, how could he believe Su Chen's claim that he wouldn't live for more than 3 days? Tomb raiders were already surrounded by Yin energy, and they chose this profession precisely because they weren't afraid of death. Take a risk and get rich overnight. To hell with not living for more than 3 days, to hell with it being an ominous object. Zhang Qibei reached out his hand and made an 8, smiling, "Laojiu, if I were to resell this bead, I could easily get over 10 million. You have to let me make some profit." A tomb raider's possessions were not clean, and their transactions were actually illegal. It was also difficult to find a big buyer. People like Zhang Qibei who could pay several million for his bead were rare. Moreover, Su Chen had just said something so mysterious. 10 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll sell it to this young man for 30,000. Ni Laojiu made up his mind and took a gamble. If he made this deal, he would retire and enjoy life. It couldn't be denied that Su Chen's words had indeed scared him. Zhang Qibei hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Chen, and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll take it." Seeing that they had agreed on the deal, Su Chen didn't say anything more. He led Yi Xiaoshuan and continued walking forward as if he hadn't seen anything. "Is that bead really the one Li Chunfeng gave to Li Shimin?" Yi Xiaoshuan whispered in Su Chen's ear, "That man does look unwell, but I really don't know if there was such a bead in history." "You're not deceiving him, are you?" Su Chen smiled and remained silent. Did he need to say anything? He had already given that tomb raider a chance to live. Under the heavens, only Su Chen could save his life, but for 10 million, he chose the path of death. People die for wealth, birds die for food. That's all. The two continued walking forward, and Su Chen did see a lot of good things, but the sellers were not fools either. The prices they quoted were far beyond 30,000 yuan. "Maybe I should ask my grandfather for some money." Yi Xiaoshuan followed Su Chen on the street for 2 hours, but Su Chen didn't buy anything. She began to doubt whether Su Chen could make so much money. If Su Chen wanted to make 10 million yuan with 30,000 yuan, it was actually quite simple. He could buy something slightly more expensive with 30,000 yuan and then sell it for a higher price. With his ability, he could definitely do it in less than 3 hours. But Su Chen found it troublesome and decided not to buy anything. He casually took a teacup from a box at home and walked into Changqing Square with Yi Xiaoxuan. "Where can we find treasures here?" Yi Xiaoxuan frowned. How could they find anything in such a large antique shop? Real treasures are recognized by experts, so it's impossible to make a profit here. Su Chen smiled and said, "I'll sell a cup." "Ha?" Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen handed the cup to Yi Xiaoxuan and said, "You can sell it, let's sell it for 10 million yuan." "Ha?" Yi Xiaoxuan took the teacup from Su Chen's hand. Wasn't this the teacup Su Chen used at home? She remembered that there were several of them in Su Chen's house. This thing is worth 10 million yuan? Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know much about antiques, but she had seen a June porcelain piece at an auction before. It was a drum-shaped washer that was sold for 83 million yuan. Yesterday, when she poured tea for Su Chen with this cup, she thought it was exquisite and suspected that it was valuable. But if it was really that precious, why would Su Chen use it for drinking tea? They entered Changqing Square, and Zhang Qibei had already returned. He was carefully examining the newly acquired hidden dragon jade. "Master, are you joking with me?" Yi Xiaoxuan whispered. "It's embarrassing to just sell the cup we use at home." Su Chen smiled and said, "Consider it a test from your master. Remember, if he asks how much you want to sell it for, say 10 million yuan, not a penny less." "Okay." Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes. She would just have to bear the embarrassment for the 2 bamboo slips that Su Chen gave her. Zhang Qibei was still examining the hidden dragon jade with a magnifying glass. He muttered, "This time, we'll make a fortune. This top-quality jade, the dragon inside is naturally formed. It's worth at least 1 billion. No, if it's really the one Li Chunfeng gave to Emperor Li Shimen, it could be worth 10 billion. Yi Xiaoxuan walked slowly to Zhang Qibei's side, holding the teacup that Su Chen gave her, and called out, "Hello, are you the owner here?" Zhang Qibei was startled, protecting the hidden dragon jade with both hands, and stared at Yi Xiaoxuan warily. He recognized her as the person who was at Ni Luzhou's booth earlier and asked with wide eyes, "What's the matter?" Yi Xiaoxuan awkwardly took out the cup that Su Chen gave her and said, "I want to sell something." Zhang Qibei stared at the cup in Yi Xiaoxuan's hand, and his chubby face trembled slightly. He stuttered, You're just holding it like that? Ha?" Yi Xiaoxuan didn't understand what Zhang Qibei meant and looked at him with confusion. Zhang Qibei took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Beauty, don't you need a box for it? What if it gets knocked or bumped?" "Ha?" Yi Xiaoxuan was even more confused. This cup was brought out by Su Chen from home, and she didn't hold it in her hand just now. It should have been in her pocket. Why would it need a box? How much is it worth? Yi Xiaoxuan didn't care anymore and handed the cup over. Zhang Qibei instinctively took a step back and nervously said, "Put it on the table." He could tell at a glance that this cup was not ordinary. Could he really catch it with his hands? What if he trembled and dropped it? That would be a sin. Yi Xiaoxuan was also infected by his nervous appearance and carefully placed the cup on the table. "Wait a minute." Zhang Qibei slowly put the hidden dragon ball into a large brocade box. After covering it, he took a magnifying glass and looked at the cup. After looking for 10 minutes, Zhang Qibei didn't say anything, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Yi Xiaoxuan stood by and dared not speak. Isn't this the cup Su Chen usually uses for tea? Why is he looking at it so carefully? Could it really be worth 10 million? After a long time, Zhang Qibei finally finished looking and took a deep breath, staring at Yi Xiaoxuan and asking, "Give me a price, let me see if I can buy it?" Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment and slowly extended a finger. 100 million? Zhang Qibei pondered for a moment and said, "Miss, although your price is fair, I can't come up with so much cash. How about I pay a deposit of 20 million first? As for the item, if you trust me, you can leave it in my store. If you don't trust me, we can go to the notary office and sign the contract first. Within 10 days, I will pay the remaining 80 million. You also know that when dealing with such valuable items, the taxes are quite high, and there are various procedures to follow. It will take about 10 days to complete everything." Yi Xiaoxuan was stunned. 100 million? She only wanted to sell it for 10 million. Is this cup really worth 100 million? Su Chen's family still has 3 of them, and there is also a teapot and tray, all as a set. Thinking about Su Chen's impoverished appearance and recalling Zhang Qibei's words, according to reason, Zhang Qibei would definitely make a profit by spending 100 million to buy this cup. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxuan didn't speak, Zhang Qibei quickly said, "Miss, you see, whatever price you say, I will give it to you, no bargaining, right? But if you want me to come up with 100 million immediately, I can't do it. Even if you go to every store on the street, it's impossible to find one that can handle it. If you don't mind, why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea, and we can talk again. Our Chongqing pharmacy is an old and reputable store, with guaranteed credibility. Zhang Qibei kept talking, afraid that Yi Xiaoxuan would suddenly change her mind and not sell it. He had looked carefully, and this cup was definitely a masterpiece of June porcelain from the Song dynasty. It might even be a royal item. This thing should be a unique item in the world. Buying it for 100 million would definitely be worth it, and he could easily sell it for 2 or 3 billion. Today, it seemed that he had struck gold. Opening a store for just one day would be enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Su Chen walked over and said, "I'll sell it to you." In fact, he had underestimated the value of this cup at the beginning, thinking that selling it for 10 million would be enough. Zhang Qibei only noticed Su Chen at this time. Hearing what he said, he couldn't help but smile happily and asked Yi Xiaoxuan again, "Miss, what do you think?" "Sold." What else could Yi Xiaoxuan say? She originally planned to sell it for 10 million, but unexpectedly sold it for 100 million. "Let's sign the contract. I will transfer the deposit to you immediately. Do you want to keep this treasure in our store, or?" Zhang Qibei was excited and believed that he hadn't misjudged it. Once he got his hands on this unique item, he could easily make a profit of 2 or 3 billion. He still remembered that a certain billionaire had once said, "Set a small goal that can be achieved, such as earning 1 billion. Today, he had almost achieved several small goals. Yi Xiaoxuan turned to look at Su Chen and wanted to ask for his opinion. Su Chen said, "Just leave it in his store," but at this point, he paused and glanced at Zhang Qibei. "Just take 20 million, and forget about the remaining 80 million. "Ha!" Yi Xiaoxuan and Zhang Qibei stared at Su Chen at the same time. He didn't want the 80 million anymore. Was he that generous? Although Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know why, this was Su Chen's cup after all. He could sell it for whatever price he wanted, and she could only agree without objection. Then let's go with 20 million. Zhang Qibei was almost excited to the point of bursting his blood vessels. Was he possessed by the god of wealth today? I've never seen someone sell things like this before. He had agreed before that the remaining 80 million would be paid off within 10 days. It's not like he's not willing to pay, but the other party didn't want it as soon as they received it. Could it be that this item has an illegitimate source, and they both dare not go to the notary office or leave contact information? They just want to get rid of it as quickly as possible.